Wanna join me? Come and play, but I might shoot you in your face. Bombs and bullets will do the trick. What we need here is a little bit of panic. Do you ever wanna catch me? Right now I'm feeling ignored. So can you try a little harder? I'm really getting bored.
Hello and welcome to another day of the LCK. We got Kwangdong up against KT, but more importantly, it is this man right here. It's his first day on the cast. Welcome, Ox. Finally, you made it here in week 9. How does it feel to be cast in the LCK?
Pretty good. Took a while. Obviously, missed 8 weeks, but I got there before playoffs, which is nice. But it's just kind of crazy the fact that 90% of last year I was casting in a bedroom, and now it's very different vibe.
Bedroom to Lol Park, not bad,
Yeah,
not
quite a
bad
jump.
transition. Just really happy to have you here, dude, and will be a lot of fun to cast with Ox today. Of course, KT versus Kwangdong. This is going to be a pretty interesting matchup. I think, both these teams on a big winning streak, and, Kwangdong with the big upset over Gen.G. You never know what's going to happen here at the end of the season.
Yeah, I feel like sometimes when teams are low in the standings, you can kind of write them out, be like, is there really a chance? But Kwangdong, not only the upset against Gen.G, but also the fact that last time they played KT, they ended up winning there as well. Really makes you think that there's a chance of an upset here as well today.
Yeah, you never really know. Like we were saying, as we're going to take a look at the standings here, KT currently, you might say, okay, they lost their chance to get second place in the LCK, but getting third place is actually really important because you get to choose between Live Sandbox and Hololive Esports for your first round of playoffs, and that is a power and ability that you would really love to have.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. It still has a lot of value for KT, even with the outcome of yesterday. So definitely need to come in with the A game and try and get that opportunity to have selection. It makes a big difference because the fact is, because you've missed out on that top 2, you don't get the safety net. So you want to give yourself the best odds possible.
Yeah, KDF now standing ahead of the final boss, KT. This is Kwangdong's last match of the entire split. They do not have a chance to make it into playoffs, but how would that feel if right at the end of spring you're able to upset Gen.G and then you're able to upset KT? That would be massive.
Yeah, I mean, it sets up a lot of momentum for summer. The fact you're already on a win streak, if you're able to take down Gen.G and KT towards the end of the split, really gives you a sort of nice direction when you go into practice towards summer.
Yeah, and, the earlier a team faces us, the luckier they are. The whole spring is a scrim is actually coming into effect with how well they are playing here at the end. The KT roller coaster is flying high. They're looking for revenge, which, by the way, KT did lose for Kwangdong's first win of round 1.
Yeah, and at the time, I believe Kwangdong was 0-4 going into that series, and then got a pretty significant upset. So definitely KT wanting to prove that they are in a better spot than they were at the early stages of the split.
Showdown of the B family, mid laners, Rising Star Bulldog versus Veteran BDD. Bulldog recently playing 2 games of Aurelion Sol. He is the only one to do it here in the LCK so far. Will we see it again? Is a good question. I think BDD is a very strong player. We stood in the way of Gen.G. Why not KT too? Definitely, even though they can't make playoffs, this is still a huge match for Kwangdong.
Yeah, and I think as well that matchup we saw last time, the Tristana mid that came out from Bulldog, honestly ran rampant. So I feel like it was pretty significant then. It is going to be significant here. We need to see KT make sure they have a decent matchup.
Absolutely. Kwangdong with their famous Bite It masks, as they will be looking to bite it once again on the Rift tonight. And Moham, once again, coming out here to play. He had some interesting play recently, but I feel like, if we can get him onto some more engaged supports, which have been on the up and up, perhaps it will look a little bit better down there in the laning phase, at least.
Yeah, not so hot in the ash, but definitely a player who has been part of the journey as Kwangdong have had this big win streak. So in the right matchup, can show what he can do. But
yeah,
take a look at that.
Yeah, we just get the fan signs, of course, as they're saying basically, looking towards tomorrow, looking towards summer for Kwangdong Freaks.
Yeah, I mean, I've been in Korea since Monday, so not quite had a chance to learn the language, so I'm relying on you for all the translations.
That's all good. As Lehen's gonna bring out the thumbs down up against Kwangdong. And for KT, in my mind, we were talking about this actually on the way over, like, they're a team that's either going to crush them or they're going to take the 2-0 loss. I feel like they're not a very middling team. They're either going to, perform at their best or they're going to fall apart. So I'm curious which one we get today.
Yeah, and I think, talking to Lehens, if there's anyone in this roster who I feel like makes such a big impact, I really feel like it's him. If he can be enabled, if he can get out on the map, I'll be looking for him to sort of set things in the right direction and go for the 2-0 rather than the 0-2.
Sign on the left actually says the real name of Lehens, please get revenge for round 1, and also please win. As the key player matchup is going to be in the mid lane here between Bulldog and BDD.
Yeah, and this matchup, as we said before, was super impactful. Last time they went head-to-head. I think it will really tell the story here, especially as we've seen the meta shift a bit away prior to this, we had that 2v2 bot lane was the focus. The jungler would come down for 3v3s. Mid has been much more important recently. Picks like Talia, super impactful at also impacting those side lanes.
Bulldog, in their win over Gen G, stated that it was the happiest day of his life. And so far, exactly. Because you never know, maybe if they can take down KT, he will be even happier. I'm very curious to see how this is going to go. BDD actually had some rough damage per gold stats, which I thought was pretty interesting. He's actually 10th in the league, even though in our minds, he is definitely up there with some of the best mid laners. So just curious about that stat. Maybe just some, too much Talia and TF played, perhaps. Not 100% sure.
Yeah, it can sometimes be champ dependent, right? Certain champions, you might end up getting a lot of gold, but you're not just pumping out loads of damage. There are some champs who have really hugely inflated damage numbers, like Aurelion Sol, I think, is an example of a champion who can really pump those stats. So, yeah, BDD, I think he's had some strong performances through the split. There was definitely a couple of weeks where he really looked on top, but I feel like consistency hasn't always been in his favor. And especially going into playoffs, you do want to show that you are on form.
Yeah, and the win is going to matter in a huge manner. They need to get a 2-0 as well to have any chance of getting into third place. And yeah, they got to start it off here as getting a look at all the different players. Everybody actually looking a bit nervous on the side of KT, not 100% sure. Might just be focused, but either way, on the side of Kwangdong, the pressure isn't quite the same, right? Because, of course, they'd like to win, but they're going to have fun doing it at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to have fun with this series. We also have the latest series, which should be a lot of fun as well, but yeah. I think everyone's ready for that one, but yeah, I think for me, there is kind of a recipe for Kwangdong coming up against KT. I think the mid we've already highlighted the mid matchup, but the mid jungle in particular, I feel like Youngjae has been someone who, when he's hitting his peaks, can really do well, especially in the early game, and up against Cuz, that's why he's had some weaknesses. But the big thing as well is making sure Lehens doesn't get to open out on the map. I feel like the meta has shifted more towards these engage supports, where someone like Lehens, who's so good at roaming, can make a big impact. But even on picks like Karma, we've seen like the level 3 top lane gank come out, which has been very effective.
Lehens just does whatever he wants. He is kind of a wild card in a good way from the support role. And let's see what side Kwangdong Freaks decide on selecting. It will be blue side, not too surprising, although some teams have been selecting red side. We saw Gen G do it yesterday, and worked for them. But I think as a whole, we're wanting to see blue side.
Yeah, I think there's still a lot of power picks that you get the advantage of on blue side. Obviously, reacting on red can be pretty valuable. It'd be interesting to see, because we are on 13.5. We have seen the meta shift a little bit. Some picks like Kennen have come out really prominently, but a lot of the bans still the same. I'd say the one exception is Ashe, as Ashe has started to get through the ban phase and get picked up a lot more than we saw in the previous patch.
See, Cassante bans here on the red side. That is not normal, but Dudu has been very strong on this champion, and it's been seeing more and more prio nowadays, so they're actually going to ban it away, which means that something like an Ashe, like a Caitlyn, will have to go through. Yeah,
I mean, one of Ashe and Caitlyn are through. We do see that Karma banned away from Lehens, obviously something we just talked about, him having a big impact. They will target the Ashe. I'm not sure you necessarily need to go for an early prio Caitlyn, but it looks like Kwangdong are going to look towards that. We have seen things like the Kennen hugely prioritized yesterday, but they are going to lock that Caitlyn in. Obviously, expectation is to pair it with something like the Lux, so KT can sort of react to both sides of the bot lane now. You have a pretty small pool of champions that go with that Caitlyn.
Yeah. Jinx up and coming in the meta with some buffs on the recent patch of 13.5. Could be the way to go. I mean, aiming has been fantastic on stuff like Ezreal and some of these later game carries, so he is going to pick up the Jinx and the Sejuani.
Yeah, Jinx got buffs which have made her show up a little bit more, but obviously just traditionally into the Caitlyn, you have that long range. It's a matchup we've often seen picked into as something that can handle that. And just taking the junglers here, expectation for Kwangdong is they're going to take that Lux, and you're going to want to secure it through the next ban phase, so it does mean that KT can react to it on that third pick before we go to the second rotation of bans. They were hovering that Wukong to match the jungle pick, but haven't opted to lock it in, so we'll see Kwangdong give themselves a little bit more time to think about what they want. But looks like they are just going to go for the jungle here. I would expect KT to pick a support. but oh, this could be the
Oh,
Blitzcrank again.
Do it. Yes, he's gonna do it again.
Locks it in, and this is the thing, if you take that Caitlyn, if you're on blue side, it gives you opportunity to react, and Lehens, we talked about how much impact he can make with roams, but also in lane, he has been a monster on the Blitzcrank, and there are 2 good targets in that bot lane to hit with those grabs. You catch one of them, they're just dead.
Pretty much. You just catch him, you throw him up in the air, there's chompers right underneath him when they come down. It's another way to play Caitlyn Lux, except with Blitzcrank, right? And what I mean by that is obviously Caitlyn Lux, you hit a binding, you hit a trap, they're dead, right? So just CC them until they die. It's definitely a bit of a theme nowadays.
I mean, death is the greatest CC. Very effective.
True.
We also started to see some bans come through. I actually like the Yone ban from Kwangdong. We talked about the importance of that mid-jungle, particularly when you have volatile bot lanes like this. You want to have a mid who's going to be able to have pressure, and the pairing of the Yone with the Sejuani can be really effective. We do see that LeBlanc, since the changes to make her farming a bit easier, has shown up a bit more. That is banned away. Pick like Talia is still open and available as a possibility, and I think as well Kwangdong definitely would be happy with that one. We'll see what they opt to go for, though. One more ban towards KT. Do they go for another melee mid or in a different direction? They actually go for that Kennen that we've seen so much priority on.
Yeah, I think especially with how strong it is and how strong Keen is nowadays, that's a pretty deadly combo. And although they haven't focused a lot on the top bands here for a good reason, still, I think taking the Kennen away in this case is pretty good, as maybe... What do you think about an Aatrox here?
He did get some minor buffs on the patch, but we'll see what they go for. They go for the Renekton, so a lot of power with the Renekton Sejuani. The fact that you can very easily just double stun a target does mean they have some playthrough options there. And also, I mean, presumably this is going top lane, but it means they are leaving BDD's pick. They want to make sure he has a good matchup. They understand the importance. Not going to go for a blind pick cast-in like they did the last time these two teams matched up.
Yeah, times have changed. I think he might just go onto the Talia if it's left open. And I say that, they do take it away. So Talia, just a decent blind pick, and you also take it away from BDD.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty strong one. If Blitzcrank walks up, you can potentially threaten him. Good against Sejuani and Renekton at keeping them at bay, and has that Rowan potential. So BDD, you want to look for a pick potentially here that can allow you to flourish in the 2v2, because if you don't put Talia down, you will be able to impact the map. So you do thinking about what he wants to play here. He will just go for the Gnar, so fairly safe in the Renekton. Obviously, if they do catch you in mini form, Sejuani Renekton will be able to kill you, will be able to dive. I do feel like the bot lane focus will be a more pressing issue in this game, and now we get to see what BDD wants to take in this situation. If he's going to opt towards a melee mid to pair up, maybe something like the Silas could be a possibility. Actually go in for the Veigar instead. So, bit of scaling in the mid lane, not as much pressure, and that is something to think about. We've talked about the importance of the bot lane. A Veigar isn't a great champ to get priority and move. It is going to be in Kwangdong's favor, and they may be able to play through this Kate Lux a bit more effectively.
Yeah, I do agree. I think that Kwangdong, with this mid matchup, should be able to make some stuff work. We'll see what Cuz can get going early on, though. And as the game comes along, Veigar and Blitz and Sejuani, like, you have so much CC and zone control. It is going to be kind of disgusting as it does come down to it. Now you are up against Caitlyn Lux and Talia, who should have some pretty good range and a decent ability to avoid you. But other than that, we'll see if KT can land those hooks and some of those cages.
Yeah, I think if KT can get bot lane into comfortable position, get Lehens roaming, or just get to team fights, I think all of these are pretty good for them. But we talked before about how for Kwangdong, you want to be looking to get an advantage in that jungle matchup, and the fact you have a stronger mid-jungle here, that could pay dividends, because sometimes weaker in that area.
Well, this is here, I believe recently he's gotten a little bit sick, so he's actually not in the studio, but he's watching, is what that said. And I'm sure he is from home, as that is crossing out the KT and saying, bite it.
Yeah, this one's pretty self-explanatory. I managed to get the interpretation of that one, hoping for a Kwangdong win. And as far as the draft goes, I feel like this is enough. Not necessarily means they are going to win, but enough tools to go into it.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely some nice range and some nice poke options there from the side of Kwangdong Freaks, whereas we're getting down and dirty here on the side of KT. But guys, game number 1 is all loaded up. Let's hop into the Rift for that game number 1. Here we are for game number 1. Match 85. You got here right on time, Ox. Thank you so much.
Yeah, but better late than never. You know, everyone else working like 6-day weeks, and I'm just chilling at home watching. Yeah, nice to finally be here. I was hoping maybe we'd see a bit more level 1. You know, you have a Blitzcrank, that's always like a recipe to make something happen, but it looks like just getting some early information there. Bulldog playing very respectfully, which I think makes sense.
Bulldog just going to cover in there. There's a ward on the red buff. Bulldog going for the unsealed spellbook version of the Taliyah. We've seen a couple of different things, the first strike even coming out, but unsealed spellbook making a big comeback in the mid lane, both laners having it.
I think as well, it's got quite a lot of value. We saw this a fair bit when there was things like Ari into Lissandra, where you take TP and then Spellbook so you'd have Cleanse. I think particularly into the composition of KT, you want to have Cleanse later in the game, and Spellbook does give you that option while still having TP for earlier on.
Speaking of Cleanse, Taeyun has it as well, so we're happy about that. Even Aiming's got it. I was, last week I made a joke. I think it was off camera, but I'm like, soon everybody's just going to take Cleanse because there's just so much lockdown and stun and CC in the game right now with the drafts that we see that, it's going to have value on pretty much anybody.
It's a very strong summoner, a lot of value in a lot of these situations, and as you said, tons of CC going through. And now, just talked a bit about the jungle path that we do see Cuz pathing down towards the bot side. Going to be a bit later here, but you'd expect the Caitlyn Lux to have that pressure early. Did get some poke down on Aiming, and unsurprisingly going to have that level 2 first. I think for KT, in the isolated 2v2, unless Lehens gets like a godlike grab, it's probably just going to be favored towards Kwangdong. It's really waiting for the jungler to turn up when you can transition it into something more. And interestingly enough, Young Jay's pathing up towards that top side, so he's not going to be here to help. But if we look at the wave, this is pushing in. This is going to leave them a little bit exposed.
Yeah, definitely will be. We know that Lehens is not scared to flash in and do something crazy. You never know what to expect from this player. And if they can read the situation in the lane state, might see something happening here in a moment. Now, Kwangdong do have the 1 ward, and they're going to put down a 2nd ward. Looks like they're pinging the brush, but that's not the correct brush where they actually put it.
Yeah, I feel like Kwangdong really want this wave to crash here, so they can let it bounce, have a little bit of space. Obviously, that ward is actually close to timing out as well, so if Cuz moves in here, this could be a really good gank timing, but it looks like they will be able to get the wave to crash. You should just be able to actually replace that ward as well, so keeping up the pressure, but making sure they have the cover so Cuz can't make anything happen, at least not right now.
Yeah. And they might think like, hey, they put it in this ward or this brush right here, which looks like they do have one now. So he might try to go around it, but there is a ward in the tri-brush, but he is going to go all the way around.
Yeah, this is really smart.
And now, already
you're a bit overextended there.
In a rough spot, you're going to get flashed on. Moham going to get grabbed in as well, and that is such an easy first blood. Handed over to Cuz in the bottom lane.
Yeah, really smart move from Cuz, and really good setup from Lehens. Flashes for the knockup, doesn't allow Moham to even flash, and then because it's a melee champion in the support role, you stack up that Sejuani passive. There was just nothing you could do.
Yeah, pretty straightforward stuff. The wave bounced, but they were not in a position either way as, Lehens just pushing him back. They're just going to go for a back here. Top lane, first time we've looked at it. This is just the way this is going to go. Keen and BDD have been part of the reason why this team, KT, is having so much success nowadays in my mind. But let's take a look at the replay.
Yeah, I mean, at the point where you see Cuz, it's too late. And they end up going for Moham in this situation. Obviously, he doesn't have the cleanse, it's a bit close as well, but there's just nothing you can do in that situation. Burning a summoner would just be a waste.
Yeah, like maybe you could flash early, but that's also very risky with the Sejuani behind you.
I think if you flash early, then maybe they just go for Taeyun as well.
Yeah.
So. just take the death. I think as well that is one positive to it. The fact that they've maintained summoners is pretty big, because if you go down summoners against the Blitzcrank, that's when it starts to snowball really.
Yeah. So they are going to avoid the snowball and save their flash for next time. Mid lane, I believe we're just going to be farming this one out, but already a kill into the jungle means that Cuz should be hitting level 6 earlier, can have some pressure from there. As Lehens, you talked about these roams, he's now in mid lane.
Yeah, just provide some pressure here. I think they're trying to get the wave pushed in, actually using the minion dematerializer, because obviously Veigar not the best at finding prio, but they want to play for this dragon, but Guangdong are contesting.
Okay, they're just going to get the hook here onto Youngjae, who does have to Warrior Trickster away, so doesn't really have, you know, a forward foot or a chance to really fight over this Drake.
Yeah, I think trying to get the setup, I think it made sense, but KT not feeling it, and they will just back away on that one. I think it makes sense. It'd be a bit risky to go for it, especially when Youngjae was in the area, so they'll just go back to their lanes. Once more, we do see Taeyun and Mohan. Mohan pushing in quite heavily, but Hex Flash is available for Lehens, and he's kind of just going to hover in this position quite a lot and wait for them to step up.
Here we go. Hex Flash over the wall. But it's okay. Moham has Flash. We're all good. Also, Youngjae is here.
Yeah, he's got the real Flash, right? He doesn't need Hex Flash.
Yeah. Youngjae is here, but so is Cuz. It's like, thank you for killing that plant. I'll take some of these. Thank you very much.
Feels so tense whenever there's a Blitzcrank. You know, just one grab, and that can be it. And Lehens is just permanently playing around this position, sweeping the vision away, making sure there's no opportunity for Guangdong to get a ward down there. And we are starting to see both junglers play down towards the bot side a fair bit. Obviously, Youngjae did path towards the top side early, but didn't really get anything done with it.
And there was a ward replaced here. It's not going to be a control ward, but now KT feel like they have enough control to go for this Drake. And it looks like they're just going to have Cuz solo it here after denying a lot of the vision that was on this Drake pit.
There is mid prio though for Bulldog, so I feel like we just KT just stop and start with this dragon. Nothing really coming from it yet. And things, you know, obviously we got that earlier Fierce Blood, but things have slowed down a fair bit since then.
Lens just Hex flashing in front of the bottom.
He's getting a lot of value out of that.
Yeah.
Just constantly charging it up.
Yeah, you never know. You kind of have to like take one step back when he is charging that up, but Taeyun just walked into him and shot him in with the headshot. So
no fear.
Yeah, pretty nice. As still waiting, maybe Cuz is going to start the Drake again. Yes, he will, in fact.
Daytime lucky?
Yeah, I mean, this time the Lux isn't here. Mid lanes went back, so maybe you can just rush it down and not have to worry about prio at all.
Yeah, pretty good timing, honestly, with the resets coming in. Definitely fishing around for this one a while. They really wanted to secure this dragon fairly early. They will lock that in, and it is going to be a Cloud next. So I feel like the downside of the early Drake is that, you know, it's not going to be Hextech Soul, which is fantastic, but it is also not going to be a Cloud Soul, so still some decent ones available.
And aiming, we actually saw there off camera, we saw the very end of it, but he actually rocketed Taeyun to stop his back, so might mess with the timing of that one as a nice little play will happen onto BDD, who's now looking to get this going onto Moham. Does throw the ult in, but Moham just kind of walks away.
Yeah, a bit ambitious. I feel like that's a thing with the Veigar is obviously you get more AP as the game goes on. It's not just clear about the item breakpoints. I think maybe overestimated his damage, but definitely scared Moham away, and that's what's important.
What's important is showing them who's boss, right? You know, BDD wants to say, hey, I'm the boss in the mid lane. I'm going to ult you because I can.
Don't come mid again, right? I don't have that many stacks, but later on, I will kill you for this, so be careful.
Yeah. We're seeing Merc Treads first again. Good purchase against Veigar out of Bulldog.
Yeah, Veigar and Sejuani. A lot of stuns, as we were sort of talking about the cleanse earlier. It is now Veigar without flash, though, so potentially you can maybe capitalize on that later, but right now it's the Herald being started up. But Lehens is roaming to try and match.
Lehens is so threatening on this Blitzcrank as, okay, Rocket gonna come in as, yeah, looks like they do want to challenge here, but should be Youngjae getting the smite, but let's see, in he goes, but no, it is gonna go the way of Youngjae, I believe, as they're just trying to turn onto Youngjae either way. Big silence onto multiple members, as down will go the Wukong. Dudu now on the run, has the Mega Gnar, and he is just going to be able to walk away from this one.
Yeah, it felt like really Kwangdong weren't ready for the fight. They got the Herald, but they kind of seemed quite started, and for the side of KT, they came in and they had a clear plan, but still, I would say a positive trade for Kwangdong, the fact that they secured the Herald.
Yeah, going to be a big objective this early on. As, by the way, Lehens is in the top lane, as it feels like even Jonas Strong didn't expect that one. Nice little dive gank from Lehens on level 6 Blitzcrank.
I mean, he bought the Moby Boots. This is what he does best, and this is the problem. You know, they are starting to punish in the bot lane, get some plates, but when Lehens is free to roam,
Ult is down, so it's part of why he got so low.
Cuz is the support now. They're switching it up, right? Lehens is the jungler, and Cuz is playing support.
A nice little swap. Maybe Lehens should have gone for Unsealed Spellbook so he could get Smite too. But not going to make much happen. As we're going to take another look at what happened here on the Rift Herald.
Yeah, and actually it was close to Youngjae not actually collecting the eye, I think, because he was stunned for quite a while. And then just before he dies, he manages to grab it. Because I think once he's gone, no one else is getting back in to pick that up. So quite fortunate he was able to take it. And it's a Hex Flash again. The tech coming in from Lehens.
It's a great rune. And he just gets in there, tanks it all up. Keen barely has to do
기나 나 이거
anything.
막문대만 하면 볼 수 있어. 한번 볼까 기나?
I'm going to go
예플
for
있지?
it.
어?
He has flash, right?
Yeah, pretty
Nice.
straightforwards. I think that's a thing as well. A lot of playing these sort of long-range grab champions, it's about playing it smartly, and a lot of the times we've seen Lehens just walk up, get the knock-up, guarantee the grab, and there's really not much you can do, especially when you are a mini Gnar.
Yeah, he heard Lehens asked if he had flash, but like, doesn't matter, because even if he flashes, you're just gonna probably get grabbed, and it's not gonna be a fun time, so. Yeah. Nice angle from Lehens, and that's getting now multiple lanes into a good spot. Although, it's bottom lane, Taeyeon and Moham have been able to gain a slight gold advantage with, well, at least from the 80 carry role, with some of the plates and the extra CS they have picked up.
Yeah, it's not super significant, and maybe that's a bit of a concern for Kwangdong, because KT as a whole are ahead, and this bot lane hasn't paid too much dividends, and Lehens has started roaming, so this is kind of how KT wanted to play this game out from the draft.
Yeah, and it's going to be all about vision denial down here in the bottom side. You see that Cuz and Lehens are trying to put 2 and 2 together on that, as Bulldog is running into the river. Just going to put down a cage, and it doesn't look like KT really want to take that fight with the position of their bottom lane, so they will just back away after the cage.
Just
Oh, the hook over the wall! Oh no! As Youngjae gonna get stunned up, does get over the wall with his Warrior Trickster, but the flash and ult, Cuz not gonna miss that one.
all that mobility, and he still couldn't get away. Great grab from Lehens, and then Cuz there to follow, and
Dude, what's going on here? He's really playing with fire on this one. Really wanted to push the lane in, I guess.
a bit of limit testing there, but does survive. But obviously, Dragon now going to pay off for KT. We're going to see what Solar is, but have 2 in the pocket already.
Ocean.
Impactful. Full Ocean.
Ocean!
Oh.
I'm pretty good at this.
How does he do it?
I have some experience.
Yeah, you didn't
in
arrive on
fortune
Monday.
telling.
You've been here for quite a while.
Exactly. We have been having a lot of Ocean Souls recently. Strangely enough, it's been like Ocean and Hextech, at least in Challengers. Let's take another look here. Pretty straightforward.
What you can do. Did try everything, you know, use the flash, use the ult to try and get out, but still caught away by Cuz with that ultimate at the end. Herald has been placed down mid, but they might be able to...
Oh, they even have a smite here. I think they're going to get it in range, and that early Herald that they got ends up just being food
And actually,
for KT.
I think when Youngjae was pathing towards bot, he wanted to Herald bot. Because bear in mind, this is after 14 minutes. You obviously wanted to get the plate, so I think the plan was to take bot tier 1. Him dying interrupted that, so he just slams it mid, but the fact they don't even get anything, a bit of a disaster. We were talking about the Herald play before and being like, oh, well, you died, but it's worth it, you got the Herald. Not so much.
No, definitely not in this case, as now it's pretty much 18,000 gold lead for the side of KT. You see where their gold is? A lot of it is actually on the top side of the map, and Lehens, of course. Cuz actually going for this very early Warmogs in this case.
mean, just a lot of HP. Does mean if he gets poked down, he can sort of soak up traps, take a headshot from Caitlyn, heal it back up. But honestly, most of the time you need to have control of an area before you can set up that trap line. I feel like Kwangdong are losing control of this game. Nice. It might get worse.
Okay, this looks kind of weird for KT, I think, but they're just going to kill Moham as there's nowhere for him to go. Rocket to the faces, down goes the Blitz, and now we've got everybody in the bottom lane with a couple of TPs. It's a double kill now for the Jinxes. Even Taehoon's getting out of this one. We might just have a 4-kill side for the side of KT here as the cage goes down on the turret. That is going to be the end. 3 kills fed over to the Jinx.
So good for KT. We were talking about how the only lead Kwangdong had was in that AD carry role. Well, not anymore. Felt like Kwangdong expected something. You know, they had their jungler waiting in the wings, but KT were ready for the counter. And also the initial setup, fantastic from Cuz with that ultimate, able to pick off Moham, and then the rest followed.
And Lahen's, he's looking for more. I mean, gonna throw this one out as, oh, the angle on that one is very unfortunate for Dudu as he does have flash and will be forced to use it. Just making matters worse here for the side of Kwangdong Freaks.
Yeah, you know, I'd be SS pinging bot lane if I was Dudu in that situation. I'm like, why is there a Blitzcrank here?
Well, let's take a look at how this happens again.
Yeah, and I think the big thing is it's hard to initiate on the Caitlyn with Cleanse or the Wukong, but they land it on the Lux, such an easy target to follow up on. Does take a bit for the kill, but then reset starts to come in with the Jinx. Veigar's managed to match the Talia roam, which is pretty great from BDD because he just takes out the Wukong, and then here, lethal tempo stacked, got the resets, aiming is just free firing.
Yeah, I mean, they're already ahead, and like you mentioned, Veigar was running down first, and Bulldog actually had to wall to get there at the same time. And so they ended up arriving at the same time after Moham was already dead. And you're trading supports, like Caitlyn's in a really rough spot, Youngjae couldn't get the front foot for cycloning onto the Jinx, so then you've just got front to back with aiming doing the majority of the damage. And Caitlyn basically just running. So second Red Herald will go the way of KT, as we do have a relatively low bounty turret in the bottom lane already.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of the point we're at with Kwangdong, right? Caitlyn Lux often want to get ahead. Obviously, hasn't been able to happen, but bounties are now available, so hopefully can start to pick up some of those. There is something to be said that next dragon, ocean dragons aren't like super valuable individually, so maybe you sacrifice third dragon, try and trade across the map, maybe pick up the tower top or mid.
Don't even spawn the Elder. Just like let it sit. You don't even want that to
Yeah, I mean, maybe KT do that. They just let it sit. Don't spawn the Elder. They don't want to have a peanut situation.
Still fresh in our minds from last week.
I think the term is scarred into my memory.
Oh, yes, that also works.
When I close my eyes, I see the play.
Yeah, I just can't get it out of my head. And now Kwangdong, they basically just have to sit back and try to farm it up, but pretty rough when you don't have any vision. And like I mentioned before, vision is going to be even more valuable if you are KT. And for Kwangdong, of course, because they need to see stuff like blitz hooks, like I said, Sejuani coming out of the brush.
Yeah, I mean, especially with how Lahen's been playing with X-Flash. And speaking to someone in the brush, Keena's moved up. They are wanting to play for this mid-tower Herald coming in, but Kwangdong have at least brought members to defend.
Yeah, I mean, they have 4 people here. They still could try to go for this, but Taehoon holding on to the cleanses. Look at how tanky Cuz is. This is ridiculous. As he finally goes down and gives the shutdown to Taehoon of all people.
I mean, I was thinking, how tanky is he? Exactly that tanky. That is exactly how much damage Kwangdong had, and it's exactly as much damage as they needed now. Dragon alive, an objective bounty available. They can move towards this, but Dudu might be called out. Should be okay.
Yeah, and Kwangdong are going to say, okay, let's take this Drake. We essentially deserve this one after winning the last fight and taking out the jungler, as here comes a rocket. Not going to steal it.
I remember that was one of the buffs they gave to Jinx. The threshold got moved from 800 damage on the epic monsters to 1,200 to match the smite. So obviously didn't happen there, but something to be aware of when these potential steals do come in. We get the replay here. Try to go for the engage, but I think Lahen's just couldn't get close enough to follow up with the grab. And then Cuz here, slowly walking out, thinking he's okay, but the damage just enough to finish him off. And I think, you know, just like we were baited by his tankiness, he also was baited a bit by his own tankiness.
Yeah. Notes here that he did go for the plated steel caps. Probably has unflinching. But actually...
Looked like he flinched there.
Yeah, looks like he was flinching a little bit in this one. But we'll see what ends up happening. As very tanky in that last one, but not tanky enough. He is still very far ahead in the jungle, though. As 500 bounty gold given over to the side of Kwangdong Freaks after the last
And on the
play.
Caitlyn as well. I think a big thing... All hands... Not able to find it. I think a big thing is the fact that defending that mid tier 1 is so significant, because if that breaks, it allows KT to push further into your own jungle, start to threaten those tier 2s, start to get more control, and it's so hard to face check against this KT team, because although Wukong can do a decent job, it's still super scary against the Blitzcrank, against the Sejuani, against the Veigar, so keeping that tier 1 mid alive means that Kwangdong can still make that Baron a bit trickier for KT to take.
Yeah, still counts for a lot of the vision that you will have on the map as the Zap and the Rocket. It is a lot here as we do see a ton of damage going on to Lahens. He gets caught on the side of the box here, though, does Taeyun, so he will have to cleanse.
Playing with fire a little bit there. Taeyun does end up having to burn the cleanse, but thought he saw the kill angle onto Lahens. Lahens actually going for the Everfrost, I believe, with the build. You know, get the extra follow-up, land the grab. Able to root them after that, has actually finished it now.
Yeah.
But sitting on a lost chapter wasn't super tanky, and you could see the angle from Taeyun thinking he could finish him off.
Yeah. It's kind of funny, Lahens has gone for this build, I believe, 3 times now when he plays Blitzcrank. The only player so far to play Blitzcrank, by the way. This is his third game and
when you're
the third game.
When you're the only player playing it, you set the builds.
Yeah, exactly.
You decide.
And the build apparently is Everfrost. And what do you think? Cosmic Drive next? A little burst damage in there?
Get the full combo, get all the AP.
Look at that. Flash on in. Lahens is not scared to trade flashes with the enemy AD carry. In fact, he would love to do that.
You know, he doesn't see it as losing his... Oh.
Okay, that is a very scary Croc on top of Dudu here as the sun comes in, and a Rocket is going to Rocket aiming ahead once again. He is now 4-0.
Yeah, Dudu just a bit overextended there. And the thing is, you know, if they commit members down the bot side, it normally would set a potential of like a Baron talk, but they're just not in any position to start it. And now, again...
They're going to really mess up that clone.
That's the thing, right? Lahens burned his flash, but I don't think he sees it that way. He sees it as activating his Hex Splash.
Absolutely.
Now has that enabled.
I mean, jokes aside, it's going to be so much value, right? Like, you take away Taeyun's splash, now he doesn't have it here, he almost gets caught by a Event Horizon.
Burnt Young Jay's W, right? So that's on cooldown for a few seconds.
Bulldog traps himself against the wall, has to let the wall down, and
yeah,
a little bit of silliness.
You could see, obviously, trying to make an effort to protect the mid tier 1, but unable to. And yeah, here Dudu, I think, posturing for something, but realistically, just ends up overextended. And he may have still had the damage to finish him off here, but that Rocket did a lot.
Yeah, better to get the gold onto the Jinx anyway, as aiming is nearly at 3 items.
He was aiming, and then he was hitting.
Yeah, he aimed and fired. That's what he does. Makes a lot of sense when he's playing Jinx, of course. As, yeah, we'll be going for the IE next. And he's very close to it. Not quite able to get there, as now Moham's just going to flash. One Event Horizon.
Yep.
Just gathering flashes.
And that it's so scary as well, because even though the Lux isn't the most valuable champ on Kwangdong, the Lux is the one with the ward. So if Moham does go down or has to walk up the ward, suddenly you're going to just not be able to have any vision established. You can see a lot of the vision from Kwangdong is towards that Baron, but KT are setting up around that Dragon. I'm going to be honest, I think Kwangdong should just give this up.
Yeah.
It's just their Dragon, you secured that one earlier, fantastic, but if you face check here, someone is going to go down, and it is not going to be pretty.
Taeyun's also, like, you know, a couple items away from his IE, right? A couple of components as they do step up to the side of KT, who are just throwing down everything into Bulldog. Grab going to miss. As you know, Kwangdong actually making a stand here in mid lane, have gotten priority at this point in time, but they do not have any vision really on this Drake as it stands.
Oh, the problem here is Dudu's Mega Gnar now, so you can see KT respecting it. That's going to time out in a second, and I don't think they'll be so respectful after that. Bulldog's flash going down, that passage to play, Moham as well. A lot of immobile champions without their flashes now.
Cuz just backing away as they try to regroup here as...
Oh, Keen, I think looking for a TP angle, maybe.
Yeah, the TP was coming in. That was weird. Okay,
Oh, sorry,
he is
that was
actually...
BDD.
Yeah. So BDD does make it down. And do they even know? Like, do they have any idea that he might be in this brush? I guess not. Is Youngjae just going to flash? Oh, wait,
another one.
The second flash in the last minute that BDD has collected with an E.
He's just been in plenty. And now I think there's no way you can test this.
Here it is. No clone this time, as finally he will at the end. Even Cyclones. So now we're collecting Cyclones.
A lot bin. I feel like surely at this point, Kwangdong should say, okay, it's just an Ocean Dragon. Let it go.
Oh, man. Taeyun, he has cleanse, elects not to use it there as they throw something in onto Moham. The grab comes in, and that is the most deadlocks we have seen in a long time. As there was just no escape for him as, well, they tried their best, Ox, but yeah, it wasn't good enough.
I gotta be honest, I think maybe Kwangdong should be happy that they only lost a Lux. I really thought that was gonna go quite a bit worse with how much they were staying around that Dragon.
Well, they lost 2 flashes and a Cyclone, too.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is now, if KT started playing towards that Baron, a lot of summoners not available for Kwangdong, and we'll see that replay here. BDD with a great cage, but I don't think anyone was quite ready to follow up on it. But then the ulted, it's such an easy target. The Lux, Lehens get the max range grab to follow up, and not much you can do.
Yeah, it's pretty straightforward. I mean, they don't even need to use any summoners to make that happen. And the teams, they kind of operate similarly, except Blitz does it in melee range, whereas Moham is trying to throw out bindings, they're trying to get seismic shoves, they're trying to get people to land onto a trap and then essentially just poke them down. But I think from this position where you're behind as well, definitely not a good spot to be fighting over the Ocean Drake.
Yeah, I feel like even if you hit a binding, no one on KT dies. You know, maybe if you have all the follow-up, but like a grab and it's just guaranteed someone's going down, especially the squishier members. Do you pick up that objective bounty in the bot lane? The gold lead is 5,000 in favor of KT and hasn't really done much to close that gap.
Yeah, I like the look from KT in this game 1. You know, right from the get-go, they pick up the Blitzcrank. They're like, no, this is actually just a powerful pick. We're going to play it with Jinx. Why not? And they're playing really well. Everybody's playing as a team. This is what I wanted to see out of KT because, like I said before, either they play really solidly like this and they get the 2-0, or they're kind of like falling apart. They're not, you know, very focused. So I'm glad to see this look from the side of KT.
And they need a 2-0. I think that's the thing to hit on. You know, late in the season, sometimes you get to the point where games don't matter much, but it is important for KT to secure that so that they can potentially have choice of who they're playing in the first round of playoffs. Just a reminder for anyone, after yesterday's results, KT cannot make second, so they cannot make it into the second round where they would have that safety net. So obviously, want to try and pick their opponent out of Sandbox and Honor Life, give themselves the best odds.
As setting up on the Baron now, as you mentioned, at least Moham's got his flash back, but Youngjae does not have his. Bulldog is a bit away.
By burning their flashes, now they're back up again, right?
Calculated.
Yeah, there's the payoff, and this is part of the problem. The vision controls in the area, it's hard to face check, but they will use that scrying orb. KT, they can just back away and keep burning those scryers until there's not left.
They could, but a little bit, because he's going to go in by himself, and yes, he is extremely tanky. He's locked down for what feels about like 2 hours, as in the side lane, Dudu's not winning these anymore, as he might even die. So close as to flash over the wall, and Keen is going to put him in the death chamber. Now 0-3, not able to stand up to Keen.
Devastating there for Kwangdong. The fact they lose their top laner, Keen is going to be in a position where he recalls. He's TPing in, they're going for this Baron.
Hold on. Okay, just going to flash away.
Oh, all those flashes that came back. We're seeing them again.
And I guess now Lehens doesn't have his, right? Well, we're just going to turn here onto Moham, who now he's going to have to burn his flash.
That's not your side of the map, by the way, Moham. Those aren't your towers.
But look at this. He is calculatively... That's not a word. But he's going to allow his team to get the objective bounty in mid. What a play.
With get a tier 1 as well. I'm sure when that passage of play started, Moham thought, this is how it'll go.
Oh, there's a lot of damage on a Keen, and this is what I was talking about. You get CC'd on the side of KT as well. You will be burned down. And also, you know,
Yeah.
plays Steel Caps here
Back
on
up.
Keen.
Dudu's back up and TPing in.
Yeah.
That's actually enough to stop the Baron, so Keen gets a huge play in the side lane and then kind of messes up there getting caught out. And we are starting to see, you know, the binding doesn't mean an immediate kill, but if enough CC follows up, eventually someone can die. Okay, that was the moment where Dudu messed up. I was like, let's watch what happened here. Let's see how he got into this.
Yeah.
That hop forwards, I think,
That was the moment.
diagnosed it.
Yeah, it was pretty straightforward, you know.
Don't do that.
Yeah, he went to the doctor. He's like, "You have a cold." Oh, is it that obvious? Yes. Well, yeah. Don't hop forward into the Renekton that you're losing to. So, ace in the hole here. Clean this one up. SEC seed for basically forever.
300 stacks about for BDD. Picking up the Rabadons, so just under 864 AP. That is, I believe the term is rather a lot.
Yes, quite a decent amount. Yeah.
So coming up to the fight for Ocean Soul, and this is the one where I feel like Kwangdong, especially with these bulkier members on the side of KT, giving them this Ocean Soul would make things harder. I don't think it makes it impossible. It's not the strongest soul, but
I feel like KT should just set up on Baron.
good potential.
Say like, okay, you can take this Ocean Drake if you want.
BGG was trying to block and then just walked out the way and let him take it.
Yeah, Aiming did take a pretty sizable chunk. As now, okay, they are going to play for this Ocean Soul. They feel like it is valuable enough to just play straight up on this one, set up on this, and look for picks. As there's the pick onto the Wukong, as he cannot even Warrior Trickster. The CC to 100 to 0. And what are you going to do is now the front line is just taking Sedge ults to the face as they will have to give away this Ocean Soul.
And I think it's pretty simple what to do after that. Jungler dead for another 30 seconds. I think they go to the Purple Whim.
Pretty straightforward. As literally just walking across as a 5v4. Kwangdong Freaks, will they even try to threaten here? Is the real question.
I think the problem as well, with it being an Ocean Soul, no one's even going to get low. I mean, Puzz isn't taking damage anyway, but yeah, I don't think there's any potential to fight this.
The steal? No.
I don't think it even was lined up correctly with the Baron, I'm going to be honest. I think it was a little bit askew. So a bit unfortunate there, but Lahens, I mean, they have the vision control, they have the setup, and that must have been right on the edge of the range.
Yeah.
Such a good grab. The cage coming out as well to follow up. You just don't get to play the game.
Chompers, right? You know, the knockup from the blitz.
Yet they're showing Kwangdong that they can also lay a CC, and quite effectively.
Yeah, that's exactly what these two comps do. So now Ocean Soul and Baron buff here on the side of KT. They have procced the Elder Spawn. So maybe, just maybe.
That's what Kwangdong are playing for, right? That's the strategy. You let the Elder spawn, you hope Cuz leaves the pit, and you secure it.
Maybe that is the direction.
I've seen it happen before. I've seen them pull it off before against Gen G, so
Yeah.
why not?
You never know. The only issue really, though, is that Aiming is godly fed. This guy, I feel like he's got another crit cloak. I feel like maybe he should have just gone for a stopwatch like we saw yesterday. Pays with the perfect stopwatch timing just to make sure that he survives in a team fight. And, you know, is the extra crit really going to help? I mean, it is, but also staying alive is probably
Staying alive's
better.
good.
Yeah.
Song, of course, but also in League of Legends. It does have cleanse and flash though, and with the BT shield, which I mean we all know how ridiculous the shield is.
It's got Gale Force, you know. There are ways. As there's the hook, and that is a dead Bulldog. And just like that, especially from ahead, as, oh yeah, just flashing forward. Sure, why not, BDD? He's like, this game isn't about me, but I'm going to make it about me. As he really wants to end this game on this Baron push.
I think they hit critical mass at this point, and not really much. With both of your carries down, Kwangdong just have to give this one up.
They're going to try to make a last stand here as the cage comes down. Moham's trying to bind something. He's got a stopwatch at least, but yeah, just going to be free food for the side of Aiming, who has now gone legendary. Dudu here on the edge of the event horizon also goes in the hands of BDD as they are now just farming Kwangdong underneath their Nexus. As Yeah, they're really just waiting for another hook, aren't they?
Yeah. I mean, maybe they wait for Taeyun to come up, because it's kind of hard to get the root bomb.
Come on, guys. All right, down goes the Nexus. 17-3, the kill score, as KT will take game number 1.
Pretty dominant, and I think we expect them to do so. We expect them to come in.
Oh, by the way, Ox, you might not know this, but you get to vote for POG on your little POG slip over there.
Oh, over here?
Yeah.
Oh,
So you just tell the nice man who you think POG should go to.
oh cool. So I just like
Yeah.
a ticket?
Yeah, you just put an X
Okay.
in the box or a check mark, or you could put a circle if you want, and
Why don't I'll put a circle and an X and a check mark, all three.
sure,
There we
nice.
go.
And then you
Just
just
'cause
put
I'm
it
really-
there on the desk. Nicely done.
Thank you. Learning things. Yeah, makes sense. Pretty good game from KT. I feel like, we talked about the draft being potentially okay, but some of the concerns. Moham hasn't looked too good in these range champions apart from that Seraphine, and he did struggle a fair bit in that one. But also, Youngjae opting to path towards the top side when we felt like bot lane should be that focus. And of course, Taeyun did pretty okay in the 2v2, but Lehen started roaming. And that's when things got problematic.
Yeah. One thing led to another, and all of a sudden, KT ended up winning the game. Just like that.
Yeah, they killed the enemy Nexus, and
yeah.
that was enough.
Turns out it is, for game 1 at least. They're going to have to do it again if they want to win the series, though, as Lehen's wouldn't be surprised if his 3rd win on Blitzcrank nets him yet another POG here late in the season. But that was game number 1, guys. We will take a quick break, and we will have the space afterwards. Don't go anywhere.
라인 조금 애매하고.
다음 웨이브에 하면 돼. 안
위터부터
섭해도 돼.
위터부터.
나 나를 좀 턴해볼게.
위터부터.
아,
타워 밀어 조금 밀어줄게.
나 이거 럭스 봐줘. 럭스 높.
럭스 노플이야.
나봐줄래?
야 타워 튀자. 타워 튀자.
나
하라.
이거 타워 쳐줘. 아.
걸렸어.
얘들아 캐틀 낚시할.
야 낚시에 캡 잡아.
아 그래?
봐봐.
할 거야?
할까?
야 디콜 썼다. 야 뭔데?
야 봐.
야 김긴 일로.
오케이 들어가. 내가
어.
보면 했지. 갔는데 막타 칠게.
아.
I think we've all agreed our all pro, our like first all pro team is gonna be
T1 and Deft.
Zeus, yeah, T1 and Deft basically, or Viper,
yeah.
right? Like so, it's
Yeah.
it's really only Gumo is not on the team this time, and
It's not even a
That's
dig to
wild.
Guma.
Yeah,
it's
no.
just because the other
Yeah,
players are
our
that
bot
good.
lane pool is insanely
Def won
stacked.
Worlds, and Viper
Won the Worlds before that.
Yeah.
So, like, I don't know.
And they're also playing extremely well.
It's not, yeah, exactly. Like, it's not because
And do you know what's
it's
crazy?
not that Guma didn't win Worlds that
Yeah.
is ranked lower. It's more like these guys are so insanely good that
Yeah.
Guma's also insanely good, just not quite that level.
And I think Guma probably will win Worlds this year.
That's
Seems
the
likely.
safe bet.
So like
Safe
Viper,
bet.
Deft, Guma, like
Guma.
That's a good 1-2-3 to have.
that's
guys.
not bad, is it? Yeah.
I'm good.
Before that, it was Ghost.
I love Ghost though.
yeah.
He plays
a great
guitar.
dude. Yeah.
Who was
He's
AD
a good
for
streamer.
FPX?
LWX.
2019?
Was it yeah,
LWX.
Yeah.
And then 2018
was
Jackie,
Love,
and 2017 it was Ruler.
Yeah. Okay, so we
did it.
I
We
thought
did
all
it.
pro. So
I thought it was going to be harder.
Yeah,
than this.
Yeah,
so
me
mids-
too.
well,
Because
mi-
we did top 3, I think that helped us. Because
Yeah.
I think 4 and 5 is where it gets super
where it gets
messy.
like, what are you saying?
yeah.
Bulldog.
Yeah.
Yeah.
we did kinda do
I
that.
guarantee you, one of you will have a similar level of all of you will have a similar level of like insane fifth pick where you're like, what if it actually is Morgan?
It's dun dun. I mean, I could probably actually dun
The problem with
Mm.
Bulldog is that we have like so many good bids. You know, some of the
Yeah.
other roles, I'm like, yeah, it's an interesting take. You can
I
have your
also think
opinion.
it's like it's a bit recency
it's
bias with
fine.
how good Closer was and how much he like hard carried that team in the
Yeah.
first round. Like I can't.
I also think
can't
I'm
put him
doing
over
Zeka
that.
a little bit dirty, but I thought it was fun to start a discussion.
No, I think it's fine, and I also think that like the Zeka Closer conversation is interesting as well. But I think that will do it.
They're the same player. That's the discussion.
Yeah.
They're the same person, actually.
Welcome to the space, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Atlas. This is Wolf, and we'll be taking you through the breakdown of that KT victory, their eventual victory over Kwangdong Freaks in this game. Having a look at the draft, though, Wolf, we didn't really do too many highlights because honestly, it felt pretty cut and dry. But I think we both thought that the Kwangdong draft was pretty good.
I thought the beginning of the draft for KT was pretty smart. They have a lot of CCs set up with the Sejuani, the Blitzcrank, and the Jinx into the Caitlyn is a pretty common response these days when the Caitlyn is given over, but some of the buffs coming through for Jinx. I didn't like the second part of the draft as much, especially the Ahri ban and the LeBlanc bans, but then prioritizing the Renekton, perhaps not wanting the Kennen that much. When the Kennen was banned, they're like, okay, we're going to take Renekton. Gave a free Taliyah over, and I think if the coordination is a little bit better on Kwangdong Freaks with the Taliyah and the Gnar, this draft becomes very difficult to play out for KT Rolster. But Lehens just pops off on the Blitzcrank, so it doesn't ultimately end up mattering that much. And they had a draft that could chain CC together very well. The Veigar we also weren't super sold on, but with the Event Horizon usage, played with the Blitzcrank Qs, it worked out pretty well in some of those later team fights.
Yeah, I agree, and I'm right there with you on the being a bit of a Veigar anti at the moment, just because we've seen it picked in such high priority very recently and just hasn't really found all that much success. BDD having a beautiful game on it, although I don't think he was the main character of this one. I think there was a certain cat-powered robot that was doing a whole lot of work here. As we have a look at this first fight, and honestly, this fight itself, not all that important. They were able to pick up a kill, but the eye was collected by...
And there was a few things that went wrong here for KT. They're still able to get a kill as Keen flashes into a Cyclone. The Blitzcrank hook misses. But unfortunately for Guangdong Freaks, they're just not really fully grouped up here. They don't have Meganar, so they're in a big loss here. They're at a loss to actually turn this fight, so they are at least able to secure the Herald. But then, Dudu just doesn't realize that Lehend is actually going to Hex Splash this wall and come over here for a big play. So he's like, all right, I'm going to try to clear this wave. He does have Flash, but it doesn't matter because Lehend gets in on top of him, knocks him up here, and they chain CC him to death. And they grab some plate gold here on the top side of the map. So great start here for KT Rolster. They got that free team fight where they get a pick, they get a kill, they grab plates. And the Herald is also denied later on, so not a ton of value here, unfortunately, on the side of Guangdong Freaks in the early game.
Yeah, and it's so much money. Like, the lane is kind of just over from this point. And getting the Renekton that kind of an advantage at exactly that point in the game, I think was really, really pivotal and helped lead to what was a KT victory. And actually, like, I really loved how KT played out the first 20 minutes, and I'd like it if we could just not revisit the remainder of the game.
Yeah, and then there's a play that happens bottom side here where it looks like Guangdong Freaks are trying to set a trap, but they have vision here in this ward, and at that moment you should definitely cancel the plan, cancel the play, because you have a Talia with Weaver's Wall, but she's so far away here. Moam is chain CC'd by Cuz's ultimate into the Blitzcrank hook. He's instantly deleted here. And everybody on the side of KT Rolster is down here. BDD is also here. Bulldog can't get anything done. And Wukong gets caught. And that's the end of that. Now they could actually just dive the turret. So it's basically an ace here at 15 minutes into the game. So everyone is getting fed right now. Everyone has a piece of the money here on the side of KT Rolster. I think Guangdong Freaks, especially with that ward there, you got to back away. You got to know this is coming. I think they felt confident. We got a Wukong with Cyclone. We got a Talia. But their plan backfires big time. And that's when the game ends. Like you said, we're going to kind of gloss over the next 20 minutes of the game where there were some mistakes from KT Rolster, but they had a massively fed Jinx after 15 minutes and total map control.
Yeah, they definitely did. And I want to go back to sort of the draft and maybe some of the philosophies, because you and I were talking about it. We weren't all that inspired by what KT did. But another thing that KT have done here is that they just haven't revealed any. They've got Renekton, they've got Veigar that everyone's picking, they've got Jinx that everyone's picking, and this is the third win in a row for Lehends on the Blitzcrank. That's not something new. Sejuani for Cuz, woo! Like, they have not actually, like, gone into any of the banks or anything to find like an answer. So I think that is definitely a positive for KT, keeping things close to their chest. And speaking of close to the chest, let's have a look at who picks up POG for this one. I think Lehend's probably going to get it. You pick Renekton, you pick the Blitzcrank, and then you can kind of POG. What do you reckon?
I mean, I think his roams were fantastic. He set up basically every single critical pick for them all across the game. There was an argument for Cuz in the early game, but that faded away pretty quickly in the mid game. And I thought it was a great game from Lehends again on Blitzcrank. And like you said, it's his third time in a row picking it. He's 3-0 now on this, so it doesn't really feel like a surprise. Doesn't feel like KT are really showing anything, so to speak, here.
Yeah, exactly. And I think we are going to get to that POG now. Could be him. Keen also a worthy option, but Lehends is going to collect it. 500 points now. 300 of those being Blitzcrank. So he's not only 3-0, but also 3-0 on POGs when picking Blitzcrank.
True. And he is going to come up here and obviously set this up. You know, the plays we saw here, some of these hooks over the wall, really incredible. One thing I'll say outside of Lehends in this game is I thought KT's objective setup and their tunneling on trying to get that mid turret, which they failed to do about 3 times, which actually gave a little bit more map control to Guangdong Freaks. Against some of our better playoff teams, you're going to have to be tighter than this. And I think if Lehends doesn't play this well, doesn't hit all of these hooks, maybe a better team actually comes back against KT Rolster. So do need to tighten up the mid to late game a little bit here, but still 11 out of 11, not a surprise.
Yep, not robbed at all. The man picks Blitzcrank and makes things happen. And I think that early play, sticking around and not actually following through on that back, that won top lane for his team. And something like that is purely a Lehends decision to make. He sees that the Nars stays there. He knows that he can get that kill for free by just walking up and punching him. So really beautifully done, but it is a best of 3. Guangdong Freaks, they have a chance to keep their winning streak alive. And it's time to throw it back to Valdez and Ox to get into game number 2.
Thank you, Spacers, for that great breakdown as, Lehends went in there and grabbed the POG. What else can you say, Ox?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like as they talked about, his Blitzcrank has been pretty on point, and I don't think it's like something you need to ban. I think you just need to draft better around it, because you pick that Caitlyn first pick. We all know it's 99% of the time it's going to be Lux, especially with Karma banned. They didn't pick the Blitz until they saw the Lux, but like the setup was there. We knew that Kwangdong was going to have to take the Lux before the second set of bans. And as much as like the lane went okay in the 2v2, you couldn't do enough to keep Lehens in lane, and as soon as he starts roaming, it's just done.
Yeah, some of those early game decisions that Wolf was hitting on, I think, are extremely important, and I think Kwangdong Freak's probably just going to try to run it back. I'm not really sure that the draft was too much of an issue, as some of the guys on the space were saying as well. So let's see what they've decided to do here in Game 2.
Yeah, so starting off with same bans, it'll make me wonder, do they opt to ban the Caitlyn themselves? Maybe. Could end up leaving the Karma open, because I think first picking that Caitlyn is just going to go in the same direction.
Sante banned again, so really not letting Dudu play that pick. And there is the
same ban.
Karma ban. Yeah.
So we'll see if they opt to go in a different direction with their first pick. You know, we've seen things like Kennen be a high priority first pick in the past few days. Personally, as much as Caitlyn Lux is something that we've seen teams excel on, I think T1 are an example of a team who can play very well around Caitlyn, I don't think it's a good fit for Kwangdong, especially as Moham has looked significantly better on engaged champs, and they're going to slam Sejuani first pick, so not going for that Caitlyn again, and that passes it over potentially to KT to take it themselves.
Yeah, and I think it's fine if they do. And let's see. I mean, are you expecting Moham to play Blitzcrank like Lehens did in Game 1? No.
No.
Are there other answers? Like, can they just pick Jinx and play like a Jinx Thresh lane, perhaps? Or like a Jinx Tom Kent if you want to be really safe?
I feel like you could, but I think both of those picks don't pose quite as much threat as the Blitzcrank. I feel like something like a Nautilus, that's more the ballpark of threatening the Lux quite significantly. KT aren't going to show the Lux yet. It's probably what's going to come through, but they go for Wukong.
Caitlyn Blitzcrank? Anyone? Any enjoyers?
Good. Gonna see the Jinx answer. So no more Lucianami into Zeri. We're now seeing Caitlyn Jinx coming out between the trade-up. But the question is going to be that support. If they opt to take it here, I do think that counter-pick support, especially since we've moved in into this meta where like you've had picks like Ashe that were available, there's been a lot of development there. We've seen players like Carrier really excel when given counter-pick, and I think Lehens is an example of someone who can do a lot more. But when it is a Caitlyn, you kind of know it's probably Lux, so could just take something here that you feel comfortable on. But probably not the Blitzcrank, I think. Safe to call.
I think this is safe.
Yeah. A lot of CC. There is a lot of cleanse value, a lot of Merc Treads value, I'll say here with the Sejuani as well, but I think in this situation, KT probably expectedly going to come through and has a shorter range engage compared to Blitzcrank or Nautilus, right? The Zenith Blade is a shorter ranged ability, so I honestly think that Lehens is probably confident just to space it on this Lux.
Yeah, it's going to be extremely important, though, because we've seen Leona picked into this many, many times. Jinx Leona becoming a thing into this lane because the Leona kind of just puts up Eclipse, ignores the damage, and can go straight into you, can just tether onto you, and it's very difficult to get away from that, and you can just get blown up if you are a squishy Lux or Caitlyn, especially Lux, because like we saw in Game 1, you can't go cleanse on Lux. That's not a thing.
Or can you?
Well.
We'll see. We do see kind of similar to in Game 1, where Kwangdong were banning away the Yone for the pair with the Sejuani. But I think mid lane, you know, we talked about it in the previous draft. We felt like the Talia was a pretty good pick because obviously it's a very snowbally bot lane that you want to be able to impact. So gonna be interesting to see what they go for here. Obviously that Talia is available, but BDD did just take Spellbook and he went Ghost and just ran down bot lane. So maybe it's not that important.
Just run at them.
Just run fast.
Easy. What is going to be the choice here for the bans?
Yeah, I've seen the Kennen taken away. Actually going for the Jax, so looking towards the top lane. Trimming things there. KT could end up going for a top lane pick on 4 again and leaving that counter pick for mid. It wasn't really a counter pick, I feel, with the Veigar, but just giving BDD more information. That Renekton is still available, and obviously Keen had a fantastic game, getting that solo kill after he was given some momentum from Lehens. Veigar actually going to get banned away this could just mean a Talia on 4, right? You know, with the Veigar gone, I think it would make a lot of sense, but we'll see if KT feel similarly.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea, especially with BDD on your team, right? Something they were talking about on the space about the pick ban from game 1. Something they could have gone for. The Renekton, notably, is available again. So if they did want to blind that again for the top side,
Ooh,
but instead just Jace.
Yeah, I like this quite a bit. Obviously a flex pick between mid and top, so you're not really showing your cards, and you quite heavily, even against a Jinx who's a longer range carry, you can outrange it quite a bit with the poke. See what Kwangdong, some picks being hovered here. We'll see what they opt to go for. Obviously, melee champions sync well with that Sejuani, and Jace is a vulnerable target.
Do it. No.
That's a lot less exciting. Go for the Renekton though, obviously has good setup. If it is a Jace in the top lane, you can chain those stuns. And Bulldog, you know, you 1-0 down. Last series of the split. You want to bring it out again?
I don't think this is the spot.
You don't think you want to pick it blind,
No.
right? Potentially into Jace or something else?
Oh man, he's gonna do it.
Well,
Yeah,
it looks
he's
like you're
doing it.
wrong, Valdez. This is the perfect spot for it. And, you know, we were talking about the Talia as something that, you know, might need to be prioritized on 4. Apparently not. It's just going to get through. And
Who needs magic damage? It's fine.
Yeah.
You
have a Lux. They have a
Yeah,
Lux.
it's enough. Yeah.
That's, you know, Jace E, I think, in melee form does magic damage.
Hey, there you go.
So, they've got plenty, but they do have to go for the Talia in this situation, and this is a bit concerning because we talked about the bot lane when you have like Jinx plus engage support into Kate Lux. You kind of want the momentum to get rolling. You want to get some early kills, you want to get that support roaming like Lehens did, but you now have a scaling dragon, very scaly in the mid lane,
He
up
is,
against
yeah.
Talia, who will just slide on that wall down towards the bot lane and be quite a bit more impactful. So I'm a bit worried for Kwangdong in this one. You know, in theory, if they get to the late game, they have pretty good team fight. They have a pretty good front line. But that's a lot of ifs.
I would have loved to see the Malphite and just go all in on the dive and not pick Aurelion Soul, but, you know.
Malphite mid? AP Malphite mid?
Not Malphite mid. Something else that can dive well. As this says, bite it till the end. I'll leave that up to your guys' interpretation. As the weather's very hot and KT's doing well. Is it already summer? She asks. Of course, the summer of KT, the big meme with KT nowadays with how well they perform in summers.
Could be an early summer. Bit of climate change coming in, messing everything up.
All right, well, this says shoot Kwangdong's machine gun. Yeah, there were a lot of do's there.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
And, you know, not the best game from Dudu. In fairness, Lehens kind of impacted it, but hoping for a better one here with that Renekton Sejuani combo.
See if it works out for them as Kate Lux this time in the hands of Aiming and Lehens. Curious to see how they perform on that as we hop onto the Rift for game number 2. Here we go, onto the Rift. I was wondering who has the horse on the side of Kwangdong.
Oh, yeah, it's the High Noon Leona skin.
Yeah.
He's got to ride around a horse.
Because there's a bunch of other ones, right? There's Senna.
Yeah.
High Noon Senna.
Yeah, Rel. Not High Noon Rel, just Rel.
Yeah, just Rel.
Just Rel.
Does Ashe have one as well?
Yes, High Noon Ash. Hecarim is a horse thing.
Yeah. How close is Cho'Gath to a horse? Maybe it's like the Void's version of a horse.
Yeah,
You know what
that's
I
kind
mean?
of freaky. You come down the Void and you just see someone standing on top of a Cho'Gath.
Yeah.
I also feel like, you know, because he kind of still walks very slowly even when he's very big. So like, what if you had a Cho'Gath for a while and he got huge and then it was also very slow? At least he could carry a lot of things, I guess.
Yeah. I can see some uses, although, I think probably shouldn't do that to Cho'Gath. I don't think that's very nice.
I don't think Cho'Gath's nice in return, you know.
True.
Not like Kog'Maw, who's like a Void puppy.
It is the Void. Interesting from Moham. I'm very happy to see Moham on not Ashe or Lux, to be honest.
Yep.
I think he does much better.
Good stop.
He kind of reminds me of like Baby Delight, you know, where he can just play really well on some support champs and just let him kind of engage. It's a lot more simple.
Yeah, it's straightforward. You just go in, hope for the best, and yeah.
Yeah, it's just that easy.
Just that simple. But interestingly enough, they've managed to push for this level 2, so KT being very respectful here and giving it up, which means, you know, maybe talk of if they stack up a wave, there could be a dive later, but sadly for them, Youngjae has path towards the top side, so looks like they're just going to be locked in a 2v2 for now. But either way, if you get against Kate Lux and they're not pushing you into tower, I think you can be happy.
Sure. You're not just losing plates 100% of the time. That's got to feel pretty good. And that's the way this lane is going to go for now, but you can see that Taeyun is taking a bit of chunk damage. Does have biscuits and a couple of health pots, the 3 that you get with that early longsword. Uh-oh. Oh, man, the binding in there, but doesn't look like trap available yet for aiming.
Hence wanted to go for that. He wanted to flash in. Don't think he's running Hex Flash on Lux.
Oh, they're trying to bait this one in, and it might actually work as we have Cuz in the bottom side. Level 3 Wukong gank as another binding comes in, and Taeyun not able to trade it back. That is a double kill for Cuz in the bottom lane.
Not a good start. I'll say for Kwangdong in this situation. Once again, they saved the flashes. We saw that in the previous game. But I don't think that really could have gone much worse. And you know what we were talking about? How Moham can just go in and hope for the best?
Yeah.
It didn't happen. The worst happened.
Yeah. It was excellently baited by the side of KT. Like, it felt like they had no idea. As it was, looks like just top side into blue into bot, or maybe just went top side straight into bottom side. Gank. Yeah. Let's take a look.
Yeah, he did clear his blue. But it kind of makes me wonder why Youngjae is pathing once again towards the top lane. Because, I mean, Moham goes in here. At this point, it's already done. I mean, Taeyun even realizes he ain't getting out. And that wasn't even a hard cleanup.
야,
that was so...
심파 뛰어, 우찬아.
He was screaming about a double kill. That's the part that I...
That was a double kill. I can confirm.
That's the part that I heard. And the one that I didn't understand was Sunder. Get the Sunder, Cuz. Because, actually, Cuz got the double kill himself, right? So, quick Sunderer for the Wukong.
Yeah, and it just makes me question, because second game in a row, like we talked about how bot lane is going to be quite volatile, right? And second game in a row that Youngjae passed towards the top side, not to achieve anything. I'd feel differently if they were looking for the Jace. You know, like they do have that lockdown combo with the Sejuani and the Renekton, but if you're just full clearing, then I don't think that's really the play. And now, once again, Kwangdong, the wave has bounced. It's pushed up. They do still have their flashes, and this time Youngjae is here. But that is a quite strong Wukong with a Sheen and 2 longswords.
Yeah, who's baiting who here as the binding will miss? They spot Youngjae and they say, well, the binding missed. Trap not going to catch anyone, so let's just back away. Definitely the right call in this case. As Lahens doesn't have flash himself, but at least aiming was able to keep his after the last play.
Got to be a bit careful on this though, because Bulldog just reset. BDD has priority and now has that level 6. This is like perfect time for a roam down. The wave is stacking up as well.
Oh boy.
They could look for something.
Yeah, here we go.
Oh, the reset finished for
Oh
Youngjae.
man, Youngjae's gone. Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
Are they going to go for it? BDD's backing up. Maybe he's just trying to line up a wall here? No? Got Cuz backing away?
They think twice, and they decided instead just to take the dragon, playing it safe. Take the Infernal Dragon, not the Aurelian Soul Dragon.
Yeah, there's a difference,
Yeah.
You know, as you mentioned, this is a very safe play. As we know, we had all the information, you know, Youngjae wasn't there. There was a way to just 4v2 down on the bottom side before Aurelian Soul gets there. But just back away, it's fine. You can go for it a little bit later if you want.
I think maybe if they'd been more sums on that first gank, right? If we saw Taeyun or Moham lose flash, they might have gone.
Oh, knocked into the turret. Dude has to go into his ultimate here. The Dominus.
Yeah, pretty nice play there, and Keen doing well in this.
Oh, there's the engage. The choppers come down. Lehens does not have flash. He is looking pretty doomed here, but the damage to the Guardian so much is keeping him alive, but they will take him down in the end. Is Taeyoon able to collect a kill himself?
Yeah, Moham able to find the engage, and that CC layering, the stun into the traps. Lehens, who was flashless, he was the one who banned his flash in the earlier play, ends up getting punished there. And because starts up the Dragon, I think assuming that the bot lane are going to reset, but now if we look up towards the top side, Youngjae is here. This is such an easy setup. Dudu has the flash.
Yeah, and they're going to get Keen to commit here. As just waiting for it. Stun should layer in. Keen not even going to flash. He says, well, there's nothing I can do about that. As going for that trade while your team is taking the Dragon. Perhaps not the best move, but a nice little gank from Youngjae.
Pretty solid one, and we get to see the replay, and Lehens just stepping up a bit too much. We talked about the Leona Zenith Blade isn't as high range as some other abilities, but stepped a bit too far forwards. I think maybe trying to bait in for Cuz, had him in the background, but does backfire in here. Dudu goes in quite early, uses a stun before Youngjae's there, but yeah, Keen just a bit too overextended. He didn't get an out.
Not much you can do. Says, well, I'm dead, not gonna flash. And that's the end of that. KT did get the Infernal Drake, and they are still ahead about 300 gold. So still in a decent spot here for the side of KT. And Youngjae getting kills is not going to be as impactful as a Wukong or even a Renekton if he was able to pick up the kill. But certainly going to make things easier for his top laner.
Yeah, we haven't seen as much activity this game, which I think is kind of just because Lehens is on a Lux instead of a Blitzcrank, so
yeah.
Hasn't been roaming about really, but did just really chunk out Taeyoon, which did not look enjoyable for Taeyoon.
It's very fun if you are the ones getting the damage, though.
Yeah, I think most times in the
tackling his
it's more fun to be the one dealing damage. Like, everyone enjoys playing Jace, and you fire a Shock Blast and it just like half someone's health, but receiving end, not so much.
Ward dies, but this is pushing into Dudu, so he's playing it. Well, Cuz actually going to stay.
Oh, Dudu, don't get baited.
Is he in that brush? No. I didn't think he was able to get in there without getting seen. As Moham making his way up here with Youngjae
Moham moves
to this one.
Looking towards the Herald, and this is kind of similar to what we saw in the previous game, where they just kind of let the Kate Lux take some plates and were like, fine, you do that, I'm going to move and try and be more impactful. It does look like Moham isn't really needed for the Herald. We saw Cuz reset, obviously Kwangdong didn't, but they're confident to go for this one and pick this one up. They did get the Herald last game, and I think we can say that was a very useless Herald.
Yes. It's about as useless as it gets. Just dying and giving 25 gold to the jungler, who smote it away. Smote it dead, you could say. As mid lane, you know, they probably expected BDD to play the Taliyah, and they said, well, I mean, Aurelion Sol's got a good matchup into this. You just sit here and basically farm. Like, Taliyah's not really going to have kill threat on this, so let's pick it in this case. You'd have to imagine why they did go for it here.
I do think dive from in.
And we do have flash available now, but the dominance and the damage might just be too much onto Keen, as he is pretty low, and now he's gonna flash. But a couple of autos will get the job done, as meanwhile in the bottom side, they see Youngjae up top as they are just shelling into Taeyoon, who is incredibly low. They're gonna play it slowly, as we got some ultimating down in the bottom side with the Solar Flare. As will they eventually take down Moham is the question, as Taeyoon's gonna pick up the shutdown onto the Wukong, but they will be able to trade back the kill onto aiming at least.
That's huge for Kwangdong though. In that situation, they get the kill top, they get plates, they managed to get a trade kill in the bot lane as well, so all went pretty fantastically. We're gonna see the replay coming out here, so there is limited amount of things you can do against Renekton and Sejuani. I think Keen does just about all of them, but it's not enough, right? I mean, Dudu tanks the tower first, and Youngjae, it's Sejuani. They let the tower damage reset, you know, tried everything, and it still wasn't enough. But the bot lane play I think Taeyun playing this about as well as you can. Cuz expects him to go towards the tier 2 tower, but instead flashing towards the tier 1, creating some space, and Lehens just runs out of cooldowns, is able to finish him off, and Moham doing so much work in.
Really nicely done frontlining for Taeyun. A very unfortunate situation for them, but they make the most out of it. They trade the kill, and they even get aiming to flash in to make sure that he picks up the kill himself. As now trying to set something up here onto BDD. Not really going to amount to too much, but we do have a Drake coming up in 20 seconds, and they want to set up for that.
Yeah, I mean, if Kwangdong are able to get this Drake, delays Soul quite a bit, and we already talked about their composition scales pretty well. The expectation was that KT would have the early advantage, right? The Talia who can roam, the Caitlyn Lux who's going to have that priority, but it hasn't panned out that way, and now, oh
man, this Lux is so dead. I mean, you're just not going to be able to get away from that once you get hit by the first piece of CC. And the choppers were down, and I think Lehens saw his life flash before his eyes.
I think Moham's enjoying this after game 1. I think he's relishing the chance to do to Lehens what Lehens did to him. And the Lux looking like a bit of a vulnerability right now. We do see KT show up with numbers, and it will mean the reset comes in instead of opting for the Dragon. But I don't think Cuz is going to do it. It's like he's starting up, actually. He's going for the Soul. I mean, it's a pretty good timing with the resets having come through. We'll see if they can get there in time to contest.
Should have the damage here now with BDD in position. So I guess they're just going to take it down as Bulldog's like, well, where is this Dragon? Oh, it was there. And yeah, it's going to be 2 Drakes now on the side of KT, but it is Chemtech Soul.
Oh, the lamest Soul. I mean, this is so sad for KT, because obviously things haven't gone great in the early game. We would hope they'd get a pretty significant early lead. And in the end, it's really been Kwangdong holding their own quite well. And then KT are like, well, at least we can have Soul. Maybe that'll make a difference. Chemtech, I don't think is going to do much this game, right? A lot of your team are squishy. I think Lehens will go from 100 to 0. I don't think there's going to be much under 50%.
Nope.
And we can see that right here.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to matter at all for KT. Now, you could say, like, some of the individual souls and the tenacity and, you know, some of the shielding, whatever. Like, it's a little bit. But point stands, there were 3 other better souls they could have had. As Moham, in a rough spot, he's tanking up a lot, goes forward, as a ton of damage comes out from the rocket, and here is Dudu. He is massive, as now the Aurelion Soul will not be able to pick up the kill, but they do get the kill anyway, as now
they're trapped.
Threatening in the bottom side, nice binding, as aiming might be able to get out here, but guess what? This Dragon, he can glide pretty fast. Not going to be able to pick up the kill, though, as Lehens is just going to be food.
Yeah, I don't think he defends this. Good luck, Lehens. He got Pog last game. If he defends this, he'd probably get it this game, but yeah, no chance.
Yeah. Or maybe they would check him PC, I don't know. Keen is up here getting a free turn on the top side, but kind of looks like Taeyun and Youngjae should be able to take this down sooner. It's going to be pretty close, but I think Taeyun's got it. Just ramping up there, and that is going to be a trade of turrets, but first turret blood to Kwangdong.
And I feel like this is kind of fed into the blueprint that we kind of talked about, where Lehens hasn't been able to roam this game, right? Moham's been the more active one, he's on engage. Youngjae, who has at times been a bit hot or cold, this has been a fantastic performance from him. He has really been at the forefront of a lot of these plays in the early game. And here, this was an example of KT overcommitting onto a tanky Leona. Imagine if this was an Ashe or a Lux. Moham would just be dead.
Yeah.
This is the difference. He lasts enough time that the team can come in to turn it around.
Why did Youngjae have to steal that kill? I wanted to see the Boom Boom Aurelion Soul.
I'm sure there'll be ample time for that in the rest of this game. I think Bulldog is definitely going to be feeling quite comfortable. You know, if you're playing a pick like Aurelion Sol, where I guess the weakness is the early game and you're against a Talia who's going to roam, and the Talia doesn't roam much, I think you're pretty happy. You're kind of vibing with that one.
Yeah. I mean, because at the end of the day, they're just farming in mid, and the Aurelion Sol will scale better. And they've had, like, equal, you know, influence on the game so far, it feels like. So,
yep. Herald
farming it out.
Picked up there as well, and if they can actually crack this tier 1 mid with it, that would do go a long way for Kwangdong really actually pushing the pace of this game, because as much as, you know, you can talk about scaling or leading to the late game, if you can get ahead with scaling picks, then that's really good, I think is how I describe it.
That is one of the ways to describe it, yes. As Bulldog's just going to float away.
What a champion.
Goodbye.
I mean, imagine... I mean, Caston also is a champion like this.
Whoa! No! Oh, so sad.
Tragedy.
Tragedy in the bottom.
I think that's one of the most frustrating things is getting your recall interrupted.
That, yeah. I don't like that feeling.
Yeah, especially if it's like, I feel like a minion or like a long-ranged ability are the most annoying ones. Like the Jinx rocket, you know.
Yeah,
you'd see that all the time when Jinx was like heavily in the meta, just firing it.
Yeah, I don't like when the wave pushes into you. Like the wave was pushing into you and you were backing, and then the wave pushes through your minions and attacks you.
When the minions aggro really weirdly, and one of them just like takes a little trip towards you off to the side, and you're just like, please don't.
That's the worst, actually. We figured it out.
Leave me alone.
But Kwangdong, I mean, they're in a really good spot now. Imagine if they could pick up 4 Chemtech Drakes. Think about the value.
Yeah, they don't have that much shielding or healing on their team.
They have Leona.
Yeah.
She has a shield.
Well,
Taeyun is going to build Bloodthirster eventually.
True. I feel like, despite the fact, I mean, maybe it's a scam. Leona does have a shield, but she doesn't provide any shields.
Yeah.
So.
Only for herself.
But even then, it's not a, you know, she just gets tankier.
That's true.
It's not like Nort, you know, who gets an actual...
It's like the power of the sun.
Yeah.
I don't know. Shelly is going to ignore that trap, as second one does get thrown into this tier 1. Here's a wall. BDD says hello. Going to delay this push and the tier 1 going down, which is quite valuable.
Yeah, I mean, decent job of holding on, but it is low. I feel like a lot of damage already done, and it's not quite that a Swift Wind will take it down, but a couple of autos probably will do the job.
Uh-oh. Getting glided on. What up? Lehens has to flash away. He's even getting pulled into that, and now he doesn't have flash. This Lux is just sadness on the Rift, as this time the kill goes into the hands of the Jinx, who also picks up the tier 1.
You know, I feel like we've seen 2 games of Kate Lux. It hasn't really been about the Kate. The Lux hasn't looked too hot, I think. The engaged champions kind of making it hard, and now they're looking for Dudu.
Okay, probably should be able to get him down, as the amount of CC is insane. The Gore Drinker value is also ridiculous, but still is going to be a kill over to Keen.
Pretty good play. I mean, you know you win contesting that dragon. We talked about the soul already not being that valuable, so play towards the top side. They get the tower as well, so quite a valuable play overall for KT.
Yeah.
More gold for them, and as we said, who cares about the dragon?
Hey, Kwangdong got 6% tenacity.
Yeah, that only really works on the Lux binding, I guess. Yeah, not too much you can do as a Lux here.
Yeah. I mean, he already flashed. He thought he was safe. Similar for Dudu, who, you know, he's going to get stunned up, tries to dash over the rocks, stunned. I guess he didn't, but he was stunned by something.
Something did stun him.
Yeah. That's kind of the way League of Legends is played nowadays. Like,
yeah,
everybody's got some amount of CC.
Especially with all the visual effects and stuff.
Yeah.
Or, like, you know how the post-death breakdown? And
yeah.
You know when you get those weird ones where it's just like, it shows like some rats, like something dealt this much damage.
Yeah.
Like, helpful, helpful.
Thank you for that, yeah.
Really useful.
Oh no, getting, okay.
Oh.
It was scary though.
He is a dragon. Dragons are generally seen as quite scary.
Yeah. Especially this skin. I don't know, it just looks unnatural.
The recall is, I mean, we saw the recall earlier when it got
yeah.
he turned to like a spaceship.
It's actually terrifying. It's like how I imagine the future is going to be.
Just mechanical dragons flying around.
Just like scary spaceships that are AI are just gonna, you know, roam the desolate, barren wasteland. We're getting a little bit dark now, but you never know. You never know.
Is this something it's one of your big concerns for the future?
I was just thinking about Terminator, actually.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh. Were there space dragons in Terminator?
No, but there was Terminator.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And all those, like, robots and stuff.
Yeah, I'm not really seeing the connection, but...
You never know what's going to happen in the future. I'm honestly not 100% sure what's going to happen in this game. Like, it feels like Kwangdong Freaks have a pretty nice hold on this one.
You know, let's do a little bit of predicting, right? See,
Okay.
You did yours earlier with the Dragon, with it being Ocean Soul in Game 1.
Okay.
I think there is going to come a point where Bulldog presses R, and it does both a boatload of damage and either stuns or slows everyone, and then Kwangdong will win off that because Jinx will just clean everyone up.
So the prediction is one ASOL ultimate.
We'll just win the game.
We'll just win the game. Okay.
Yep, because unfortunately for KT, they let Bulldog pick ASOL and then they let him farm, which is, you can't let him
farm. That 6% tenacity not helping him out today. Down he goes. BDD gonna take out the Leona. And
if only he had 12% tenacity.
Hey, you know, or 18, you know, if they get 3.
Could be a different game. Also, the damage reduction, 11% under half, you know? Maybe that could have been the difference maker.
Well,
I mean, it's a good pick.
Let's see. As Bulldog is ready to boom boom damage.
Yep. 2-2-1 stacks. It's like the highest I've seen, but still a decent amount. And obviously, as the game goes on, he will get more and more.
I remember I was on desk or on the space rather, for the last ASOL game when we did have, of course, the upset of Kwangdong over Gen G, and he got to like 300 stacks, and I actually had a calculator open on our observer PC, and I was calculating, okay, what is the execute range of the W?
I feel like, which ability do you feel like is like most ridiculous when you get stacks? Because I feel like the E just becomes
the most oppressive,
Yeah, but also the like, you know how the W extends in range? It gets to the point where it's like a Talia wall. Like, you just set it miles away and you just glide.
Yeah.
You just see that baby fly.
I guess I messed up the W and the E, but the one that executes either way. And,
the E's
the E,
the W's the space.
And he got to the point where it was like 12% max health.
Yeah.
And you're going to execute people. It's like getting pretty ridiculous.
Yeah, and it just becomes so humongous. It's like it covers a whole lane.
Yeah.
And it's like, and also as well, if you're trying to end the game, you just put it on top of a minion wave, and the minions just kind of huddle together and make it really easy for like a Jinx to auto them. So
one rocket, everything dies.
Yep. And it's coming up. 4 seconds. This could be another 6% tenacity available.
Oh boy.
That would make
I can't wait.
Very tenacious.
True.
I think it's safe to say.
Yeah, Tenacious D, Tenacious Dragon. Here's Bulldog. He is just running at, he's just gliding on aiming, and he will get the kill. It's 2-0 and 2 now. You're not getting away from that one without flash, as
I can't believe that worked.
Tenacious Dragon is on the way.
And honestly, even if he lived the Liandry's burn, I think Bulldog's ult would just hit him. Like, if he just ulted, like vaguely near, within the vicinity, it just hits everything. So
in that direction, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think Eamon's having a fun one here with this dragon just gliding into his face. And with that 12% tenacity, oh, look how short that route was. Oh.
The unflinching plus 12% tenacity, Young Jay. He can just frontline.
Yeah.
Look, see how quick it is?
See how quick, how little time he spent. And the thing is, right, he predicted, like you predicted the Ocean Soul last game, he predicted it was Chemtech, so he didn't go Merc Treads. He went Ninja Tabby.
There you go.
And so best of both worlds.
Best of both worlds.
Got the tenacity and the damage reduction. And we're going to see this.
Said, I'm going to glide.
Yep. And he just points it. And that's about it. And yeah, I mean,
야, 공 쐈어, 태광아.
pretty nice ult combo as well. Yeah, just to get him low enough. But I mean, they Sol could have just finished it off as well, as guaranteed.
We're getting like the dual view. Hearing what they both said in the moment.
Let's see Aiming's view and see what he said. Like, oh, this stupid dragon.
Yeah, we don't do that here. But very curious, you know, to see what his reaction would be.
Bulldog just got a little bit full of himself, autoed the Baron. You're not that big yet.
He does have the big blast plant, though. He's got to feel good about that.
You know, as much as I brag on Chemtech Soul and
Youngjae just
Dragons
doesn't take any damage.
Yeah, he's so tanky. As much as I rag on the Soul, I do love the map. Like the big blast cones.
So you're one of them, I guess. Taeyoon in a lot of trouble as, yeah, he tries to flash, but he still can't get away. And even if aiming didn't get the kill, BDD was right there. As Kwangdong, they really need to not get picked off in these weird spots. They're giving KT's chances back into the game. As now, we're going to ult on top of Cuz, but he's just going to flash to avoid it. As now Bulldog will have to flash away, and Kwangdong, they're losing everything. Their lives, their flashes. Moham is thrown to the wolves.
Oh, he's got him!
Yeah, he's got him. Flash over the wall. That's 3 kills now. And now they can just take the objective. How did this happen?
The game looks so good for Kwangdong Freaks there, and then they just throw it away. They just give everything over to KT. They get the kills. They're going to get the Baron as well. An absolute disaster.
Well, at least they have the Tenacious Dragon.
True.
That's all I can say, because it's not really a lot nice to say right now about that decision, as Kwangdong's still on the run. They try to get the mid-tier 2, and Dudu might have to pay for it with this flash, and that's another one that's gone, and he might even still die. He's got a big blast clone. Thankfully, that's in the game, so he can escape, and we can deny more action. Youngjae still on the run, as he's not getting out here, I don't believe, as BDD on the chase. Cuz is so fast, and actually he's going to go away. So that is 5 flashes, every single one taken away from Kwangdong.
Yeah, I think we were kind of like, yeah, this game's really smooth sailing for Kwangdong, and I think they got in that mindset too, because they were honestly asleep at the wheel, and they let KT find that great pick in the mid lane, which credit to BDD, good wall to cut it off, and Lehen setting it up. But this game has gone from feeling like a slow mounting win for the side of Kwangdong to a KT return to form.
This is why we go Shirelias on unlocks.
Just go fast. And bear in mind, last game we saw the Guild Force on the Jinx, but this game the Kraken, so no extra escape. And then I'm not sure what's going on here, because you've lost your Jinx, fine. Why are you there? And KT, they're going to punish. They are a team who will rip you apart if you give them the chance.
Yeah. Oh boy. Well, Moham trying to get some warding done, but you're getting pushed in by Baron buff right now. Dudu's in the top lane, and they were not going for a team fight. Looks like Moham just got caught somewhere in his own jungle, as now the poke is insane, and they can just dive. Taeyoon is dead again! And that is the end of the Jinx and the end of the Aurelion Soul. It's looking like here as the rocks are being thrown out, he will just barely survive. Youngjae's down too, so much for being super tanky. They are just in the base and looking to end it.
Give them an inch and they'll take a mile. KT, it looked like the game was getting out of their control, and they have brought it back, looking for the 2-0. But Dudu's here to try and make this final defense with the dragon at his back.
Yeah, Aurelion Soul makes this pretty difficult, but not difficult enough. I think they still have it, and oh man, the binding lands onto Dudu, and he's just gonna burn down as aiming gets the shot in. As with only 1 cannon, looks like they will just back away. Some low health bars. They say we've gotten enough ahead, as I can't wait to see the swing in gold difference, because now they're like 5,000 gold ahead.
It's going to be massive, and I think Kwangdong at this point will be sitting there and thinking, how did this happen? We had 12% tenacity. How did they get to this point? Yeah, Dragon picked up, so one away from that soul, but we see the replay, and just a great angle here because there's no vision over to that side. Instantly the Jinx goes down again, and then the ult from the Ace Soul's not doing enough. They are all just working as a 5-man unit charging forwards. And the thing is, I don't think I've seen Kwangdong have 5 members together for the past like 4 minutes. It's just been one person dies, and KT have really punished them for it.
Yeah, it's pretty much what it has been, right? As I think he got the kill with... I'm not even sure. But either way, picks up the kill, does aiming.
Check the death recap and it'll say something.
something
killed
from
you.
Caitlyn. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, it's pretty unfortunate for Kwangdong Freaks. They were in total control of this game.
See that damage on Bulldog?
They were scaling, yeah.
That Caitlyn ult.
Just, it's his ace in the hole, you know. Just gonna pull it out at the right moment.
And apparently that was it.
Yeah.
But Bulldog just walks back to base and heals up, so maybe not the right time to bring out the ace.
Yeah. Well, he has 350 stacks, basically. Is there a chance for the ending of this game to go the way you predicted it, Ox?
I set it up, didn't I? There's going to be a big ultimate from Asol.
Be a big one.
Kayon will do some auto-attacking, as you do on Jinx. Get some resets. That's the hope, I think. I mean, there are a lot of squishy members on KT. Hers is the only one. I mean, I guess it's a Gore Drinker Jace, but even then, like, this is a squishy team composition. There is 3 stopwatches, but they get caught out. Maybe that's the hope.
Yeah, just burn the stopwatches first and then throw the ults.
Yeah, or, you know, last game took a while to finish. If they keep the game going for another 20 minutes, at that point, Asol will really will do some work.
I believe. We're going full LCS now. We can see it happen.
Just hope the enemy team does nothing.
Well, you can see the poke is really obnoxious from ahead. You got the Jace, even with Gore Drinker, it doesn't matter. He's got...
I was about to say, this is why the Warmogs is here, and then he got hit again, so it's got to... Okay, now he's healing.
It's like, I'll sit in the back now. The Sereldas is doing the extra damage.
Okay, you need the Warmogs, I think.
Oh, no. Yeah, he has to flash here away from that one, and, you know, these singularities are looking really cool and all, but... Yeah, it's just not really enough. The poke is too much, as that didn't even get through the shields, as now they go for the engage. They find aiming, but Mikhails is online, still holds on to his cleanse. That's because just gets back over the wall, and you know what? The inhibitor didn't die, so good news for Guangdong.
Yeah, I mean, they sort of hold on, but didn't really look too good. The Mikhail is used by Lahens there, so aiming doesn't even have to cleanse. Oh, takes a bullet for him. What a trooper.
That's very nice. 391 stacks now.
Yeah, and a lot of damage dealt by the side of KT. Not just in terms of damage dealt to champions, but also in terms of the base. Which, as you said, the inhib's still up, but the fact there's no other towers left, it's going to be difficult to contest this Baron. We see a little move here to try and establish some vision to see if they can give a chance of contesting, because if you land the Asol ult in the pit, I think it just covers the whole pit. There's no dodging it. So
at this point,
maybe that's the hope. That's the future I saw.
Yeah, Ox read the runes before we went live today, and he said there's going to be a big explosion. I think it's Aurelion Soul in the first series. BDD has blue buff. Didn't look like he stole that one. So maybe it's his own. Oh, nice little burst damage onto Youngjae. Talia, not the champ she used to be, but still, it hurts.
It was a fair bit. Yeah, I think Youngjae has a blue as well.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
They're just getting in there. They're just pulling the trigger as BDD stands on the choppers, doesn't care. As the ult comes in and it hits the shields. And that's it. Hits the shields, and that is going to be the end of the ultimate. Bulldog is dead. He's got a stopwatch and a dream. As the Singularity not able to get any executions. A clean ace as KT will be taking the 2-0 tonight.
No, I expected a bit more when that ult came in. I think maybe the 6% heal and shield power.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, KT, they needed this 2-0. We set it up that they wanted to not just win the series, but crush it, and they do deliver.
Yeah, not the cleanest one, but they get the clean 2-0. Nothing to see here in the meme sense as they get the job done. They still do not drop any maps. They do not drop any games. As everybody's, Aiming's like looking at the damage charts. He's like, how did this go? But yeah, pretty good stuff there. KT, you give them an inch. They take a mile. They take over the entire game. And that was basically it. Guangdong looked defeated from there.
Yeah, I think it felt pretty patient. Obviously, the early game didn't go quite as much in their favor as we expected.
You have to do the POG vote.
Oh, yeah. Man. Where is it? It's over here.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, and I
got some time to think about it, yeah.
Yeah. You can talk while I think.
Oh, I thought I would just stay silent and we would think together, like make it really awkward.
Yeah, that'd be something.
Well, there was a lot of poke coming out. I wouldn't vote for Lahens. He got caught way too much in the mid game. The bottom lane in general, whatever. Maybe you give it to Cuz for like some of his big setups, or
he bounced back
for
pretty
some
good.
of those.
I think
some of those walls.
I won't reveal who I've picked.
It's probably BDD or Cuz, I would have to say. That would be my.
I have selected, but I will not reveal.
Okay, it's a secret.
It's a secret until we see it in like 5 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I was saying something about League of Legends, but it is now slipped.
It's gone now. Yeah.
Gone to the wind, so it can't be that important.
Well, aiming is doing something. That's going to be on the the celebrations of the week.
How do you rate it out of 10? Quick scores.
I'm going to give it like a 2.7.
2.7?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm a bit more generous. You know, he kind of went for a bit. I'm going to give a 4.6.
Okay, nice. Let's see.
Oh.
All right, that one is the same as last week, but
he added the little arm move.
He added, yeah, he added the uppercut. Okay.
So, oh yeah, it's the grab and then the knock up.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
it's a next. Is it gonna the ult? Is like electricity gonna come off him? That'd be pretty cool.
I think so.
That's the next evolution. So
Lehens. They're both holding Lehens flags.
Fair.
As Hirai is still watching. There he is.
I think he'd be pretty happy with the outcome of this one. It felt like a patient series. I felt like, you know, there was times we could have seen them push it a bit further in that game 1, and in game 2 didn't quite have the early impact we expected, but it was a 2-0. They got it, and I don't think they took too many risks with it.
Yeah, pretty much. It kind of led to some troubles in game number 2. And if I'm Hirai, if I'm one of the coaches, I might, you know, bring them in and say, okay, there's some stuff we have to go over. This is how we could have played this early to mid transition a bit better. But you still say, okay, just, you know, whatever. It's one of our last matches. They still have DRX on Sunday, which will be their official last match.
Yeah, and I mean, this play, getting the early gank in, really, we thought would set bot lane further ahead, but I think Youngjae had a pretty fantastic early game in general in this one. Obviously, targeting Keen quite heavily on this Jace, and that's the thing, this game definitely felt like one that could have been won by Kwangdong, but just, I feel like it wasn't specifically one mistake, but a series of mistakes chained together that kind of just threw it away.
Yeah. Couple of ganks on the top side for Kwangdong. They were able to turn the fight and trade it on the last replay, and on this one, they're able to turn this pretty well. As Moham gives his life for the team. Double TP comes in. Kwangdong, they set themselves up pretty well for the mid game. And they were the ones getting picks like this as well, and we were feeling like this is in the bag.
After seeing that, I was like, okay, if ASOL can just charge in and do this, it should be easy game. But then here, getting caught out, trying to commit to this play on a Cuz, and Cuz, so much confidence just to go for this, knowing that with the Jinx down, they should just be able to pick up some kills, and then BDD interrupting the TP there. And once more, Taeyun, it's hard to even say he obviously did overstep because he died, but it did, you know, he's next to his tower and he just gets taken out.
Yeah, I loved the kind of like the cone engage. BDD's coming in from one side with the wall and Cuz is on the other side with the Cyclone. Like, not a lot of safe spaces for the team. As let's listen in. Go for Aurelion Soul. We got Aurelion Soul. Nice.
Yeah, I got that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, quite a swing. You can see that. I mean, it just felt like the mid game was going a bit too smoothly, maybe. But when you look at the damage as well, all the carries on the side of KT really performing. And Keen, he had a rough start. I don't think it's necessarily his fault, but you play against Sejuani, Renekton as a Jace, you're not going to have a fun time, but he bounced back massively.
Yeah, he absolutely did. Most damage in the game after getting camped that hard. As, by the way, guys, we do have not only the POG interview, we will also have Kwangdong's team interview, because this is their last match of the entire split. We're not going to see them in playoffs either, so it's a nice little addition we do have there. But we are done here for the first series. Let's throw it over to the space and see what they had to say about game number 2.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Great cast on the day. And yeah, let's break down this KT win. That didn't necessarily seem like too much of a KT win, as you had a 7.2. That was for aiming celebration.
Yeah, aiming celebration.
I have a 6.3. I didn't think it was fantastic. I did really like Lehens' one, though. What would you have given that?
I thought it was maybe like a solid 7 to 8.
Yeah.
I will give KT a 3 out of 5 stars. I drew those very quickly, so don't 3 out of 5 stars for this victory tonight, because really not that convincing overall, to be honest. And
yeah, let's have a look at the drop.
Yeah, in this second game, we saw the Caitlyn get picked up this time by KT. The Jace pick here and the Talia meant that we felt pretty confident KT were going to have control over the entire map in the early game no matter what, because they basically have 3 winning lanes here. and there's only one jungler on the enemy team. So can he save bottom lane, but also keep Bulldog okay and make sure that the Renekton doesn't run away with the top side, or the Jace doesn't run away with the top side of the map? These are things that we were very concerned about whether Kwangdong was going to be able to do or not. But then Youngjae actually played top side incredibly well, got his Renekton ahead, and the bottom side went disastrously poorly for Lehens and aiming. So in the early game, it looked like, okay, it's a game state where Kwangdong Freaks are like 1.5 to 2,000 gold ahead, and they have the better scaling comp. They have Aurelion Sol, they have Jinx. Like, how can they lose? And then it became a game of who can make the fewest mistakes.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a rough one because I was with you. We were talking about this before. Where like they need two junglers because in the 3v3 bottom lane and the 2v2 top lane, Kwangdong Freaks look absolutely amazing. But in those isolated 2v2s and 1v1s, things should be a lot more difficult. And with an Aurelion Sol, you don't have that mid priority. And as we can see here, like KT making some fumbles. Cuz got a double kill earlier than this. But then it's overextensions, right?
Yeah, all these overextensions. Once the Wukong got ahead, they just constantly tried to force these fights. And this was just tunneling on Leona, as Ox pointed out in the cast. You know, it's just not the member you want to try to focus down. They commit the Weaver's Wall, everything here. And this is a composition that can turn so quickly on Kwangdong Freaks' side. Yeah, you have the Weaver's Wall, but Aurelion Sol can actually chase incredibly quickly too. Now Aiming's getting zoned off of his turret. They're able to chase him down and then turn onto Lehens here to guarantee that additional kill. Just really well played by Kwangdong Freaks here. And you could see glimpses of this in game one where they were very confident they could actually win these longer exchanges against KT, but this time it was much cleaner. And Lehens having a bit of a rough one here, took the Guardian on the Lux, didn't like it as much. I think the lane dominance could have been much better if he actually went for the Comet instead.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like maybe into a Leona, you're like, well, maybe I'm not going to be able to do enough or something like that. And we have seen the Guardian Lux used in the past, and Aiming and Lehens have kind of been struggling. I think they're now 2 and 3 on the Caitlyn Lux on the bottom side of the map. Not one of our other teams, the T1s, the DKs that have been very, very good at guaranteeing victories on the champion. But honestly, what comes up sometimes does have to come down.
Yeah, as things just got very messy here in the late game, and Taeyun is just out here for no reason. Like, he's way up, he knows that Lehens is there, and it looked like maybe they're trying to set a trap here for the collapse, but they're not able to set it up at all. Then Bulldog's over here, and they're just like hard committing, like, we have to make something of this Jinx getting picked. We have to actually turn Taeyun's death into a positive. But they're just not set up to do it. They're way too fragmented. This composition needs to be fighting on its own terms all the time. And all of this gold going over to KT, plus, more importantly, the map control they gained from this, the Baron buff they picked up subsequently, is why they win the game. So KT, I think, breathing a sigh of relief in this game because the early game was definitely not theirs by any means.
No, it absolutely wasn't. I think Taeyun as well, having some positioning problems like he has in the past as well, wasn't really able to do very much on the Jinx in the later stages of the game, especially if you compare it to what Aiming was able to accomplish. But let's have a look at the POG and who picks it up this time around. Cuz will collect it. 2 for 2 on this desk here for us, as Cuz is going to walk away with a great one. Didn't exactly have the most brilliant game. However, his capitalizations of late game mistakes and his early game performance here was definitely warranted.
I was kind of yelling at the TV. I think he definitely could have given at least one of those kills over to Aiming, but Lehens thought it was fine. Lehens was like, get that Sunderer, man. And then he turned around some of these late game fights really well. His dive into the base, this one is actually the one that really stood out to me, where he and Aiming are on the same page. The Weaver's Wall from BDD is there. Just had a really good performance once again on this Wukong pick, and it was a tough vote. I think we might see a split vote here, but Cuz was a standout for me.
Yeah, I think BDD probably deserves a couple of them as we're going to have a look, and it is going to be a couple going over to BDD, a couple of them going over to Aiming. And then otherwise, Cuz votes across the board. And I actually, I 100% think that Cuz did a fantastic job here, and I hope that he can continue that level of form, because when Cuz is performing, KT is performing. In fact, when Cuz is performing, whichever team he's on is kind of performing. It's kind of, he's the barometer for whichever squad he's with. But now, we're going to go into our POG interview. So here's G-Sun for some translation.
Thank you very much, guys. We are here joined by Lehens and Cuz from KT Roaster. KT Roaster got the revenge on KDF of the first round robin. Lian, how do you feel?
1라운드 때 2대0으로 졌는데
Yeah, we lost to them 2-0. And then I'm so happy that we were able to get a 2-0 on our end today.
사실 좀 분하기도 했고.
Yeah, I was pretty unhappy after losing to them in the first round. And I was a little bit worried, we might lose today, but I'm so happy that we were able to get a very clean win today. And cause, Guangdong Freaks, they have been showcasing a great potential up against the stronger teams these days. What did you focus on going up against KDF?
경기력의 바탕에는 좀 뭔가
I think
기본이 튼튼하다고 해야
the centerpiece of their recent rise was their fundamental performance. So we wanted to focus on our fundamentals, make sure that we are not missing out on everything, and bring out a solid performance. And today we had Blitzcrank one more time, this time up against Caitlyn and Lux in game number 1. I cannot really confirm, Blitz is just good. But, I'm always telling aiming, we're playing Blitz because it's me, Lihans. And it doesn't mean Blitz is OP, I'm just good at it. But today, yeah, I think this Blitzcrank kind of reflects on the fact that we are having a great confidence on the bottom lane. And cause you are allowed to play Sejuani after a very long while, a lot of teams have been banning that away from you. Were you expecting this pick to be left available today? Well, recently a lot of teams actually started to not ban Sejuani. So we thought it might be let through today. It was already ready, always ready. And then it was, available today. I was so happy to play it today. I think not that we played Sejuani on our end. I hope to see more teams just unbanning Sejuani for me.
1세트 때 지난 경기에서 오늘도 블리츠크랭크로 POG를
Also, Lian, you got another POG on Blitzcrank. Congratulations on that. But Blitzcrank is a very risky champion because you have to walk forward in order to get into that hook range. Is there any tip, positioning as Blitzcrank? You have to exert a lot of pressure as being Blitzcrank itself. It's just like you're playing Malphite. Sometimes you just walk into the front line and then just throw for a hook. But sometimes you might still lose because this champion is not good. And also, you are actually flashing the Griffin emote today. Is there a message over to CV Max, maybe? Well, you beat us in round 1, right? So it's like a 50-50 trade, even trade. So we're good, right? And then in game number 2, KT Roaster started off with a double kill on the bottom lane together with Cuz. However, Guangdong Freaks actually managed to close the gap in the mid game. What did you focus on in order to turn the game around? We had an incredible setup in the early game and we got ahead early, so good. However, we kind of dropped the ball, so we were falling behind. So we were making a lot of communications on how we are supposed to do in order to turn the game around. And Lian, Hirai, will not be able to come to Lowell Park due to his health issues throughout the end of the spring split. So any message over to Hirai? Get well soon, Hirai. I wish for your speedy recovery and we'll see you again at the spring finals. I promise. And Cuz? Hirai, you always used to be a very strong man. I know you're strong enough to overcome this. Fighting, Hirai. And before we go, if you win your very final match of the season, you might be able to clinch 3rd place. How are we going to prepare for that match? Obviously, we're going to do our best. And also, we are, going to participate in the playoffs as well. So we will always make sure that we're going to have a lot of fun on stage in order to get ready for the playoffs. We will make sure to continue this winning streak and continue the momentum up until the playoffs. Thank you. Thank you so much for the interview, and we will see you guys again for the DRX series happening later this week. Once again, congratulations on the win. And starting today, we will also have interview with the teams that had their last match of the regular season, regardless of the result of the match. So please give it up for the KDF players.
나와주세요. 네, 두두, 영재, 불독, 태훈, 모함, 준 선수 모셨습니다. 안녕하세요.
We are here joined by the full roster of KDF, including Jun, who also performed for the team earlier this season.
네, 진행해봐도 될까요? 네, 좋습니다.
Thank you so much for joining for this interview.
오늘 먼저 광동 프릭스의 주장인 두두 선수께 먼저 질문
I want to start with Dudu, the captain of Kwangdong Freaks. This was the last match of the spring season. Too bad that you guys were not able to continue the winning streak, but how do you look back on the entire spring split? I really wanted to win the final match of the season, but I'm so bummed that we were not able to make it happen. But still, we will do our best in order to prepare for the summer split. I promise that we will come back with stronger performance.
되게 열심히 해주시고 멋진 장면도 많이 만들어낸 것 같아서 기분 좋으실 것 같아요. 그리고 심해 감독님께
And also, Dudu, you have been getting a lot of, feedbacks from CV Max this entire season. So, which feedback do you remember the most from CV Max?
일단 감독님이 저한테 해주셨던
So,
그 도움이 됐던 거는 이제
the most helpful, memorable feedback was about my in-game performance, how to read the entire kind of flow of the game, how I am supposed to change my play according to what's happening inside the game. So I was able to step up so much as a player. And Youngjae, you actually had a fantastic season, especially showing off your fantastic smite skills. Some people call you the steel god. So what did you remember the most looking back at the entire spring? We started off with a very shaky performance, but as time went by, our entire KDF squad has become a lot more solid, and thanks to my teammates performing so well, I was able to grow so much as a player too. And Youngjae, you got so many new fans this season. People got to know more about you as, you had some chance to show up at the LCK contents. Well, yeah, I mean, the more games we played, the more fans we were actually see. We were able to see at the fan meet, so I'm so grateful. Then is there anything you want to say to all the KDF fans? I really, really wish that we could get a win for our very final match of the season, but I'm so sorry that we were not able to get the win. But next summer split, we're going to start off with a 5-match winning streak and make it to the playoffs. Next up is Bulldog. I think you have solidified yourself as one of the best rising rookies. Are you happy with your own development throughout the season? Well, yeah, I think I have stepped up quite a little bit compared to the beginning of the season, but it's only about 50% of my entire full potential. So I think I still have a lot more to show. And Bulldog, you played so many different champions this season. Which champion do you remember the most, or is there any outplay that you still remember? Game 3 up against Genji, the ASOL play, that game, that's still on the Elder, and we won the game up against Genji, you know? That was amazing.
아우솔이 가장 기억에 남는다. 네, 좋습니다. 근데 또 서머 때는 말씀해 주신 것처럼
Now,
50%밖에 보여주지
we will be able to see the 100% of Bulldog in the upcoming summer split. What is your mindset preparing for the next season? I just have a long way to go, you know. I'm just going to keep working in order to become a stronger player, and I will look forward to your continuous support.
네, 다음 태윤 선수께 질문 드릴게요.
And next up is Taeyun. You were the player that got the first pentakill of the Spring Split. What is the biggest takeaway this season?
일단 팀처럼 행동하는 거를 좀
I learned how to play as a team.
팀의 신뢰
That was my focal point, you know, building trust with each other, how to make team plays, and about teamwork. You know, I learned a lot.
그러면 계속해서 발전해 나가고 있는 태윤 선수잖아요.
And Taeyun, you were able to showcase a lot of potential this season. What is your goal as a player?
썸머 프로
I want to make it to the playoffs next summer split.
네. 서머의 프로 저희도 다 같이 응원하겠습니다. 좋습니다.
I hope to see KDF at the playoffs in the summer split as well. And let's hear from Moham.
아직도 모함 선수의 그
We all still remember your tears of joy after you got your first win after such a long time. And you actually stepped up as a starting player not long ago. How do you look back at the entire spring split, especially, you know, considering the fact that you were playing under so much pressure becoming a starting player? Yeah, it was like out of the blue for me. So I was feeling a bit of a pressure, and I knew that a lot of people were expecting a lot from me, but I was not able to play up to their expectations. So I'm not fully happy with my own performance, to be honest. You know, I left too much to be desired.
아니에요. 정말 멋있는 장면도 많이 만들어 내시고 멋있는 플레이도 많이
It's hard to agree with you because you were able to showcase great play heading into the later part of the season. Then what is your mindset for the upcoming summer split? I learned so much up until today. You know, I figured out a lot of facts, a lot of game knowledge, and also I kind of realized that the game knowledge I have is not matching with the game knowledge my teammates have, so I still need to learn a lot, and I will keep grinding for the summer split.
네, 준 선수 많이 기다리셨죠? 마지막
Now,
질문 드릴게요.
Jun.
기다렸을 것 같은데 바로 질문 드릴게요. 모함 선수와 번거라고 하면서
So it was both Moham and you playing for the support of Kwangdong Freaks. How did you look back at the spring split? I also think that I was not, you know, performing at the best level, so I will do my best to get better and become as a stronger player for the summer split. And before we go, Jun, is there any last message you want to share? Kwangdong Freaks will become a lot stronger for the summer split. Thank you one more time for joining us for the farewell interview of the spring split. I'm gonna pass it back to Atlas and Wolf. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jason. Absolutely fantastic that we got to hear from both KT and from Kwangdong Freaks after their final match of the season. Hopefully they will come back stronger because honestly, they were powering up towards the end.
Yeah, I think this is a great development season for this team. We were worried in the middle of the season that maybe they weren't going to get over the hurdles, maybe they weren't going to hit those check marks, those benchmarks. But at the end of the season, we're feeling pretty good about their performance. So as the goal was mentioned, I think by Taeyun earlier, playoffs for summer, maybe a realistic goal if they can continue to grow like this.
I agree. I think there are definitely some spots they could challenge. As let's have a look at the standings and see what has happened here. KT, 4th place with their eyes on 3rd.
Yeah.
Currently being able to get even scoreline with D+ Kia as well is kind of huge.
It is very tough for KT to get that 3rd place spot, of course. It really depends on how that Gen G D+ series does go tomorrow, but still possible. Really important they got a 2-0 today. They will need to get one on Sunday as well if they're going to have a chance.
Yep, got to try and keep working on that game score. We are going to go to a short break, but when we get back, Yeah, that's right. Bro versus Nongshim. Morgan versus Dundun, the most hyped top matchup that we have here in the LCK. I'm super excited. Hope you are too. We'll see you in a little bit of time for our second series of the night.
여러분 안녕하세요. 목요일마다 찾아오는 리뷰 데스크의 헬리오스 신동진입니다. 오늘 함께 해주실 T1의 페이커 선수와 오너 선수.
안녕하세요. T1의 페이커 이상혁입니다.
안녕하세요. T1 정글러를 맡고 있는 오너 문현준이라고 합니다.
이제 본격적으로 리뷰를 시작해 볼 텐데요. 영상 보면서 좀 마음껏 자기 PR을 해주시면 제가 의견을 듣고 판단을 해서 MVP를 뽑겠습니다. 첫 번째 영상 바로 확인해 보시죠.
저 오너가 레드 쪽으로 나와 있습니다. 지금 라이프도 이쪽 영역을 좀 먹겠다라고 좀 빠져나오고 있는데.
한번 연계?
오너들이 많아요.
연계? 그래도 이게 살아나가면 안 될 것 같아. 아칼리가 과연? 근데 무레가 너무 좋았어요. 무레가 저 대박!
제카가 전사!
결국 매우로
한번 들어갑니다.
한번 더 날아가던 라칸
그래 결국은
한번 뒤로 빠져나가고 루시안이 미드 밀고 있어요.
그 사이에 캐리어는 3,000 어시스트 달성.
3,000 어시스트 뭐냐?
오너 선수가 리플레이를 보면서 디테일한 부분을 좀 설명해 주세요.
저희가 이제 전령 싸움을 했었고 전령을 이제 크산테가 먹었기 때문에 이제 크산테가 라인을 밀고 이제 저희가 미드에서 전령을 박자라는 얘기를 했었어요.
네.
와드가 다 개어있는 상태인 줄 알고 적팀 레드에 제가 살짝 선을 넘었었는데 바로 응징하더라고요 상대팀이. 근데 이제 그 와중에 깔끔한 스킬 분배와 함께 저희 팀의 백업이 좀 많이 좋았어가지고 많은 이득을 본 것 같아요 이 장면은.
혹시 이 게임 안에서 그럼 페이커 선수가 잘했던 장면, 좀 인상 깊었던 장면이 있을까요?
딱히 기억은 안 나는데.
용대 봐 용대. 용대 잘했어.
용대? 수업 잘했다고? 나 못했는데.
진짜 봐봐. 진짜 다시 영상 봐봐. 저희가 또 먹은 3명이었기 때문에 제가 이제 5대5를 한 건데 저는 안 죽을 줄 알았거든요. 앞에서 좀 나대고 있었는데 저를 잘 응징해가지고 살짝 큰일 날 뻔했지만
아무것도 안 하고
이제
죽었네요.
그냥 3대3이 좀 중요했던 것 같은데 매혹 한번 맞춰주고 그냥 여기서 어그로 플레이했던 게 저는 굉장히 잘했다고 생각합니다.
이게 사실 자야가 전멸을 쓸 거를 예상을 했는데 안 쓰더라고요. 자야가 여기로 돌풍 쓸 걸 예상했고 전멸을 일로 쓸 거라고 예상을 했는데 근데 좀 맞고 썼을 것 같네요.
그런 예측 플레이까지 했었던
네,
용한타였다. 그 23분 탑솔킬 장면이 있었는데
일단 이때 아마 뭐 게임 중에는 몰랐는데 한 2,000원 정도 있는 것 같거든요. 아칼리가 딱 2,000원 들고 있는데 제 스킬 분배가 좀 아쉬워가지고 제가 죽었거든요.
이게 또 잘했는데도
좀
아쉬웠다.
아쉬운 장면이라서
네네.
일단 만년설이를 쓴 게 좀 아쉽고요.
네.
여기서 매우큐를 넣고 이때 만년설이가 있었으면 깔끔하게 잡았을 것 같은데 좀 아쉬운 것 같습니다.
보는 사람들 입장에서는 이야 솔로킬 멋진 장면이었는데 아쉽게 그냥 느껴지셨던 것 같아요. 혹시 더 어필할 장면이 있을까요?
제가 이제 미드랑 바텀이 압박을 하고 있기 때문에 적팀 정글을 찾아주면 된다라는 생각을 가지고 적정글에 갔었고 50이 이게 위에 가는 척 하긴 했지만 뭔가 그냥 다시 아래로 올 것 같아서 제가 일부러 불러 치지도 않고 그냥 여기서 계속 기다렸는데 예상대로 이제 50이 왔더라고요 일자로. 저희 팀이 또 잘 빨기도 했고 그래서 제가 깔끔하게 많이 이득을 본 것 같습니다.
충분히 예상 범주 안의 플레이였다.
7분에도 제가 한 번 더 바텀을 가는데 용랩이 미니 한두 마리 정도 남아있어가지고 그냥 미니언 경험치를 같이 먹고 얘네가 너무 쫄아있길래 50 위치가 바텀은 아닌 것 같다라고 생각해서 그냥 과감하게 했었던 장면인 것 같습니다.
좋은 장면이었네요. 이제 또 준비된 다음 영상을 보고 좀 판단을 해봐야 될 것 같습니다. 다음 영상 보시죠.
뭐 들어간 게 이제 바이퍼 쪽이라서 그건 좀 안타깝게 될 수는 있겠습니다만. 아니 불을 끄고 오는데.
그래도 내고
토스 밀었는데.
오히려 끌어들여서.
그런데 좀 세게 맞습니다.
이게
이거 페이크가 위험하고요.
아니 한띵 모자랐어요. 한띵
모자랐죠.
저거 큰데요?
살면 됐죠.
저거 진짜 커요. 그리고 오너 나 치속이야. 나 치속이야. 오너 이거 커요. 이거 진짜 커요 방금 거.
이 장면에 대해서 좀 이제 리플레이를 보면서 설명을 해주실 수 있을까요?
알겠습니다. 이때 바위가 보였거든요.
네네.
일부러 맞아준 겁니다.
연기.
네, 일부러 맞아주고 여기서 W를 쓰면은 당연히 궁을 쓰기 때문에 이미 여기로 밀고 EQ까지 맞추고 하겠다는 생각을 했습니다.
사실 이 장면 말고도 미드에서도 굉장히 좋은 더블킬 장면이 있었잖아요.
바위가 조금 무리하게 제어들을 지워가지고 쫓는 상황이었고 바위가 이쪽으로 전멸을 쓸 거를 예상을 하기 때문에 바로 쓰자마자 넘겼습니다.
이 두 장면을 보고 좀 오너 선수도 할 말이 있으실 것 같은데.
저요? 할 말 많죠. 바위가 이제 알았기 때문에 일부러 맞춰서 이렇게 잡아내는 모습이고 여기서 이제 또 빅토르까지 제가 본 게 좀 잘하지 않았나. 6분 30초 같은 경우에는 적팀이 다 보이는 상태에서 바위가 살짝 선 넘는다고 생각을 해가지고 이때부터 아마 제가 콜을 엄청나게 쓸 거예요. 그래서는 원래 빅토르까지 잡을 줄은 몰랐는데 빅토르도 갑자기 궁에 맞고 이제 와가지고 이렇게 좀 잘 풀린 것 같아요.
그리고 또 전령 타이밍 때 좀 미드 갱킹을 좀 완벽하게 성공하는 장면이 있었잖아요.
상대방이 너무 앞에 있길래 토스를 바로 했습니다. 잘 된 것 같습니다. 네.
알겠습니다. 정글러가 전령에 있었었잖아요. 좀 정글 위치를 생각을 하고 이런 플레이를 하신 건가요?
전령일 거라고 예상을 할 수 있는 게 여기 와드가 돼 있고 카네브리가 살아있기 때문에 아래 정글은 당연히 그전에 없는 타이밍이었고 그냥 이렇게 와가지고 이렇게 쳤을 것 같은데 그랬습니다.
아마 확실치는 않았지만 어느 정도 예상은 한 동선이었다.
네, 바로 이렇게 와서 쳤네요. 역시.
자, 준비된 영상은 여기까지고 8주차 T1의 MVP는 페이커 선수입니다. 왜냐하면은 제가 페이커 선수를 뽑은 이유는 녹턴이라는 챔피언이 사실 초반에 크지 못하면은 썩기 쉬운 챔피언이잖아요. 근데 오너 선수를 좀 확실하게 견인해주면서 키워주는 모습을 보고 뽑았습니다.
감사합니다.
리뷰 데스크를 함께 해봤는데요. 두 분 오늘 어떠셨나요?
오늘 뭐 리플레이를 보니까 딱히 잘한 건 없는 것 같아요.
잘하셨는데
그냥 좀 상대방의 실수를 좀 저희가 잘 캐치하고 잘 굴린 것 같습니다.
일단은 제가 작년 롤리나잇 나왔을 때는 제가 좀 잘한 장면도 많았고 뭔가 할 이야기가 많았어가지고 더 많이 풀었었던 것 같은데 좀 아쉬운 것 같아요, 그게. 하지만 어쨌든 저희가 이기기도 했고 재밌게 리뷰한 것 같습니다.
두 선수 오늘 이렇게 함께 해주셔서 너무 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
저희는 여기서 인사드리도록 하겠습니다. 안녕.
안녕.
Okay, onto the jungle. Onto the jungle.
That was a joke.
Yeah, that was a
okay.
joke. Asterisk. This was a joke.
By the way, joke, but also
Except-
Morgan.
Wait, is he
Okay.
playing Cassante?
Yeah.
Okay, well then I'm down.
Absolutely.
Then
You're
we're all
reliable. Okay, jungle. It's not Peanut.
It's not Peanut.
Peanut, I
unfortunately.
don't think Peanut's in my top 5.
So this is actually
Yeah,
this
he's
is
had
where
a
we're going to
really
have
rough 3
contention.
weeks.
though.
Because Jungle is also kind of... I think there's a
I
big
think,
gap.
I think we have like top 3, and then we have the rest of the story. You know, like
Yeah.
That's why we
Yeah.
chose top 3.
You guys ever
It's
see
the
the
cutoff
top
line.
3 is actually kind of working out. Yeah.
You see the SpongeBob episode where Squidward eats too many Krabby
Yeah,
Patties
yeah,
and it
yeah.
all goes to his thighs? That's jungle for the LCK. It's
Actually-
like, oh, it's looking great, and then like it's just the thighs. Like, whoa, what happened
I
here?
think for free you can actually... You actually have 2 choices. But let's get into
Right.
1 and 2 first, because 1 and 2 are only 2 players, and the interesting question is which of the 2 do you pick?
Yeah.
Is
And
Owner or Canyon?
I'm picking owner.
I pick Canyon because owners' lanes always win.
I pick Owner as well. But I think it's a really fun discussion, because
think-
it really depends on how you evaluate the jungle role and how teams play, and how important
Probably
players are.
have to go owner. It's hard though because Max is right. Like, it's easy for a jungler to look great when, and this is kind of like the T1 effect, where it's like everybody knows that they're just going to win if they go in and press their buttons. So everybody's always on the same page and always super confident. So I think part of that is how all their players look so good. 'cause
Yeah,
they're on the same page. So
Owner also
it's
has
hard.
had some really good mechanical
Yeah,
performances.
some of
though,
the
as well,
stuff
so it's hard.
that owner
Kenyon's
ha-
beginning of the split was pretty.
Yeah,
He-
that's
here's
really
here's
well.
here's a
But
here's
he's
like a
back.
here's a thing to discuss, because like we're talking about all pro. It's like in theory we're talking about which player's the best in the role, but also like how they would do if they played on this team. So like if you take that angle, like I think that's the Canyon angle, because he plays really well with anybody.
That's sort of
Whereas-
how I got to it.
because
it's
owner like he will do some crazy mechanical plays, but some of these plays are only possible because his team is like so fast and they're like
Exactly.
all on the same
You're
page, and
ganking
it's crazy.
for Keria, like, is that even fair? It's not fair.
And so
It's
like
actually not fair.
some of
Ganking
these
for Faker, that's also not fair.
ganking for Zaze?
some of these moments for
yeah.
owner are only possible because his team is so incredibly like good, and they turn on a dime on team fights. Like they will force fights that look like it's impossible to win and just play it out exactly perfectly.
His lace in though is like S tier.
Yeah, no. I mean,
Like-
I'm not saying like none of his stuff is S tier. I'm just saying like,
Yeah.
if you don't know who he's playing with, like just on a theoretical level, like maybe owner looks a little bit weaker with a different team for a period of time. Like for example, if this all pro team played in a show match or something. I think that's the only angle for me for putting Canyon. I'm not actually putting Canyon first, but if you think about it that way, like maybe you could. The only other thing to say is like this all pro team is probably just like T1, so like it doesn't matter.
That's fair.
I do think though that you've got a good point, right? Because if you plug and play like owner and Canyon, if you switch them between the two teams, right?
I think Canyon looks better, yeah.
Yeah, DK like has owner and Canyon is on T1. I think T1 are still leagues above everyone else, but I don't think that DK looks better.
I think it's really interesting because I think Canyon, when the team plays for him, is the best jungler in the world. I think Canyon with resources is like, there's no one that comes close. I think that's what Damwon have looked like in 2020. That's what they looked like in 2021 when they did look good. But I do think that in All Pro, I would take a versatile player over someone with high peaks when they play for him every time. And I think Owner's timing and like his game sense is really, really undervalued, part of why T1 is so consistent. Because if you go, for example, to some of the recent T1's matches, if you look at like when Owner shows up where, at what point, like how many moments he clutches because he's exactly at the right place
He's
at the right
always in the
time.
right place.
I think that is really valuable. And I also think it's important to know that T1 has chewed up and spit out a lot of junglers. like over
That is
over
very
time.
true.
Yeah.
He has
Like,
actually stayed for longer than almost everyone except Bengi, right?
Yeah, and I think that if you tailor a team, I would always go Canyon. If you're like a team that like that you can
it's
build.
such an interesting. I'm actually kind of like after this discussion leaning towards Owner now.
Pretty convinced with Owner now.
Yeah, me too. And also if
He's
you factor
too
in
good.
today's match, because like I did a lot of thinking yesterday.
Yeah.
But seeing like Canyon have his completely vacant Vi game has, he does have those lows, and Owner doesn't have as many of those lows that we've seen this season, and I think that it wouldn't be fair to take him out this time around, because of course last spring Canyon got the All Pro for jungle over Owner, and Owner was the only T1 player. I don't think Owner's going to be the only T1 player this time that's going to miss out, and I think that he's getting in. I think it might be some other role.
It's very tough though, because they're both like so
I don't know.
far.
I'm getting
ahead of
more and more
everyone else.
convinced that it's not that close.
I'm
think about the fact
leaning
that
further and further towards Owner. Actually,
he has as many pog points as Keria, and that team has won a lot of games. And Owner is like taking a bunch of POGs for a good reason, right? Like he is carrying the games. He is, Faker's not getting them. Guma's not getting them. Even Zeus isn't getting them because he's playing like more outstanding than those players who are outstanding in their own right. So like,
and we get to just see Canyon versus Owner again.
I think
coming
Owner's
up.
definitely number one.
I think that another thing you could like put in the Canyon column too is his champion pool seems to be wider than Owner's. And I think Owner has sometimes looked a little bit off on certain picks, like on Poppy, for example. It took him a really long time to like figure out how to play that extremely well. I want to say like for me, I'm like 80-20 Owner though. I think I'm like 80-20.
I'm getting closer and closer.
Because you can
to
say the same for Canyon on tanks, right? Canyon's tank play, like barring a couple of great flanks, I think generally is pretty.
Yeah,
I'm not super sold.
Unless you call Hecker and Udia tanks.
Well, no.
In which case, he's pretty good.
So, in some ways, I guess we could skip two.
So we skip two,
but
because-
before we do that, I want to say like before we had this discussion, and when we were talking about like a few days ago doing Pog State planning, and we're going to do this discussion about All Pro. At that point, I was like, well, I still want to keep Peanut at number 2. Like, I was thinking that, and I was like, I think like he's had some great games.
He's a Krabby Patty now.
And this is not just based on that loss that he had today, but I started thinking about it more in some of those critical mispositions for him, where he's like out next to the Baron and dies. Some really poor dives that failed in the bottom lane early on in the season. And I just started thinking about it more because in my head I like hold Peanut in such high regard, and like he has had some really fantastic highs this season, but the consistency is absolutely not there. I started thinking about it more, and I'm like, he's just not in my top 3 at all.
He chose an Ezreal instead of All Pro, in my opinion.
Wow.
Yeah, that's what happened.
I actually would. I think Peanut would still be 5th probably, but that says more about the jungle role because you can't go clear.
Well, let's talk about who's going to be picked above him, right? Because I'm thinking Cuz for 3rd.
It's Cuz or Willer.
I think Cuz is definitely 3rd now.
Yeah,
like Willer used to be 3rd.
Yeah,
but I think it's Cuz now.
Round 1, Willer definitely. Yeah, including round 2, Willer is probably 7th.
It's tough for me because I think that Willer and Birdle, ironically, are the only one that still have their heads in sandbox. Birdle, relatively, but I feel like Willer is still trying. But because the team is looking so bad, like I think you do have to go Cuz. But I do think that is closer than some of the other conversations we've had.
Yeah, I think Willer is still definitely a conversation to be had.
I don't think Cuz is 3rd.
Who's 3rd?
I think it's probably Willer for me. And I know his team has had bad performances, but I think he's played pretty well.
Yeah.
Are we plagued by the Cuz problem?
Cuz has been really good.
I know he has, but we find it so hard to bet on Cuz, right?
Well, I think that's because he makes really poor decisions in the early game a lot. Like his mechanics are great, his team fighting's great, his pick potential, all of these things are good, but like he often doesn't understand what his draft is trying to do and paths incorrectly, so he leaves top laner out to dry, and Keen will die randomly when you know that the enemy jungler is going to path top in certain matchups, or his bot lane will fall behind. He doesn't know how to play around Lucian Nami, which is, I think, why Aiming has had such a bad time on Lucian this season, is he just doesn't know how to get advantages there. He's not good at diving. I think Cuz's early game is a huge gaping hole in his play. I think everything else is super well-rounded, whereas I think Willer has like the clutch factor, his pathing is good, his early game is good, and I kind of lean towards him. Other potential picks, like Klid had such a terrible beginning of the season that it's like really hard to even have him in this conversation. But his recent games, his recent games are super sick. It's hard to bet on Klid right now, but at least towards the end of the season, he's up on up.
I can't in good conscience. I put probably Peanut over Klid, but not with enthusiasm.
I put Peanut and Klid together.
Yeah,
they're the same.
I'd probably put Klid over him because I think he'll just continue to play well here at the end. So
Klid,
when I have to make the vote at the end of the season, I'll probably vote Klid.
Yeah,
I worry though, like seriously, for Cuz, like some of the games that KT have coming up, like it feels like so many games when KT loses because like Klid messed something up and like they lost all their momentum. Or sorry, Cuz, excuse me. Like Cuz messed something up and they lost all their momentum.
Yeah, he makes up for it though because his round 2 like team fighting and stuff has been like exceptional.
Yeah.
So that's part of why, like in my mind, I'm just like, Cuz has been really, really good. Like if we can just ignore, because the rest of his team is also playing well and their laners are actually quite good. So even without their jungler playing perfectly, they are like getting through the laning phase. And sometimes, like a broken clock is right twice a day, and Cuz isn't great at the early game, but he sometimes makes, good decisions.
Yeah, it's like 50-50, it feels like.
It's also when he...
But his team fighting is insane.
Yeah,
so,
when he does
that's kind of why
fed,
I put him third.
KT never lose,
Yeah.
which is like that's a couple of great examples where he picks up like a kill or two early on Wukong, and then the enemy team can't play the game anymore.
Yeah.
So I do think he snowballs really well, but I think that decision for me is going to be like at the end of the week.
We're actually like, I wanted to say this because we're so lucky with our matchups in week 9 because we get Canyon versus Owner to go into that one a little bit more, and I think Owner will probably be able to confirm his spot. But then we also get the Hanwha Genji, the Peanut versus Klid situation as well.
Dope.
So I get to work out which one I'm going to put ahead. And right now, after this Genji loss against Kwangdong, that series is super sick. Like, we haven't had week 9s that, like, we've had a lot of week 9s that have been pretty hype, but, like, this one's
and playoffs
dope,
is like,
man.
we already
really
have
cool.
our 6 teams, but still it's going to be really hype.
I'm
we
really
have so many good
excited.
matchups.
Yeah, it's really, really cool.
And welcome back to the LCK. We're here for the second match of the night. We got Brion up against Nongshim, and this one, of course, both these teams not making it into playoffs at the end of the split here, but playing for pride, playing to show off what they've got as a last chance.
Yeah, playing to show who can win 2 games before the other team does, which I think is important to send as a message.
Yeah, generally that's pretty important. By the way, it's Ox that I'm joined by. He is new here at the LCK. Of course, did a lot of work last year and now has moved to the best region, and we are very happy to have him.
After Will's the best region, no doubt.
So what are you thinking about this one?
I feel like this one is going to be interesting. You know, it'll be telling how the teams come into this, because we could definitely see some more fun picks coming out when there are maybe less stakes, but also the pride is at stake, so that can be a pretty big thing. I know obviously the Brion fan base will be ever in support of their top laner.
Yeah,
they rally behind, and
the rest of the most important thing is an unbreakable heart. 7-match loss streak, bro. Will they be able to end on a good note? Yeah, this team, you know, this is a team that actually made playoffs last year for one of the splits. And, you know, at the beginning here...
Definitely not for their puns.
Yeah. In this split, hasn't looked quite as strong. So looking to go into summer on a good note and hopefully have a better chance there.
Yeah. I mean, Bro is definitely beatable for Nongshim. T1... They did take a game last time, but I think that's a bit of a harder challenge than Bro. I'm willing to say.
Yeah.
So, obviously, I mean, as much as the stakes aren't there, and like at the end of the day, now these teams are going to playoffs, I do think it means a lot in terms of pride, and also you don't want to go for a winless round 2. This may be Nongshim's last chance to get another dub.
Call me maybe, and Chronicler isn't even here today. The resident... Carly Rae Jepsen fan here on the LCK desk. It is a Seal mid. Call Me is called up by the LCK. A rookie that joined Nongshim Academy this January. Made it into Challengers. And now he's playing on the LCK stage. So kind of a fun thing for this match to see how you will do against Karis in this game.
Yeah, quite a very quick step up to go through those, you know. A lot of players get moved up and maybe spend a bit more time in Challengers, but an opportunity to show his stuff.
Yeah, it's going to be a big one as well, as the pro players coming out here one last time for the season. They have brought some motivational posters as well.
Let's get a look at them.
Now let's get them up there. This is Brion. Let's go to the west side of the bracket for summer. Let's try our best. Let's do our best for the next season.
Yeah, I got the one that said summer. I understood that one.
Thank you for getting that one. My spring was always yours. Was always you, I should say. You being Brion in this case, as she puts in the little bubble there.
That's pretty sweet.
Yeah. And here's Nongshim. No motivational posters for them.
They don't need them. They've foregone the motivational posters. All business today.
Call Me in the mid lane. Doesn't look too nervous yet, but I'm curious to see if he can make his way onto the LCK stage and actually show his stuff. You know, we had this in years past with some COVID issues and stuff. We got to see a lot of challenger players coming up here, and this is Call Me's chance now to really make a mark. If he has a big performance, maybe we'll see him more often in summer.
Yeah, I think, you know, Guess just had some moments, but maybe not the most convincing split, so this could be a scenario where you do start to challenge for the spot if you have a solid performance, which is what every Challengers player is looking for.
These are Sylvie's parents. So Sil Dad and Sil Mom here at the studio looking to cheer on their son. As the key player matchup will include Sylvie alongside of Umti.
Yeah, so parents are here, you're in the key player matchup, that's some pressure. But I feel like Sylvie has had some good moments so far in the split. Obviously, Nongshim have had an underwhelming split in general, but there have been times he's making those proactive plays, so hopefully more of that today to go up against Umti, who is often one of the more proactive players on Brion, sometimes to his detriment and his team's detriment, sometimes to their positive.
Yeah, it's kind of, you know, the stats we get there where he's first in it. Generally, we'd be like, oh, this is a really big, nice one stat to look at. But at the same time, it's like, it just means if Umpty's not part of these kills, not a lot is happening.
I feel like
means their lanes are weaker, and they really rely on him to get stuff done. But Umpty's not even having that great of a split compared to one's past.
I feel like with a lot of the percentage stats, like kill participation or damage share, it kind of depends on your teammates. Because if you're playing on T1, a lot of teammates will be doing damage, right?
Yeah.
If you're playing on Brion, maybe some of your teammates aren't doing as much damage.
That's why BDD was 10th for mid laner. His team is so good, right? Like,
yeah, that's exactly why. Aimon and Keen doing a lot of work, making it hard.
So this is going to be a fun one. Obviously, guys, you know, we're not like sending a team into playoffs or like getting a big seed or anything like that. But there are some fun things coming in here as we will introduce Call Me. He was born in 2003. As you see his stats here from CL Spring. Nongshim, kind of a middle of the pack team. You'd say like maybe 5th place. I think they are right now, 5th or 6th. And they are a playoff team in Challengers.
And did you see he was first for damage percent?
Nice.
So what does that say? But I mean,
well, it means that he's the one carrying the team.
Yeah, I spoke to Chronicle a bit, and he was saying how he feels like the bot lane are more so the instrumental part of their Challengers team. But to be fair, that is just the meta in general.
Yeah.
Sadly, top lane, kind of a desolate wasteland that is often forgotten.
And mid lane is just there to
so they'll take bot lane.
Do magic damage. They need something that does magic damage, so we need a mid laner.
Just build rower.
Yeah.
Be there. Be present.
Don't die. Have CC. That's a bonus, you know?
Yep.
Follow up CC generally.
Taking a lot of boxes here.
Yeah. That's all you need. I feel like the coaching staff of Nongshim, if you put the assistant coaches together, Coco, Noblesse, and Chelly, it like reminds me of like a fashion brand or something, you know? Like, I got my bag from Coco, Noblesse, and Chelly.
It's almost like, yeah, I mean, with Chanel, with Dolce & Gabbana, it can fit. It can fit. Maybe maybe you could suggest that to them. Maybe they'll build the fashion brand and have that as a sponsor.
Yeah, sure. The Nongshim fashion brand after their gigantic foods brand that they do have at the moment.
Yeah, which will obviously have to take second fiddle to the fashion.
Of course. Coco, Noblesse, and Chelly. Let's take a look at the draft here, bro. We'll start on blue.
A lot of respect already. Banning away the LeBlanc, right? The mid laner just being called up, and you target him with that one. Obviously, that champion did get buffs in this patch. A little bit easier to CS with, but Elise and Annie and Caitlyn have been pretty par for the course in terms of bans. I feel like bans overall haven't changed too much since we moved on the new patch.
Yeah. Nice to see the respect towards Call Me, making his way up in LCK. Okay, and that LeBlanc banned away as deciding not to first pick Ashe actually is slowly beginning to feel more okay.
Yeah, I feel like the nerfs definitely had an impact. Obviously, the champion was insanely busted in 13.4, so still playable, but some teams not getting the same effect. Varus left open, I think, is something to mention here. You know, Caitlyn, Ashe, Varus, we often see banned away. Will Brion first pick it? Another thing to mention is that we have seen that Kennen be pretty high priority yesterday, but I think the Varus makes the most sense here. Pass it over to Nongshim for a response. Obviously, often see jungle picked up early in the rotation. Things like Sejuani, Wukong traded off for the last series quite heavily, so Nongshim could have first choice on those.
And Dundun gets his hands onto the Cassante pick. This has been the one champ where he has had success, and they will first pick it for him. That is how much he needs this comfort, and he's actually great at the champ, so it makes sense that they do go ahead and pick that up.
Talking some comfort, Morgan potentially looking at the Renekton here to match, so they can just slam down with some Chad gameplay in the top lane, and they do lock that in now. Could take jungle here if you want to respond to Lee Sin. Could also potentially look for support, but I feel like if Nongshim haven't shown their hands in the bot lane, there's no pressure really for Brion to pick up a support yet here. So maybe if they wanted to take something like Karma and pick it up now, if they wanted to have a lot of pressure in that lane, they could, but I don't think there's a need right here.
The way that effort is looking over makes me feel like maybe they just drop down a Nautilus, but perhaps not. It's just part of the conversation. Oh, we're not going to pick for you just yet. They do pick up the Viego. for Umpty in this game.
Yeah, and honestly, I kind of like the Viego when you have champions who are good at taking out single targets. Like, you already have the Varus, you already have the Necton. They can lock down a target, take them out, get the reset. So, makes a fair bit of sense here. I think Nongshim, if you want to respond with an AD carry here, now is really the time where the pool might get pinched. But they're opting just to go with that clear, which we have seen rise quite heavily in priority in recent times with a fair bit of success.
Yeah, well, they do go ahead and pick their top side of the map. I think taking the Talia away is a pretty good idea, but you could have also just first picked at R4 as maybe call me just saying, okay, I really need to pick this one up, as curious what the bans will be now.
Yeah, I think you can sort of target away mid lane champs who can maybe do well in the Talia. As much as Ahri has a lot of dashes, she's almost got too many to the point that she can skid around your Unraveled Earth, so get rid of that one. LeBlanc is another pick we'd see normally taken in the Slayer, but that's obviously already taken off the cards. So maybe the Veigar we saw earlier picked in Slayer by BDD, which had some decent success. But obviously something to bear in mind. Oh, actually Lissandra. Lissandra I think is a shout because that one pairs very nice with Viego. So maybe a ban towards that I would expect to see.
Yeah, we'll see if they are considering that here. But no, they're just going to take away the Heimer. They don't want to play against Varus Heimerdinger.
I think this suggests that Nongshim want to go and engage support because I think things like Nautilus in particular really struggled in the Heimer. We'll see if they want to take that on 4, if they're just going to pick AD carry and give. I think support kind of pick makes more sense, but maybe they're bringing something spicy out and AD carry will want to wait. Could also just go for the Zeri Lulu though. It is open and available and Vital can perform on that champion if he's given the resources.
Yeah, pretty interesting. In meta's past, and I feel like
I don't
also
think
in this
interesting. I think everyone's a bit tired as Harry.
Well, I'm just saying, like, into the Varus face up.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, you took away the Heimerdinger, but there are a lot of other choices you could go for. As Veigar looks pretty obvious, but I want to see more. What is this support pick going to be?
Yeah, honestly, I feel like you expect it's going to be the Zeri Lulu, because if it's not the Lulu, you're losing a lot of value, right? Zeri really wants that enchanted to buff it up. So Karma that we were talking about a bit earlier, this is such a heavy poke lane. You can go double Comet in this situation and just harass down. And I think Nongshim, knowing like, if you go the Lulu, you have the scaling, but you don't really have much chance for recall. So if they've gone with the Leona, then you can set up plays, make ganks happen. This is very much a just weather the storm situation where you're going to get bullied out pretty hard.
Yeah, and we have seen some teams do this. Well, by some teams, I mean Genji, where they're going up against a really rough lane matchup, but they just pick Zeri anyway, and they build around the Zeri in their team comp. I don't really feel like Nongshim are doing that.
Yeah.
I feel like they're just picking Zeri because they want Zeri, and they're like, well, we'll just try to force it to work.
Let's just pick champions we like.
Yeah.
And hopefully it goes well.
In order as well. They didn't even have to swap.
Yeah, no swapping today, right? Nongshim whole business.
Just picking their own champs, and Karma available with Varus already picked, like not even looked at. They banned the Heimer instead. Like, I don't know, man. Let's go, Karis!
Hopefully he can match up well against Call Me, you know?
I should have let you say this one because it's in English.
Yeah.
Maybe next time.
Oh, that's... See, I thought I just learned Korean, and
okay, now it's your turn. Go.
You know what? I know it, but I'll let the audience practice their Korean.
Yeah, it's good. It's fair. Yeah.
If you at home also understand this, then I guess you can enjoy this moment too.
This character, I don't know who it's supposed to really be.
Oh, well, you would have.
Maybe it's Call Me?
If you could read the poster, you'd know who it was, so maybe.
No, the poster was...
Maybe to brush up a little bit.
Now, I really like this comp, actually, on the setup, bro. I think you have a lot of ways to set things up. The Veigar is a little bit of a question mark, but we'll see how it goes. You know, I think it's got a good lane.
You do what BDD did. Take Spellbook and run bot.
There you go. Well, let's see if it happens as we hop on the Rift for Game 1. Well, you were right about taking Unsealed Spellbook and running bot.
Yeah.
He did it.
Already lived up to it.
Nice.
And it's the Leprechaun Veigar, which I feel like immediately that's a significant advantage, just having locked that in.
Yeah, I think it's going to make Atlas pretty happy. I'm a fan of the, I think it's final boss Veigar, like the arcade skin, you know?
You remember there was that period where Veigar got played support, and then they nerfed his E, so like it activates on a delay. Like prior to that, his E was instant. So I started playing him, and I was like, oh, Veigar's really good. I'm gonna buy final boss Veigar. The skin's really cool.
Yeah.
And then they nerfed it like a day later.
They got their value out of you.
Yeah, they milked me.
They milked you for all you got.
Yeah,
even all the other Veigar OP enjoyers.
If I'd gone for the Leprechaun skin, it's significantly cheaper, so I wouldn't have felt as bad about it. But yeah, I got played.
Let's see how it goes. Karis has been, I feel like he's had a rough season compared to ones past, but I think as a team, you know, Bro, like, generally they perform a bit better than they have this season, so.
Oh, he went lethal tempo Varus here. I feel like you could go and just poke Varus here. Like on the enemy team, there's not that many tanks. Also, one of the things I really like about poke Varus is that you can go Serpent's Fang. So you know when they go like shield, Bloodthirster overheal, you can like break it. But clearly feeling like they need the extra DPS in this game. But as you can imagine, the lane is panning out with them having that that pressure, and it's just survival for Nongshim in this one.
Try not to die. Try not to lose too many turret plates.
Definitely a good strategy in League of Legends. One that maybe they should have adopted sooner in the season, but better late than never.
Absolutely. It takes a little bit longer than others to learn. And as you were saying at the beginning of the show, you know, all you got to do is kill a Nexus twice, and one of these teams is going to have to do that tonight.
Yep. Even if sometimes it looks like they don't want to, they will end up doing so. Do see Umti pathing down towards bot, just covering his bot lane on this big crash. And Sylvie might loop up towards the top side, but nothing really to come off that so far.
We're deep in the tank watching this matchup. As we definitely expect Varus and Karma to push this one in, have immediate control from level 2 onwards, pretty much. And, you know, basically just try to avoid level 6 Zeri all-ins, and you should be fine.
Yep. And honestly, once you get your level 6 on Varus, there's a fair bit of kill pressure. Will be a bit lower because you're not going lethality, you don't have the Dirk spike, because that item is just ridiculous, but still very much the potential.
They should buy Brutalizer instead.
Oh, that one's good.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was like 1337 gold.
Yeah,
Back
it was.
When it was just armor pen, right? Before
Yes.
we had lethality.
And it was a lot. That item was very, very strong.
Some things don't change, right?
Yeah. Now we just have a Dirk instead.
Which is also very strong.
And this is already starting.
Yeah, not looking fun. And I feel like once you get the back as well, if you start to build up a bit of CS advantage, you can see already there's like a 10 CS lead for Henna. So you're getting ahead in gold, right? And then you reset, you have an item advantage, and then suddenly those Qs start to really hit. Because I think Henna's Qs aren't doing that much damage yet.
Yeah.
After first back, that's when it's like, maybe a bit of regret.
Is there any world where you still go Dirk and then you go into your on-hit build? Is that a thing? Or does it just delay it too much?
We have seen, though, Lethal Tempo, Lethality Varus. Ruler played it in the LPL, and it's kind of like if you just want Lethal Tempo for like the extended all-ins, but you still want to go Lethality.
What happened here? Lord Morgan is staking his claim over the top lane, as meanwhile, first plate goes into the hands of the Bro bottom lane.
And they do see Sylvie as well, so top lane going well, bot lane going well, and with information on the jungler, they can keep pressuring it going forwards. Pretty low on mana, which is... I feel like Cassante is one of those champions where you kind of forget his mana cost.
Yeah.
So I'm impressed he has managed to run Uno. Does have a biscuit available if needed, but is just going to reset and then demolish.
Yeah.
Going to come in.
And he is going to TP into this one, but not before losing 3 of the melee minions. And also Morgan got a Demolish proc and the first plate for himself up in the top side.
Yeah, so plate gaming, 5 minutes in, plate in the bot lane, plate in the top lane. Pretty decent start for Brion so far. And obviously this Veigar can just kind of chill and kill minions.
That's what he's meant to do.
That's his function.
Yeah.
And then cage things.
Pretty much, yeah. Just let Morgan and Umpty go first. You put down your cage. Nice little follow-up, and then, Henna's going to do the damage.
Yeah.
You press your R occasionally.
Yeah, occasionally you R someone, maybe throw some W's out. That kind of describes what every League of Legends champion does.
Yeah. Yeah, you press QWER. And,
yeah, maybe a couple of auto attacks here and there, depending.
Yeah, not my style. I play Zac, so I just jump on them.
So you hold down the E. That's a bit different because not all champions hold down buttons.
That's true. Yeah.
Some are just
Thanks for making me feel unique and special.
Yeah, you're a holder.
I am a special type of League of Legends player, the holder. As Bro also get the first Drake. We have Mountain on the way, which makes it so that there's no Mountain Soul.
Honestly, early Cloud, pretty valuable just because you get the extra movement speed back to lane. You can roam about, go places, see the sights.
Look at this.
Oh,
Palmy going to set up the wall as Morgan is in a bit of trouble, goes all out and gets to the blast plant, but is not able to attack it. First blood goes over to Sylvie as a nice little 3-man dive on the top side works out.
Yeah, kind of frustrating. You're like, okay, I'm being dove. Let's try and hold my ground under the tower, and then you get dragged like 3 screens away. Not really much counterplay to that situation. Morgan tried, bless him, but does go down. So a nice proactive play coming out from Nongshim, and that's kind of what I was talking about. Post face back, few points in your Qs, and ouch.
Yeah. Mantra Q from Effort as well.
I guess you're recalling. At least you have it refillable, right? That's the. You're gonna get a lot of value out of that one.
And the Scepter. A little bit of value out of that one.
Yeah, I think maybe Q'd 1 minion. No, maybe like 7 HP return.
Nice. It's better than the coup de grace yesterday.
Oh, God. 3
coup de grace. Yeah.
Yeah. Dragged some more, and then killed. Pretty simple, pretty straightforward.
Pretty much 100-0. I mean, good first look on Takalmi. He's being pretty proactive on the Talia. Who knows if it was he was calling for that play. Maybe it's Sylvie who is. Either way, he gets in there, presses his buttons correctly, and he's in the right place at the right time.
That's what you want to do on Talia. Get moving, get roaming. We do see now Baron? Bit early. Elder?
It's
bit early.
mini Baron.
Herald, that's it. Got there in the end. Herald started up by Rion, and not really any contest coming in from Nongshim, so Rion being on top of the objectives so far this game.
They took the Drake, they took that, they've got a couple of plates under their belts. It's feeling pretty good for them so far.
No, it's not about the kills, right? The Nongshim may have a whole entire kill advantage, but actually down in every other metric, including gold, so...
For now.
The real winners.
For now.
For now.
Sylvie? Okay, he's got his bottom lane coming on in. A little bit scary there, but he's actually totally fine. As they are going to try to steal away this red, but this is on vision. It does get taken away. A stun goes over the wall.
That's the real objective, right? The red
buff, yeah.
Yeah, that's what you're playing for.
Idol just strolls on by the Varus with Chains of Corruption available.
Yeah, could have maybe
not scared.
Traded it for cleanse, but haven't seen too much of the battle in the top lane. We had that early play where Morgan nearly found Dundun and then the gank, but they've kind of just been chilling. I expected a bit more for bloodbath between these two.
There it is. Put down his cage.
A very lucky cage.
Yeah. Didn't stun him, but it kept him in place.
Contained him briefly.
Yeah.
He wasn't able to ult at that point. Couldn't ult bot lane, for example. So for that few seconds, definitely had an impact.
Absolutely. Yeah, there's not a lot of action in this game. I was a little bit worried coming into the series that, Nongshim not exactly known to, proactively look for angles and get big leads and stuff like that, whereas Bro, they do get leads. But when they do, they have trouble closing out the game, Hawks.
Yep. So, we'll see how that goes. Might end up being a bit of a long haul one.
Isn't this the perfect game to play Aurelion Sol in?
Yeah, that's... Honestly, I mean, it's not Ace Sol, but you have Veigar, right? That's going to do well as the game goes further on. All these stacking champions. There are a lot of stacking champions now. It feels like You know how it used to be the 3-hit passive?
Yeah.
That was the hallmark of new champions.
Yeah.
Now it feels like every new champion or rework, like Asol, Syndra, it's about stacking in some way.
I like it. It gives the good chemical for the brain, so...
True. Big number.
Yeah.
Cool. Does also give you something to focus on in those longer games. You're like, oh, look,
yeah.
I'm getting stacks. I'm contributing in my own way.
Unless you're stacking up the deaths, that's a different. That's a different question. As we might have some action. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, puts down the cage, denies Noshim an entry here to stop the Rift Herald.
Denies the action.
Denies the action.
Oh, Herald's not in range.
Herald, what are you doing?
Do something.
What are you doing?
My.
Okay, well, yeah, so no plates, and that's a free Herald kill for Vital.
I feel like the Brion coaching staff is going to be having words with the Herald after this game, honestly. Pretty poor performance.
Me too.
Just flopped without making any impact, so... Bit of an unfortunate one.
I mean, was Shelly even trying? Seriously.
I don't think so. That looked very uninspired.
All right. Flash out of effort. Will also deny action.
Yep. A lot of posturing. You know, feeling each other out.
Yeah. You got all those buzzwords ready for the LCK. I'm glad you came prepared.
Yeah.
Noxim are going to take this Drake. So that's nice for them. And it's Chemtech Soul. Ooh, yes. That's exactly what I wanted to see in this series.
Yep. So, I mean, this is the thing. When, you know, Brion have had difficulties closing games out, I feel like Chemtech Soul just doesn't really contribute to helping close things. There's so many games where like a team has Chemtech Soul and it's just like doesn't really make that much of a difference, and the game just goes on. So
yeah, the good thing though is that Bro can only win if they Elder Flip. That's kind of their calling card. So at least in this case, we get like 6 or 7 Elemental Drakes.
Yeah.
And we get to that point where, like, Bro, they kind of have to get to the Elder, so they're going to be trying to fight over the Drakes at least, because they know they want to get the Elder to spawn.
Yeah. But then by fighting over them, maybe they, you know, share them between the two teams and it takes longer. So maybe the better thing would just be to...
Give them all up.
Give them all up. Get the Elder quick. Although, to be fair, that tenacity, right?
Yeah.
We
saw how much it did in the last...
Yeah, there's a stun on the Veigar. There's a root on the Varus.
Ooh.
You could be pretty tenacious with
stun on the Viego.
And
stun on the Renekton.
This is an interesting one. There is actually a root on the Karma as well. That would be reduced by tenacity, so...
True.
All important things. Although the heal and shield power, I feel like in this game is more significant, right? You have a couple of shieldy champs.
True.
A couple of shield bows.
True.
So
shield bows, you got other shield items.
And Chemtech.
Bloodthirster.
Chemtech's broken.
Chemtech, yeah, that's what I'm telling you. It's really good. Peter and Effort both going to be shielding. So they're the shield champions you were mentioning. Oh, throws down the event horizon.
A lot of zoning event horizons here. Oh, but it does hit Peter with a Q.
Nice.
No, that gives you stacks as well.
It does, so, yeah.
Gotta be hitting champions and killing minions. It's a twofold.
Yeah. And it's Rod of Ages, Seraphs.
Yep.
And then
really,
a Death Cap.
This is really scaling in every facet imaginable.
I actually wanted to ask you, what do you think about the... So somebody, I guess it was Showmaker, came into the LCK, played... Okay, yeah, Sylvie's not going to actually contest this. Played Veigar and decided this was the build. And now everybody does this build.
Yeah.
What do you think about this build?
I am not the biggest fan of it. It does make you quite bulky. You can build other items to get bulky, and the thing is, ability haste is really nice on Veigar, right? More frequent cages.
Movement speed.
Yeah, and the other mythics give it. And there's other items you can build to get bulky. Like Deadman's Plate is a viable item on Veigar.
Yeah.
The thing is, like, these two items are quite good because they give you a lot of AP, right?
Yeah.
Veigar doesn't need AP. Nobody gets that. That's kind of his shtick. So it also delays your Rabadons or Void Staff. So, like, you can only have Rabadons and Void Staff by 4 items.
Yeah.
You'd like to have that online further, and then my view is you get Mythic, you get Rabadons, you get Void Staff, and then you do what you want on Veigar. You can go Deadmans, you can go Warmogs, you can go Anathemas.
Yeah.
You really just kind of go any direction because you're always going to do damage.
Yeah. I feel like I do agree with you. I think that a lot of Korean pro gamers, especially here in the LCK, it's like, what is the safest, easiest build that is very consistent?
Yeah.
And we're just going to do that. And like you said, gives you a lot of AP, gives you a lot of survivability. They're just going to go for it.
Yep.
Had a bad game with stacking, doesn't matter. I'm still consistent. I'm just still doing stuff.
Still beefy.
Yeah.
It's
very
also
tanky.
It's also like we had Lehens, the Blitzcrank in the last series.
Yeah.
He's the only one playing Blitzcrank right now, so I imagine if someone else picked it, they would just copy his build.
Yeah.
Like he's the one who pioneered it.
Yeah.
He gets the right. So
Everfrost.
maybe here's the one, right? You pick something and you build it badly as a bait.
Okay, well, charging in is Umpty as, nice little kick onto Umpty, but Sylvie is all alone. They turn onto him as he is going to get away. The arrow does not tag him on the way out, as here comes the wall. Henna is stuck against the wall. He cannot get out. That is 2 kills for the side of Nongshim.
I can't believe that worked out well for Nongshim, because when Sylvie went in, I was like, this is a mad play. You're kicking a Viego who has the ultimate and flash to get out, but then the wall comes in perfectly, and Vital's starting to apply the pressure there, so all pans out.
Oh boy. That was the wrong way. Sorry, Dindin. And Morgan's just going to collect a kill. You would have to imagine. Nice little, okay, we're flashing the knockup. As Innie gets, and Morgan eventually does get it, as Dindin head in hands, but with a big smile as always.
Yeah, Dindin on his champ, he's been performing pretty well on, but goes for a dive, and Lord Morgan shuts him down pretty quickly. But yeah, you know, this kind of looked like another one of these plays where the cage comes down, okay, I guess we're not having a fight. And then Sylvie's like, no, I'm going to kick Viego. The polymorph does delay him, but I thought he was going to die here. Apparently not. Survives in a sliver of HP, and then this wall traps Henna between rocks and a hard place.
Perfect, yeah. Oh, you're fitting right in. That's the LCK casting term as Morgan is dead. You see that call? He did just go up to the top side, didn't even teleport in there, is just there. And Dindin looks like he teleports into mid as this Drake finally being picked up.
Giving up one of these valuable Drakes. Dangerous.
Very dangerous indeed, yeah.
And Breon, you know, they want the Elder Dragon.
Look at that shield. Look at how big it is now.
It's big.
Yeah.
Big.
Huge.
Massive. Substantial.
And Nongshim say, you know what? We don't care about the big shields. We just want the turrets.
Crazy. Madness.
I know. They're trying to snowball their lead. Imagine doing that.
I'm not sure that's the play. But call me, honestly, good start so far. It's early days. Maybe I'll be jinxing him by saying this, but he's been pretty proactive. Landing skill shots, that's generally a positive thing. And yeah, 2-0-2 picked up that tower. Even has a bounty so far.
He's doing really well. I'm not sure if he actually angled the wall to set up Henna to be stuck behind it, but
assume yes.
We'll give him the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah.
Regardless.
You know, we'll sort of. I feel like if they're a player like Faker, like of course Faker did, right?
Yeah.
But then if it's a rookie player, like we'll give them the benefit of the doubt. It's only those players in the middle that you get most.
You don't want to be a middle of the pack player, then you don't get any.
You don't get any favors from us.
Yeah. We just always expect more of you. Like there's always just that pressure.
I mean, that looked good, but was it intentional?
He's been okay.
Yeah, you could have done. Didn't find this angle. So.
Yeah. Call me to go for the Leandries. Looks like he's going Seraphs next. Going to be pretty good into the jungle and top duo, and also the Viego.
Honestly, a lot of
Viego.
Viego. That is. You could say that if you looked at the letters and you'd never heard his name before. So
yeah. Or just Viego and Veigar together.
Oh yeah.
That's what I meant to say. The Renekton and the Viego. Yeah, I'm just saving time.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, we actually lost all the time by having this discussion over it.
It's good. It was the first time. I'll use it again in the future.
For future reference, we now know.
Yeah.
If you say Viego, you're talking about that specific duo. Which we probably expect to see a lot of,
Probably, yeah.
Yeah. So important to establish that.
Umpty just running away on the Viego part of this duo.
Yeah, but a bit too far away from the Veigar right now to be a Viego.
Yeah, it doesn't really count.
We'll keep it separate for the time being. If you're tracking at home, we'll keep you updated when they are in proximity.
Yeah,
it's
very
like
important.
You know, like XP range. There's things like that. You have to be within a certain distance.
Absolutely.
Have the combo.
And Nongshim, they're just hanging around the bottom side of the map. They're like, we are in position for this next Chemtech Drake.
Oh, they know if Breon got a second. Do you know what that means?
Oh man,
12% healing and shield power, and wait for it, and 12%.
Whoa!
So, yeah,
that's a lot.
That's
a lot of numbers.
That is 2 separate numbers.
Yeah,
in the double digits.
And guess what? Henna has heal.
Yeah.
And Peter has heal too. So like, the healing power I think is going to be pretty huge in this one.
Yeah. I mean, there is actually, you know, as much as you're joking, there is actually a decent amount of value, all things considered.
Yes, thank you for that, Ox.
Yeah. Just you know, in case anyone's wondering, there is somewhat value in this dragon that they're taking to a degree.
To a degree, it is in a minute and a half, and both teams, you know, kind of just farming it out. They're waiting for the objectives to actually go ahead and fight for this one.
Yep.
Morgan did lose his turret because I guess just had to be on the bottom side of the map to potentially fight over the Chemtech Drake.
Maybe he put it in his jacket pocket and then he took the jacket off and he didn't know where it was.
Yeah,
He left it in his pants.
Left it at home.
Left it at home.
Yeah.
Plenty of ways you could lose a turret.
Umpty, yeah. It's like, well, there must be some kind of vision here.
Yep. And a minute away, they are starting to stack up and try and find setup for it.
Dundun is doing a good job of continuing with the pressure there in the top lane. But as we know, main objective here, this next Chemtech Drake that is on the way. Morgan has run here, so has Dundun. Nobody needs to teleport.
Just some good old traversing the map. And Nongshim trying to get control of the mid-wave here. Their tier 1 is pretty low, so don't want to give them more space. And Breon are kind of moving in. Look at the contention coming on this one push.
Stun onto the Vagar. I can't even say his name anymore. I want to say Vagar now. As Chains of Corruption in, but Dundun is tanking up the majority of this front lining.
The brush control. That's what this was for. It's not about the dragon. Forget the dragon. It's that one brush. There's 2 control wards in there.
Absolutely.
Oh, but Nongshim have moved to a new brush.
Uh-oh. They're going to need some more control wards to secure that one.
If only they hadn't put 2 in that same brush.
So Dundun went back, regen full health, got Thornmail, and TP'd back into the fight.
And no Barasol now.
I guess they're just going to give this away. They try to get Ryo in mid. As now Morgan's coming over here. Call Me can join with the wall. As they try to just look for the front line. Dundun not really taking any damage. As Sylvie jumps into the cage. Has to go golden. As Dundun does a fantastic job of front line and gets a double knock up here. As Nongshim will secure the Drake. And maybe even a massive fight on the backside of this. Just waiting for the cage as the seismic shove is massive value. Call Me is just doing so much in this one. As he will be able to push the Renekton away, and Call Me does nearly 6,000 damage in the fight.
This is his debut, and look at the damage being put out in that one. Such good play, and when everyone was trapped together, able to chunk them out, and importantly enough, Umti nearly started to get on the roll there with some resets, but was quickly shut down. And now Nongshim, they're just going to be able to secure this Baron.
Now, there's not much that Bro can do. You know, Effort's going to try to run over here, but man, fighting in that choke point, Dundun gets it all started. He did so much CC in the backline. He took so much damage. I would love to see the Thornmail damage in this fight.
Yeah, so the big thing that happens here is both top laners kind of go heavy on the front line. The stopwatch, by the way, from Sylvie, fantastic. But unfortunately, Morgan is playing an old champion, and Dundun's champion came out recently, so far more effective. Call Me, yeah, great knockback here. And I thought there was a moment there before that knockback came in where maybe the fight was turnable. You saw the reset come in for the Viego, but no chance after that.
Yeah, he's basically like, go. We can fight this.
바로 가자.
Go Baron.
나.
He's talking a lot for a rookie.
Yeah.
I mean, he's like just coming in here like, I'm telling you the show.
It's the correct call as well. Go Baron, objectively. That is the correct call there, so. Yeah, strong performance so far. You know, we were talking about it earlier. It was early days when we said it, but this game, 4-0-5 100% kill participation from Call Me so far.
Yeah.
What a debut.
It's just proving once again that the best region in the world, the best league, LCK Challengers, comes in here, immediately makes a huge impact. You think that's by accident? You should be watching Challengers on Mondays and Tuesdays. We cast that in English, by the way.
True.
It's a lot of fun.
True.
As here we go, wall is down, knocks Karis in. As, now we got Call Me in the cage. He's gonna be chained up here. He does have a stopwatch. And a massive shield now. Wild Growth just gonna be used, and they secured the mid-tier 1.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really good wall. Unfortunately, one of the things with it being a Veigar, it's kind of hard to follow up with the cage, but the concept was there, and at the end of the day, they get that mid-tier 1 broken with still a lot of the Baron left available.
So we zoomed in on a ward there. I'm not sure why. Maybe he missed a CS or something.
And this is where we have to kind of question Rion's decision-making, because they took that second dragon, and we could have had Elder spawning soon.
They could have.
The Elder flip.
Yeah, exactly.
But instead, they had to contest these dragons and deny themselves.
Yeah.
So
you know what I think it is? I think it's just a little bit of Giga Chad generosity.
Oh, yeah.
Otherwise known as GG.
That, people keep saying that to me after game, and I've always wondered what it meant.
It just means Giga Chad generosity, I'll give you a drink.
Yeah, give them a chance.
Yeah.
Give them a hope. You can have this time to play around.
Yeah.
Enjoy yourselves.
That's what bro's all about, the Giga Chad generosity.
Oh. Speaking of Giga Chad, Morgan looking for a flank angle, but not quite able to find it. It's pretty risky. KDF on the Lulu can shut you down quite quickly, but I think Nongshim just happy to let this cannon minion, the sixth member of Nongshim, do the work. Oh, no, he's gone.
No, he's still here.
Oh, he's pumping away.
Yeah. Meanwhile, jungle battle in mid as a little bit of Lee syndrome there. Sylvie goes very deep, but does have a kick. As Call Me's right there to support his teammate.
Oh, he's still chugging. Look at it. Oh, never mind.
Oh, he's gone. Yeah. Poor cannon minion. And so is Baron. And that will be the end of the push. Not breaking into the base.
Signified by the death of that cannon minion.
Absolutely. Good timing. He did his best. And guess what? We got another Chemtech Drake here on the way. 50 seconds. But now it's a very different landscape. Nongshim are pretty massively ahead in this one, i.e. picked up by the Zeri.
That's a big one. i.e. on Zeri, a pretty significant spike. Obviously, we've seen a lot more Navori recently, but still huge amounts of damage. And as much as the W was nerfed, it does crit pretty hard still with that item. This is one of the things with going the Roa Seraphs on the Veigar, right? Doesn't have Void Staff finished close to it, but Rabadons, the game might be over before you get Rabadons. And for a champion that gets a ton of free AP, Rabadons is pretty good.
Yeah. So fourth item, Rabadons. We'll see you next game, maybe.
Yeah. Just reminds me, remember that game, was it at MSI? Where like Rabadons was built? Like, it was like he had a large rod, last item.
Yeah.
And he built Shadow Flame. And everyone, like, no Rabadons, Veigar, and everyone, oh man, everyone lost it. I think it was MSI, but it was definitely...
Sounds about right.
Definitely a big game. And yeah, that's another Chemtech Drake. And we'll see it come up in a second. Plus 12% tenacity and healing shield power.
So now, everybody's really tenacious.
Yeah, everyone's tenacious, and they are both healing and shielding at an increased effectiveness.
Yeah, very true. So the Seraph Shields, the lifeline, big buff, 12% extra.
Yep. You could buy a Sterix on a Lee Sin.
Yeah, it's a good idea.
Has W, which gives a shield. A lot of shield options in this situation.
True. Get that for Karis as well. Seraphs being in the game. Pretty huge. Double shield bow. And it looks like we're just going to be setting up here for the next Baron now.
Spirit Visage for Morgan. So
there you go.
Really leaning. That also gives heal and shield. Gives like increased healing and shielding on yourself.
There you go.
So
the synergy is pretty massive.
Very aware.
Yeah. And bro, they really need to find a way in. I still, this game, it feels like, the 6,000 gold lead is pretty massive, and it's quite large, right? Especially because, you're going up against on-hit Boris, and I don't think he's going to have as much of an impact in these fights as a Zeri that has completed 3 items and a stopwatch. But besides that, you know, maybe you get a good engage. Maybe you can just CC someone down with the cage and Cars can just R them and get a pick off early on. Other than that, though, it will be a little bit difficult, I think, in the extended fights.
Yeah, but I feel like a lot of the lead is in that mid lane, and it is into a Veigar who is just getting free gold value from those stacks. So, as much as it is a 6,000 gold lead, I don't want to discredit that. I think as the game goes on, you gotta.
Uh-oh, that was a little bit of a mess up. Didn't get stunned first as Dundun with the massive shield. No, he will go down at the end of it all as Call Me finds the angle. On the backside here, trying to do that damage onto Karis, but Karis will be able to run away. There was a bit of a flank from Sylvie as well. And a nice little pick-off, like I was saying. You know, you layers some stuff, you can pick someone off.
Yeah, and I think with the double Black Cleaver and the low Doms and the Void Staff, I think Dundun kind of overestimated his tankiness in that situation. Obviously, wasn't able to ignore the stun with the W. I think the cage was a little bit further, so it ended up dashing through it, sadly. This does give Freon a little bit of time to play around with the Baron, and they aren't playing at all. They're starting it up immediately.
Now, Dundun has TP. We'll see if they can burst it down on time. We got 7 seconds until we have a Cassante in, and there are so many wards that they could go for on this one, but it's going to come down to a flip, and nope, not even able to get on in there as we're zooming out big time, looking for the follow-up fight with the TP flank. Let's see how it goes as Umpty's just trying to get away. Q going to land, but Sylvie's got to be real careful before he gets in there. This has to be going slowly as getting right on top of the Renekton nearly hits him with the seismic shove on the outside of this one. As in goes the Zeri. Vital going to get stunned up, but has a cleanse. Looking to frontline now as the bouncing damage is pretty massive. Sylvie gives his life away, but provides a frontline for the entire team as the Zeri and the Cassante will not be outdone as they get the knock up here onto Effort, and Karis is the only one left. Thankfully, he's got this really OP last plant. As Call Me could just chase him around again, but I think he's just going to push mid.
What great restraint, right? I feel like for a Challengers player, you would have gone for the wall, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
But instead to push mid. That's refinement, that is.
Yeah, Dundun can just do the job of just stopping his backs as the rest of the team pushes into the inhibitor.
Yeah, and a huge team fight there for Nongshim. Brion actually timed the smite very well with the Varus empowered Q, which does a ton of damage to neutral, so very hard to counter smite, but great work corralling them all in this situation. We're going to see here, so Dundun, if he walks a bit further than W's, he would have tanked the stun when he was immune, but of course he messes it up and does just die here. But the problem is, you see Umpty gets chunked out, we have a lot of low health members, and yet they still go for the Baron, and here, yeah, all that CC burn from the Renekton, the stun, and the combo, and it means Vital can actually slide in here with the cleanse and go aggressive.
A really nice setup here by Sylvie too. Even gets the kick on the Henna, keeps them around, which is most important. You know, it doesn't matter if the Lee Sin dies in this one.
Yep.
That allows Dundun to provide the follow-up frontlining for Vital and Call Me, who will just press their buttons forward and try to do as much damage as possible. So Nongshim, again, in a really good spot, but Bro have been able to hold on to one Baron buff, and that is Karis. As will we get 7 Elemental Drakes in this game?
Maybe.
Bro, I feel like you just give it up and let the Elder spawn. Like, actually needs a side.
Said that all game. Oh, big wall.
Yeah, nice little wall. Well, big wall, sorry.
More long than big.
Yeah. Oh, nice little angle from Sylvie. That is a dead Karis. Sylvie, immaculate kick. As he puts himself in the right position to make it happen. As now Nongshim, they have this front line. Umpty goes gold and leaves the Varus to die. As Vital will just be able to chase down the Renekton, and everybody else is just on the run. Nongshim just going to run mid and try to end this game.
Yeah, really nice wall there from Call Me, and you could see Karis was like, well, I can't walk past it, but I think I'm pretty safe here. And then Sylvie with a beautiful flank to get the kick, and now he's going to chase him around.
Ooh. Oh, no Q.
Yeah, out of it.
There. Yeah, fortunate. As, yeah, looks like Umpty will survive. As,
I think Umpty got the moral victory there.
Yeah, he wins in the chase down. But Nongshim are going to win in this game. They kill the first Nexus and take the 1-0 lead.
And honestly, I think the big thing there was Call me. Really strong performance as you point towards my hog selection, which I will make sure to do.
Oh,
I'm learning, you know.
It's not every day Nongshim get a win, so all the fans that come out here every single day and support this team are obviously going to be very emotional. Especially the hardcore fans that have even got the jerseys, you know?
Yeah.
So that is very touching to see.
I think what a debut. You know, Call Me coming out really strong. I think him and Sylvie as a mid-jungle duo honestly look pretty excellent. I feel like for their composition, that was really what needed to excel. You needed the Talia to be active on the map, the Lee Sin to... Because I think if you just let the game play out slowly, the Veigar would be a problem, the Varus Karma was winning bot. But yeah, some good proactive play and delivered well in this game one.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see there's no smiles in the bro booth, as it looks like Edgar makes the call to say, well, there's nothing else to see here. There's much more to discuss rather than just watching the replay. So take a look at this. Vital ends up doing the most damage, but Call Me is right behind him, as Nongshim were ahead for quite a long period of this game.
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty even for time, but then started to gain that momentum, and it just kind of spiraled out of control. I think as well, the Veigar never really got to the point where it's online, no Rabadons completed, and no Elder spawns, so no chance of a flip.
Bro not able to play to that win condition, but Nongshim, a very strong showing in their first game. We're going to take a break and then have the space. We'll be right back.
내가 잡게 이거.
베이가
잡았고. 천천히. 내랭 먼저 볼게.
나 비고 나 본다.
내랭 먼저. 이거 제리 와줘. 거기 가. 괜찮아. 나 뭐.
맞아. 나 편히.
바로 먼저.
나이스. 미드 갈 생각하자 이거.
끝났어.
가자 미드 가자.
나이스. 내가 깨줄게.
누가 나이스 한 거야? 지금 너 원래 그렇게 밝은 성격이었어?
끝내.
Welcome to the space, ladies and gentlemen. Let us break down this beautiful St. Patrick's Day victory for Nongshim.
Yeah, you know, I was telling you about this earlier this week.
Yeah.
Talked about it on the desk last week, talked about it on the cast earlier this week on Wednesday, but St. Patrick's Day, Vagar's in the middle. I was like, will we see a Leprechaun Vagar coming into what is the 17th of March, 2023? And Kara said yes. He said, I will pick it, even though it's fairly niche in this matter right now, a little bit fringe. It did not work out for him, but we did put it in St. Patrick's green since neither of us are wearing the proper colors here.
Yeah, we needed Vagar to be in this game so that we could celebrate correctly, and thankfully he was. I would have much preferred if he was Alessandro, though, if we were going to go into draft discussion. Let's start with that one, Wolf.
Well, I feel like I needed somebody to pinch me after some of the decisions that were made in this draft. I'm a little bit surprised that Karma waited until the very last moment to be picked because it felt pretty obvious. But once the Zeri came through, it's super no-brainer. So you have no control on the bottom side here of the map for Nongshim. You're going to have a lot of problems if you mess up the mid-game with this Cassante into the Renekton, too. It can be a tough one. It's Morgan's Renekton.
Yep.
Overall, we're feeling like, okay, this draft is not a perfect draft by any means, but it has a lot of strong parts, especially in the early game for Brionne. But they messed up so many of those early fights and skirmishes that it all just fell apart.
And I also thought that on-hit Varus was kind of not what they needed at that moment as well. Like, having lethality for the early game especially means that you can just really crush that lane, and then the Zeri really never gets an opportunity to get online. You can outrange your opposition, things like this. And fighting for range was something that they had a lot of trouble with, given Talia being able to just free fire. And when it's on-hit Varus, you're not as scared of those Qs.
Yeah, you just don't have enough space. And when we talk about space, watch this fight where Brionne actually end up tunneling super hard into this fight, and you have this setup right here in the event horizon where you're trying to look for a pick, but then Sylvia actually is able to get back. It's a great kick from him. Umpty's now isolated, and then the wild growth here is massive. Now you're in the thick of things with a Zeri who's got a massive ult, and the follow-up here, the Weaver's Wall, just traps this Varus, and there's nothing you can do. You don't have a lot of great range, you don't have a lot of great follow-up damage here, and Brionne just really forcing a fight here. No objective really that needs to be taken. This is not a must-win fight, but there's just so many great tools. But more than Brionne forcing this and messing it up, some really critical plays there. Great kick coming through. The wild growth timing was perfect. Amazing turn, and Call Me holds his ultimate to the last possible second and locks down Henna.
And I mean, Call Me may be the best player in this game. It's actually
we just met him.
Debut. I know.
We just met him.
Oh. No, we can't. I can't. Especially,
this is crazy.
Let's jump into our second highlight here, and just watch as Nongshim really do just take control. And the creation of space for Vital was just amazing from this team.
Yeah, and we're going to see this amazing shove that comes through in this choke point here in just a moment. So Event Horizon is used here early. Sylvie does get caught in it, but that's the moment where you decide, okay, we can go in for this. Call Me, Weaver's Wall's in. And now Brionne are forced actually to kite back into this choke point. And then Dundun makes so much space here, but it looks like, okay, maybe they can turn on him. Maybe they could actually take this out. And then shove comes through. Oh, such a sick seismic shove from Call Me, maybe. Or Call Me.
Call Me.
Maybe I did it. God, that wasn't even intentional.
It was maybe a Freudian slip.
Yeah. And they end up winning the fight here. Great play from Vital in terms of spacing here, too. But that's another Call Me play. And I think in his debut game, he's probably going to get POG here. He had a phenomenal performance in these team fights. His mid game was solid. His laning phase, you have a lot of agency into the Vagar. Played it very well.
Yeah, I think it was absolutely fantastic. And the way that they gelled together with a new player, right? And this is also a player that only played half the games in Challenger as well. Calix was the one playing a lot of them for Nongshim. Their team in Challenger is also in the playoffs. They're going to be playing against DK in the first round, so not necessarily in the upper echelon. But the Challenger team beside them in the standings is the T1 squad. That's also another decently strong one. Let's see whether he does pick up that POG, though, as here it is. Wow. Call Me collects it for his debut game here in the LCK and grabs POG. And I wonder what his number is.
It's all the other guys were trying to chase him in this game, but he just kept Weaver's walling away. In all seriousness, this actually reminds me of Setab's debut game when he was able to pick up POG for DRX, just coming in, during the COVID times and actually having a great performance. And once again, we showcase here the depth of the talent pool we have in Korea and in challengers, because as you mentioned, Kalex is one of the most hyped mid laners to come through. He'll get 8 out of 11. I think some warranted Sylvie votes here. His kicks were amazing.
Yep, here's his number. So that's Call Me. And maybe he'll get it again in game number 2. This is just an unprecedented performance from this guy. We've been loving watching his play alongside Jiwoo from Nongshim in Challenger as well, and so continuing that fantastic form. And do you know what I think it's time for?
Game 2?
It's time for no more Carly Rae Jepsen
also that.
And we're not quite there yet. But blue side is going to be selected here by Brion, and we'll see whether they can pull it all back around. I think that it's a difficult game to lose, though, because I felt like the cards were in their hands.
Yeah. I also feel like Brion are playing a little bit nervous here because they are the favorites, and every time you get down to the bottom of the standings and you're slightly ahead and you're supposed to win, those matches feel the worst to lose. You're playing against a rookie player as well, and things just slipped through their fingers there.
Well, hopefully no one's going to be sleeping, because we're going to need them on the Rift. Let's throw it back to Valdez and Orcs to get us into game 2.
Thank you, Spacers, for that awesome breakdown as we're getting ready for game number 2. This is going to get pretty interesting now. You and I were talking about this before, Ox, how it actually has implications for Bro's final standing at the end of the season. If they lose and DRX wins against KT on Sunday, DRX will overcome them at 8th place.
Yeah, and I mean, when you are not making playoffs already, that's what you got to play for. That's what you might as well finish it on a high. It will be etched into the history books. So any place.
Absolutely.
And honestly, I feel like in that game 1, I think the draft was fine from Brion. I think maybe it was more the fact that they went, as was said in the space, the on-hit virus instead of lethality, but also maybe mid-priority. Maybe they didn't give enough attention to that. Having the Vega and the Talia just really gives the Talia free windows to roam.
Absolutely. I think there is just a little bit too much overpicking of the Veigar right now. And it pains me to say that because I am a Veigar enjoyer. But,
I think
what can you do?
To me, it's kind of like the Xayah Rakan priority we've seen. I think all 3 of those champs are very good in the right scenarios. Like, Xayah and Veigar both, if the enemy's diving into you and they're short range, fantastic. But we're seeing these early picks where you don't really see the full composition, and the Talia just never felt threatened, able to just throw rocks at your face, and will now be banned away, though. So an adaptation from Brion, and 2 of their picks from last game, both solo laners targeted so far.
We had the Vars ban again, so maybe just lose Shinami here for Henna. An effort that has been their thing, but no, they might just go for the Lee Sin instead, which has been a big first pick here out of all of our teams, because pretty much every Korean jungler loves Lee Sin, and it's in a pretty strong place right now. So, opportunity for Vital Impeder now to take away the Lucian Nami.
Yeah, we have, though, also seen the Elise get left open, which has been banned quite, I think, all games today so far, so it'll be interesting to see if they opt into that. And, yeah, that was a champ I was just talking about. Looking towards the Xayah, and they will lock it in. Obviously, can do pretty well into the Lee Sin, able to dodge away when he goes in. They aren't going to pick the support yet, I think. Not too afraid of getting the Rakan denied. So looking towards the jungle, and they will go for that Viego. I feel like we were close to seeing Viego pop off moments. Like the reset came in, but then they would just pass away, and we got a pretty fast response here.
Zeri Lulu, I mean, a lot of the oppressive bottom lanes are banned away, so if you feel like you can just get through the lane, which you almost definitely can, against Xayah Rakan, unless something, you know, gets misplayed down there.
I think this is part of the thing, because ultimately a lot of the interactions between Xayah and Rakan got nerfed. Like the power of their W level 1 with Xayah, both of them having W, got toned down. I feel like even compared to things like Lucian Nami and Zeri Lulu, which weren't designed together, I feel like you don't have to pick Rakan, and yet we see Nongshim, it's almost like Brion knew they would go Rakan. They picked the Zeri Lulu, they know Rakan isn't too much threat in lane, so they have this super scaling powerhouse bot lane to go for pretty much for free. And we do start to see the bans come in, so Nongshim going to ban the LeBlanc themselves, and Brion also going down the line of banning away mid laners. Do we see Morgan's Renekton banned away?
Yeah, I mean, they banned Dundun's Cassante, so it's only fair,
yeah,
right?
It's just.
It's fair and balanced.
Just make it even in that sense. I feel like Nongshim are in a position where banning away a lot of mids, maybe if they want to blind mid on 4 and give Dun counter pick, this could make a lot of sense. Just trimming the pool. Lissandra is available though. I think Lissandra into Zeri as well. Very effective with Viego. I love that combination.
Yeah, just go for like massive dive comp from here.
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense.
Zaya Rakan, you get the Rakan and Viego, you get Lissandra. I feel like maybe even they pick the Renekton. I'm not sure how well that would do unless you have, you know, true full committal from the team to go for this dive comp. As Syndra banned away.
Yeah, we'll see what they go for here. I'm not a fan of the Veigar so much here. Again, we've just talked about it. Look at it, win rate's 36.4%. And we've had some really good games from the Veigar. BDD in particular had a pretty strong performance.
Yeah, Showmaker played it early against Nongshim.
Yep.
And won a game on it.
But I think it's not this consistent fit-all pick. And also as a blind, I'm not super convinced yet.
Yeah.
So you're Brianna opting for in this situation. What a surprise.
Yeah. Do you think that the space will put it in St. Patty's green again?
No, I think Atlas has said he thinks it's a bait pick. I think he'll be annoyed at this point.
I think, is today the day for the Fizz that has been hovered so many times?
Yeah, it did get some buffs on the patch, so there's reasons to pick it beyond just it's cool. But I would love to see it, and unfortunately we get the Silas. And this is part of the thing that kind of frustrates me, because we have a situation where Zaya was very early picked.
Darius!
Oh, Darius coming in!
Here we go again!
You know what? I actually really like Nongshim's draft, but it kind of worked because Brion picked things into it that did badly into it.
Welcome to the LCK.
Yeah. Like, Zaya is very good into short-range champions, right? She was picked first, and they went double melee solo laners. They didn't have to do that. They had a choice, and then Veigar as well, also good into short-range champions, especially melee ones.
Yeah, both Veigar and Zaya are
and Darius as well. Darius loves playing into short-range compositions, so Nongshim, the way they got there wasn't orthodox, but they've ended up with some sort of Exodia composition. So credit to them.
You know what it is? They mind-controlled Brion to draft a certain way.
You know,
that's what goes on.
Personally, I think I would have used mind control a bit sooner, maybe when you're against T1 to get that second game win, but respect to them for saving it until the stakes aren't there, you know? End of the split, oh, okay, we can mind control.
Getting the fans out. She keeps hitting the sign with the flag. I feel like that's not cool.
There's too much enthusiasm right now. After seeing that draft, honestly, I would be, as an Nongshim fan, I would be very enthusiastic.
Whoa. He met Sunke 13 years ago. 13 years ago? That's him on the left, Sunke. He looks so young. It's crazy.
Well, it was 13 years ago.
That makes sense, yeah.
13 years ago, I was 14, so I'd have probably looked pretty young too.
And that's the first time he's come to the studio in 13 years to watch an esports event with Sunke here, I guess.
It's pretty big.
And he even got it signed by Sunke, like, pretty crazy.
That's a lot of dedication. Hold on to that for 13 years and show up, so yeah, fair play.
Absolutely. Well, Zeri and Lulu are the highest range against Veigar and Zaya. Not sure what else to say about this one. Guys, we are jumping onto the Rift for game number 2. Here we are onto the Rift, and sometimes Onks, we do this in the LCK, our drafting sometimes does not make too much sense. And then sometimes the team still wins.
Yep. In hindsight, maybe the Veigar pick was purely because of the skin, you know, as mentioned on the desk.
Yeah.
Has significance today, so...
And now they can put it in green.
Yeah.
Because, well, I guess no, they can't.
Well, I mean, it has
good
actually.
now.
I feel like more so, Brion's comp might have some red. The way
Yeah.
around. But as is often happens, I think a lot of people know that sometimes draft doesn't matter, and one team will just stomp, and then it's specifically done to make maybe someone who's having their first cast in the LCK, maybe make them look stupid.
Yeah.
So
no one in particular, but just
someone, someone out there will look a little bit silly.
Look at the summoners of our top laners. Ghost, normal on Darius, but Morgan has elected to take Ignite to match it.
That's a pretty Giga Chat summoner.
Ghost
already?
Oh, level 1. He's making him bleed. There's the slowdown.
Well, I'm going to make the assessment that Morgan kind of lost that trade.
Okay. Are you sure about that?
Maybe we need a replay just to double check.
It's first day at the LCK, you don't want this to turn out poorly.
Yeah, this would be really bad if not only do you die to the Darius, but you also have Ignite and die to the Darius.
A win for Morgan as he has burned the Ghost from Dundun. He stands in range of Dundun as he hits level 2.
Yeah, and Renekton kind of needs his level 3 to get rolling. But also some health would probably be helpful as well.
A little bit.
And I'm not sure you're going to get much freedom to walk up to the minions and press Q. With both junglers showing up.
Yeah.
Umpty, you are on vision.
Hello? Okay. He's going to get the Q in as the stun from the Viego does land, as Dundun in a bit of trouble now, as First Blood goes to Umpty. And Sylvie looking to hit this. Hits the stun. Kind of gets out of range there, but with the Q, he will get the kill as Umpty is not going to go down. And he smites this. For some reason, I don't think he was close to level 4.
It's just, you're going to die of, you just smite out of anger, and then he survives. It's like, oh, that was awkward. That was a little bit silly. Yeah, I personally not a fan. I feel like we're having this cool... Oh.
Ooh, flash out of Henna already.
Yeah, a little bit disrespectful there. And honestly, I feel like as much as I talk about Rakan maybe not having the most pressure in lane compared to other engaged supports, good Rakans, maybe some slip-ups on the opponent, you can find opportunities. But yeah, personally, I liked seeing the mano-a-mano one-on-one. At least both junglers showed up, because I would have been pretty disappointed if it was just one jungler. So at least it was kind of like an even trade. Although I think the wave ended up getting pretty stacked in one direction, which is a bit of a shame. So I think, quite honestly, Dundun suffered more in that situation because he was already leading in sort of health advantage, and it basically gave a free reset to Morgan.
Yeah. So here we are again in the top lane. Mid lane's going to be interesting. Call me on more of a map effector in game 1. This time he is going to be the one that is stacking.
He's now a stack effector.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking.
Oh, and actually the bad wave state is kind of led to this potentially happening. Dundun needs to survive until Sylvie gets here.
He might be able to. He's got a cloth armor, right? It's going to help him a lot in this case, is now. With Sylvie here, not going to land his stun. But this is weird, man. Seeing so much jungle attention in the top lane?
Yeah, it's been a while. Just
current year?
Just 2v2 in the top lane, mano-a-mano.
Karis, nice trade onto Call Me, who's just trying to be a stack effector.
Yep. And Karis is trying to be a attack effector.
Yeah, definitely.
That works.
He's a melee champ.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. In this game, as long as Nongshim don't fall horrifically behind, I'm pretty confident in them if it goes late. That being said, Dundun has started to fall pretty horrifically behind because of the wave state. Has missed out a lot of CS, which I think wasn't really fair because he was winning lane.
Yeah.
So I'm not really happy about that one. And I think every top lane main kind of appreciates that when junglers come and ruin your little island getaway away from all the distractions in the other lanes, and some annoying jungler shows up to mess things up.
Infernal Drake here for Nongshim. So they're going to pick up this pretty important early objective. Remember that Bro was the one that was getting all the objectives in game number 1.
True. They started off pretty strong in that game.
We have another chance for a Chemtech Soul.
Ooh. A little bit of shielding and healing in this one. A bit less for Nongshim, I would say. But you got to remember, 11% reduced damage under half health.
True.
That is 1%. Well, it's 1 more than 10%, which is 11%. It's not 1% more than that. Or requires some more complicated math.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Dominus available. Morgan just trying to press the advantage he has now. As you pick this Darius as a counter to the top lane.
Yep.
Generally not supposed to be behind at level 6.
Yeah, but I also think Darius is not supposed to get ganked.
Yeah.
Which might be a little bit naive, picking a champion with the expectation you're not going to get ganked, but Darius doesn't enjoy getting ganked, generally speaking, by the enemy team, which is obviously what's happened.
Yeah. Sylvie here again at the exact right time, so that's 3 times in a row now as Knockup comes in. Henna still no flash as the Feathers, oh, the glitter lands with the slow here onto Vital, but he gets the Q heal from the Rakan. As the junglers just, now it's 2 1v1s in the top lane.
It's just Pim, scrap it.
Yeah.
Oh, but we do see Harris actually moving, maybe upsetting the balance a little bit.
Well, that's not fair.
He's trying to be a map effector.
Sylvie got in there and stole 5 out of the 6 little guys.
Oh. They're worth a lot of gold as well.
Mm-hmm. Whoa. Yeah, he's
fine.
He's fine. Nice.
You know, long way to go.
No problem.
Before I think Veigar can actually deal damage to him, but oh no.
In this game, do you go Mercs into this though? Because there's a Darius, Viego, Zaya on the enemy team. Then the other coin is you've got the Veigar Cage, and you've also got Rakan.
Yeah, I think mix. Or you just stack a bunch of Chemtech dragons.
Well, there you go.
There's the answer.
Just hope for the Chemtech to spawn.
Yep. That's the play. Yeah, but there is obviously a fair bit of CC, especially if you're trying to close the distance. And we saw that Cage in the last game just really putting a stop to a lot of the engages, which I feel like is something that could end up happening here. But for now, Brion using their pressure to try and get things done and get a Herald, which is very non-Brion, I would say.
Yeah. I mean, they did it in game 1, but that was a different scenario, of course. Silly just going to come in here and take the Raptors. Might as well. Peter also a level up on him. As this plate into the hands of Calmy. Just enjoying some more scaling.
Stacking in several factors. Stacking gold.
Yeah. Ult from Henna. Trying to get in and avoid the Feathers. And I suppose he will at the end of the day.
Shoots his little gun a few times at the Xayah. But no avail. But this red buff was getting heavily contested, but now secured by T.
Gonna get a plate once again.
I feel like the anticipation of what this next dragon is going to be is honestly killing me.
Yeah, I need to know.
If it is, I hope it is Chemtech. I feel like that would just kind of make the series.
At this point, it has to be. As Karis elects to be stunned. Interesting decision.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just feel like getting stunned up.
Yeah, just sometimes life's gone a bit too fast and you just want to slow down.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is kind of weird considering he's stolen the quickness. Which is just the opposite.
Yeah. Interesting choices already. Dindin's like, you don't have Lee Sin here, right?
Always assume Lee Sin.
I've been hurt before.
He could be in any of these brushes. He could be in the river, you know? The wave is pushing towards Morgan. It is stacked up.
Oh. He missed the 1 CS. -1.
Got that one.
Okay, nice. He's only behind 16 gold at the moment.
Oh, got plus 14.
2.
Oh, got the cat. Oh, all of them.
Nice.
Remarkable. Oh, but now Morgan's going to be able to pick up that wave and get a bunch of gold. You see Colmy pretty low on mana. Dragon's about to spawn, so I expect a TP will probably come in soon. He also is sitting on a heaping pile of nothing in his inventory.
Yeah.
That's just a lot of, like...
components.
Yeah, and not even, like, nice components. Just, like, the kind of rubbish ones.
Well, he got a Catalyst and an Amp Tome.
Yep, and Kara's got an Everfrost, so probably faring a little bit better.
Sylvie here again. And this time he's brought his bird buddy. Comes in. Almost like they're okay. They're going in for it now. Morgan forced to flash away.
And honestly, I'm pretty fine with this. Dragon for free in that situation. Flash to flash between top and support. You'll take that.
Yeah, absolutely. Gonna take this one down. They already have the Rift Herald as well. Can look to drop that somewhere more ideal. You don't have to use it for prio onto this objective either.
Yeah, I do feel like when you're playing Lee Sin, it's kind of really annoying when you have Rift Herald sitting there.
Yeah.
Because you want to have your ward back.
Chemtech Soul!
Oh, baby.
Oh, yeah!
That tenacity, the tenaciousness, both the healing and the shielding power.
Think about the
on hand
shield of Umpty. Look at that.
Look at that. Look.
He didn't even...
If it'd been bigger, it would have prevented that damage.
Absolutely.
Maybe 6% bigger,
Looking
dare
forward
I
to
say?
that. Yeah.
Dare I suggest?
So it's a big chunk. Big chunk.
And the tenacity as well. Reducing the duration of CC, and we all know how strong CC is, so...
It's pretty pog.
Yeah. I think we'll see both teams opting to contest these dragons quite heavily. Obviously that Cloud Dragon, bit of a snoozer. We saw Nongxing not care one little bit about it. But had they known that there's a Chemtech Soul on the other end, maybe they would have.
Oh, that cage not the greatest, but does help a little bit as a stolen Veigar ultimate trying to get close to low enough, but it's not quite there.
I feel like the problem with stealing the Veigar ultimate is Veigar has like 2 million more AP than you.
Yeah.
So his actually deals damage.
At least.
And you steal his ult and yeah, it just doesn't do that much damage, so. But I respect the effort from Karis, trying to apply some pressure to the newcomer, you know.
I like it, as once again, the damage coming in. Call me cool as a cucumber.
He's just chilling, he feels lucky. Feeling lucky right now.
Yeah. Top lane going pretty even from there on out. Nothing much happening. Call me still under pressure. Has flash. I like his positioning to the top side. He's like, okay, well, I've got my jungler up there. I know that there's a potential dive at this moment, so they can't actually get on top of him.
I really want to see these two just fist fight a bit more. And I feel like Dundun, he's trying to make it happen, but Morgan is resisting. He's biding his time, taking his moment.
Morgan also doesn't have flash, so...
I mean, you think Morgan's scared to step up without flash? No.
No, definitely not. I mean, he is the Lord himself.
Honestly, bid his flash just so he could give Dundun a chance, I think.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be fair otherwise.
Well, he's warding up. He's making sure that he is safe in the top side, giving up a lot of CS as it pushes in. Dundun, you can tell he's down to fight at any point.
Yeah, he doesn't even care if Lee Sin's there anymore. He's just like, I just want to fight. I am tired of farming. Let us engage in ritual combat.
Yeah. Nice dodge by Vital.
Yeah, and we may get some ritual combat soon because they're starting the Herald.
Nah.
No, Brianna.
Nah, I don't think so. You know, it's Ox's first day. We had to give him a little taste of the LCK.
Yeah.
We got to show you what it's all about here in this region.
Yeah, I wasn't too familiar, and I believe these are the two best teams. Yeah.
Yeah.
The big dogs.
Yeah, absolutely. As that is a long time that Umpty is in the cage, so he has to flash away. Q is in.
Wait, go ahead.
Wait, he got it.
The pet! Look at that little guy!
Oh my!
The MVP.
It's like a little golf clap in the studio, like, yeah, give it up for the pet. Yeah.
6th member of Brion.
Amazing. Heal used to escape.
Yeah, they changed it recently. Pets used to be able to steal neutral objectives. And I think it was Rafa who's been casting the LCS. He was playing Ezreal jungle, and he ulted from like Baron on an Elder Dragon. and the pet like flew all the way across and then stole it.
That's amazing.
It was.
Why is that not in the game?
I don't know why they removed it. It was hilarious.
Yeah, what?
The little guys, because think how the bond you would have with your pet if it's still elder for you.
I know. All
나
right.
풀 빠졌어. 어쩔 수 없는데? 물론 내가 먹었어.
He was pretty straightforward. He's like, yeah, no, I got the blue.
Yeah, I knew I'd get it.
He
Well, you
at
guys
first he
thought that was
said,
the plan?
I'm backing off of the blue.
Yeah.
And he was like, okay, well, actually, I'm
He was
gonna run.
He was talking to the pet. He was communicating. I'm backing
okay.
off. You go for it. You secure it.
I choose you. Well, second Rift Herald value is actually pretty large. Tier 1 mid this early on could allow Nongshim an entry onto the Chemtech.
Oh, it's just dawned on me. He has the green pet. It gives a shield.
Yeah.
Heal and shield power.
Healing and shield power.
This is a big dragon then.
That's all you need to know. And that's why Bro are going to fight so hard over this one. You know, they want to play to their Elder condition, but they're going to take it, they say. They're going to take all the Chemtech Drakes.
Yep, Dun on a bit of a flank here.
He's got a little angle. It's kind of what you need. Uh-oh, Effort stuck in the cage. Nobody can quite get close enough. Oh, the flash on in. Okay, they're just going to blow up Effort as Dundon has got Ghost, so he's just going to run. As in goes Peter, a massive two-man knockup right in the tri-brush, and there is no hope for Bro as 3 kills in favor of Nongshim. And you can see that Karis is just running.
Peter flies in like a griffin right there and gets a huge knockup. Follow-up's all there, and Brion looking to stack up those tenacious Drakes. Won't get the chance to right now.
Man, that was really clean. And the way that Sylvie did it too, it almost looked like they were going to fall back, but then the re-engage onto Effort.
Yeah, Effort just kind of trapped it, and here's the thing. It's significantly easier to kill a Lulu than it is to kill a Darius. Blow up the Lulu there, and then Peter hops the ult early, then redirects it here onto the used to. For me with the follow-up, Henna just dies pretty quickly, and Morgan, not much even he can do.
And it all happened so fast that Karis and Umpty are like, what? Like, where'd you guys go?
Where's my team?
Yeah, everybody was backing because the Lulu got picked, right? And they were going to just give up the Drake, as you should. But then, Dundon baits them in. He has the Ghost. He had the slow as well onto Henna. So Henna couldn't run.
Yeah.
And all it took was just one little bird man. His name is Peter. Actually, it's Rakan. Call me in a little bit of trouble here as, yeah, Everfrost comes in. He does have the stopwatch, buying some time for Sylvie to come on over. Even a polymorph is going to be used, and the follow-up comes in. Another two-man knockup, but Nongshim don't have a lot of guys up here to do damage as it's only Call Me. Basically, Sylvie's just chipping away as well, so not really going to get anything out of another beautiful engage.
And I mean, Peter's doing really well in this Rakan here. Call Me surviving that as well. The stopwatch having huge value, but it really feels like Nongshim go in, and then they start to kite away, and Brion just can't chase because you're running into a Veigar. There's potentially a Xayah who is walking up.
Who could have seen this coming?
Who could have seen this coming? If only they had an opportunity to react to Nongshim's pick.
Yeah, that would have been really helpful. As, okay, Everfrost once again, Sylvie in a bit of trouble, just heart breaks away as in goes Umpty, gets the kick and gets out. Actually, really clean stuff out of Umpty, who is probably not too happy with the way this game is going, understandably. Dundon in a little bit of a rough spot here. Some low health bars on the side of Bro, though. They can't quite get in. Another big knockup from the Rakan, and the bleeds are starting to get going as a kill over to Call Me and one to Dundon. As now it's 4-on-3 in favor of Nongshim.
Shame the jungler's not there, otherwise I think it would have definitely been a Baron. With the Rakan, the buffed Q as well, you can actually heal up, especially with that extra 6% heal and shield power.
Absolutely.
It gets sustain up a lot.
It's only going to help
on that Baron, but we'll see the replay here, and I think the thing is the cage is used, but it times out as they get the lockdown on a Sylvie, and with those cooldowns not available, gives the window to take it in. But I think Brion, they hang around too long, a lot of low health bars here, and they kind of get baited in a little.
Yeah. Like, what is the team call here? Morgan either needs to be called off of the fight, or everybody needs to commit. Like, it was kind of, they did half, and they stuck around so that it was like an extra bonus kill of Umpty on top of it all.
Yeah, not the best plan. didn't really pan out. And the goal lead's still within a reasonable reach, but I feel like with the composition of Nongshim, it is only going to get harder and harder as the game goes on. Maybe there's some Zeri carry potential, but needs to be a banger for game from Henna, I feel.
Yeah, and it's not going to be easy for all the things we mentioned as well. Like, Zeri's range isn't even that large, so
yep.
You're going to be fighting in pretty close contact with the Veigar and the Xayah and insane amounts of disengage.
Honestly, Peters had a pretty phenomenal game, you know, putting down pressure in the early laning phase, but these team fights, and this is kind of the thing with the Carnage, you can get him into those team fights, so much value with the mobility and the engage potential.
Yeah. I really like the playstyle of Coleman, who's just having another fantastic game, right? Like, he knows this game isn't necessarily as much about him as game number 1 was, but he still managed to be 3-0-1. He's pushing a side lane, always present in a lane. Like, that's not even really a challenger's skill set. You know, challengers is generally where we 5v5, we throw down, split pushing is a myth, it doesn't exist.
He's been training for this moment.
But Colmy's like, I'm Veigar, I have tons of AP, I can chunk turrets, I'm just going to sit top.
Yeah, I've been doing a pretty fantastic job of surviving. A couple of attempts on his life that we saw, you know. Karras in the laning phase, that attempt top.
Goes for Rabadon's third.
Oh. It does mean your Void Staff's going to be pretty late. There is the other downside. But it does mean that maybe by the time that fight for Soul comes in, you could have the Rabadons, but it's 30 seconds away from another one of those Chemtech Dragons. And we see both teams setting up. wasn't rewarded, didn't reward his pet last time, which is why I think the game's gone away from them a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. As, oh boy, bunch of big Scryer plants, gonna spot everybody as Cage comes in. has to flash already. I'm not sure if you can even fight for it at this point. It's gonna take a lot.
Because I think another 6% Tenacity and Heal and Shield power.
Yeah.
Can you face up against that?
I think it's gonna put them over the edge.
It might be too much.
Yeah. And I feel like I've seen this fight before. Although this time Bro do have a Lulu, which is helpful.
For now.
Yeah, for now. Dundun on the flank. Just gonna get kicked in and polymorphed, and he is in a real rough spot. Just gonna give his life over as his team does get the Drake. Just a, you know, a zoning play from Dundun. Nicely done.
Yeah, he sacrifices himself. They secure the dragon. Getting more tenacious as we speak. And, you know, stacking dragons, stacking the rower, stacking Veigar passive. This is a game of stacks.
Yeah. Varus in the side brush. Call me. He says, oh, the team's going for Baron.
He doesn't have TP.
Yeah.
Well, we've been it earlier, so...
Yeah, he's got to run over here. And...
He will start it for 2 seconds and then run away. Okay.
Just, you know, getting a taste.
Testing, yeah.
Yeah. Like, maybe they won't move.
Yeah, what would they do if he started back? Oh, they'd come over? Okay. Well, now we know for future reference.
Yeah.
For summer, they have that information.
They're doing their research.
Yeah. Testing responses.
What if Call Me goes Shadow Flame? Do we give him the pass because he's kind of new, or
I'll probably start checking flights back to England.
Oh no. Well, this is a pretty interesting game state. It's definitely a little bit closer than game number 1, where Nongshim got like the big fight in the mid game, and they were able to essentially get a 6k gold lead and win from there. This one, you know, Nongshim do have the 2 Drakes, but you know, they get the kill onto the Darius. They keep it within 1k gold. Yeah. Now, we did talk about the draft a lot, and how it does favor Nongshim, but maybe Henna can get something done. He has been one of the carries here for Bro for many of their wins.
And I mean, if anyone is going to be having the impact in these team fights, it kind of has to be the Zeri, because as much as she's short-ranged, she has got some range. And Nongshim just starting up.
They're just going to burn it. I mean, look at the damage. It's massive. Like, Veigar does so much. So does Xayah. They put up a cage. They zone you away. They take the Baron down. As now Bro are like, well, are we just going to force this engage? I guess so. But the Featherstorm comes in, and can't do anything. Root here on the Morgan. He's inside the cage. Down he goes. And do Nongshim just win right here. Henna's trying to push it back, trying to do his best to carry this fight, but it's not looking likely as the cage plays perfectly. Henna gets flashed on, and now he's in the death chamber as well. I think, nope, he's just going to be totally fine. Not even a scratch.
I feel like Henna surviving there. If that's your victory for Brion, then yeah, the fight went pretty badly. Byron already gone, and
it did.
So they try to find the engage. You can see how difficult the angle is, right? You just run at them. Zaya presses R, Veigar presses E.
I love that proactive call from Notion.
Yeah,
I saw that Call Me was talking so much on the comms when we got it last time. I'm curious. Maybe he's calling for it again.
Yeah, I mean, the Cage and Peter doing a fantastic job of zoning. The reason it's so fast is because Zaya and Veigar both do massive damage to the Baron. Tries to go in, rooted, Morgan gets trapped in the Cage, and this Cage is such a low cooldown right now, and the follow-up is just there. Like now, Stopwatch comes in, you're caged again. That's 3 cages in one fight. I think we said the Veigar pick was looking like a bit of a bait, but Colmy seeming like he's piling it on the upper end.
지금 나 이거 살짝 물릴만해.
They're calling.
이제 몸 씹었어. 레넥 빠져.
Yeah, they're calling Lee Sin and Renekton.
사일 쪽 빠져.
Just calling targets here is vital. And that was the end. And then it ended abruptly.
It abruptly ended.
Henna,
why are you top lane?
I think it's just trying to get some golds, but might just lose the game before the time does come in.
Top tier 1 for Nexus trade?
Not
the best strategy.
Not the best, no. As Karis jumps into the minion wave and a Cage is blocking Umpty from doing anything, he does have his Zonias, so he will elect to use that. And for now, Noamsim's push will end.
Oh. They could look for more. There is Dragon Soul spawning in 40 seconds.
Yeah.
If they feel like they want even more tenacity and healing shield power.
I mean, they have 30 seconds of Baron buff, and they say, well, we're all here, there's a wave, we might as well. And it's a good call. As they're going to pick up a second inhibitor on the bottom side of the map, looking for the engage now. Another Cage. And I think at this point, you probably want to go back, take the Dragon, if you're playing it safe.
I mean, look, the Baron buff, 5,500 gold they've received, so I think they have a lot in the pockets. Still pushing. The thing is, normally, they're looking at the Cage.
Flashing into the Cage, gets knocked into the Cage as Zaya way too close to the sun there. I think down he goes to Umpty. Is it going to matter though? The wallets are so heavy and Calmy's got the damage, and so does Dundun from the top lane. He will chase him down with the Ghost. That'll be the end of Umpty, you'd have to imagine. Down he goes. Head in hands is Umpty, and that's going to do it. Noamsim actually stomped them in a quick 2-0.
I mean, very convincing, honestly, and I think the hero of this series is Call Me. Debuting here and having such a strong performance in Game 1 and Game 2. Again, super consistent as Veigar. Even get punished once.
Oh, man. This is Noamsim's second win of the LCK Spring 2023. Their second time ever that we will get to hear from them in an interview on stage. And so obviously the fans are crying. The players are like, where do we even stand? I've never done this before. Calmy's like, where am I?
Yeah, I mean, he gets a pass because he's pretty new to this.
Sylvie's mom is just going nuts. I love it.
And it was a pretty great series. I think convincing is what we can say. And a deserved win. And the vibes are coming out. Trying to get in with the celebrations.
Yeah.
Bit rough in the Brion camp, though.
Yeah, what can you say? This is not how they wanted to end their season. Just so much frustration if you are Umpty right now. Like, this is their last series. Noamsim have T1 on Sunday, and they get this win before that happens. They're feeling great, but for Bro, this is their last time on the stage for this entire season, and that's the way it goes. I mean, they got destroyed, Ox. It was not close.
Yeah, and I think, as we sort of talked about earlier on the space, when you're facing those teams down in the sort of depths of the standings with you, it means a lot. There's a lot at stake. You want to come out and say, yeah, we edged above Noamsim. We weren't the bottom team, but losing this kind of feels rough.
That was so cool. Our cameramen are actually so talented. Like, the second he shot the gun, it did like a small zoom in. That was really cool.
Oh! Violence towards the cameraman.
Yeah. Oh, man. We get the Peter love. You don't get to see this every day.
Peter had a fantastic game, honestly. Yeah. I think we can definitely say. And you can see, you know, maybe it's Call Me having a good game, maybe it's the whole team having a good game, maybe it's the extra voice there, but either way, it felt like everyone was sort of coming together on that one.
Oh, your vote is sent?
I already did it. I'm winning. I did it ahead of time.
Wow. He's got it going on already as started off with 2v2 fights in the top lane.
Yeah,
so
a little
weird.
bit uncharacteristic, but clearly wanted to sort of get this snowbally matchup rolling. Neither of them had TP, and it did actually go quite favored towards Breon, but then this team fight was the big one, catching the Lulu, and then Peter ult already popped with this big redirect. So huge.
Yeah, it was pretty massive. Loved how decisive they were. Like, Nongshim, if they could play like this all the time, I don't think they would have only gotten their second win today. And sometimes all you got to do is add one new member, even if he's a rookie, kind of change up the atmosphere.
And all you have to do is win one more game than you did last time, and you beat T1. It's that simple.
That is true. You can see the trend, you know, first 1 win and then 2 wins.
Yeah, it's simple.
Pretty obvious. I mean, imagine playing Lee Sin into this. I don't blame Umpty at all.
Yeah, I think.
Like, what can he do?
I think Umpty was pretty frustrated. I think Morgan as well. Being trapped in the cage, not a fun time as a Renekton. And it just felt very hard to play. Even though the gold lead wasn't that heavily in favor of Nongshim for most of the game, it felt like there was a much bigger divide.
Yeah, absolutely. And even in this last fight where, like, Saya and Rakan are on top of the turret, and even though Vital dies, like, immediately, it just does not matter.
They had, like, 5,000 gold in pocket when they went for this play.
Yeah. Did not have to do this.
They didn't need to, and yet they did.
Yeah. As Sylvie's just like, oh man, thank God. Like, they're just relieved. More than anything else, they're like, wow, we actually did it. It's an amazing
they had
feeling.
the tenacity to get this win.
Absolutely. Fighting through loss after loss in round 2, and then, right at the end, second to last series, they take the win.
And that's a big thing, because as we talked about at the start of the day, they could have gone with a winless second half of the split, which would is now just not a thing. They get the win, they clear that record up, and eyes on T1 for the next one.
Yeah, we'll see how they do into T1. Guys, obviously, we had this for the first series. Bro, it's their last series for the entire split, so we'll get a team interview with them after the Nongshim Pog interview, so make sure you guys are tuned into that. Should have a lot of choice words, I would imagine, on the side of Bro about how they are not satisfied with this split. But Ox, it's been fun. Only got 4 games for your first day, but hopefully we get a bit more in the future.
Lots of Chemtech Souls, so I've been enjoying
An
it. very
Ocean
much.
Soul in the first game. Okay, guys, we're done here on the casting desk. Let's throw to the space and see what they had to say about this one.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Great cast on the day. Back-to-back Leprechaun Vigas as well to celebrate some Paddy's Day. Fantastic. And some brilliant play out of Nongshim. Absolutely incredible. What did you think of the draft, Wolf?
Well, I didn't like the Darius that much, but it almost actually completely destroyed Morgan's entire game because he took Ignite and then lost out on that level 1 trade and almost just basically cost them the entire game. Luckily, his jungler did come over and help him out. And he ended up dying at the end of the day, but at least was able to stabilize. So the Darius pick that I didn't like worked out okay, but I was more concerned about picking the Sylas into Veigar and Xayah and Rakan. I felt like that was a bit of a risky move. There were so many other options they could have gone with. So
it's a rough time when you're a composition that's getting outranged by a Xayah.
Yeah.
You just don't see that very much at all. And oftentimes, the really dangerous situations for Veigar in draft is when everything's outside of his cage range, right? When you've got poke that can be flying at you when you can't actually put down that cage and stop them, like a Jace, like a Varus, things like this. They were, like, the highest range was like Lulu's Zeri.
Yeah, and the coordination wasn't great, but I have good things to say about Nongshim, right? And a lot of this game was about Call Me and Peter playing together, and the amount of setups Peter had on this Rakan was just insane. Dundon baits them here on a flank angle, and tunneling onto Dundon, in my opinion, is part of why this fight is won so handily here for Nongshim, because Dundon's trying to set up for a flank, they do collapse, and Peter makes the play. 2 kills go over the Veigar. And I mean, this happens repeatedly. Then they move to the top side of the map shortly after this, and it looks like, okay, maybe Brion can actually force this to work. Really good ultimate comes through here on the side of Nongshim here for the Xayah. And then once again, setting up a trap here. Dundun looks like he may be caught, but they tunnel into this choke point. And look who's coming, it's Peter. And look at the setup here. There's the knock-up, follow-up damage here from the Xayah, insane. And it's just over and over and over again. We see these fights where Peter is looking to set up and capitalize on Brion trying to focus down a single target. The Darius who isn't doing any damage, isn't making a high impact in lane, but is just kind of baiting them repeatedly into these bad choke points.
I mean, Dundun existing seemed to have been a problem for Brion this game, just because, the amount of capitalization on all that movement, but you also see that the layering of both Peter and Callme and their CC that they have in these fights, like, if Bro are going to do anything, they have to walk in range of the event horizon, of this Rakan, charming everyone up. And look at this, like, such a decisive call out of Nongshim here as well.
Really quick call here. Brion tried to start it earlier, but we're shut down. And then look at the event horizon placement here into the Rakan, getting in and setting up for the follow-up to make sure Umpty can't even 50-50 this. And then the turn is beautiful here too. Once again, Dundun is up here on the front line, and they have so much damage. Look at the positioning here of both Peter and Vital. Umpty is dead instantly, and Vital is just ready for the fall. Watch this Renekton disappear.
And the Featherstorm timing as well. We heard Vital doing a lot of the calls in that fight as well when we saw his POV.
He was calling who to focus for in the team fight, as well as calling the timing of the blade call with the smite to make sure there's no steal, even though at the same time his mid laner and his support were blocking Umpty out. So they had that completely covered in. There's a completely different voice here coming through on this team, I think, with Callme here. He was very vocal. We saw him on camera as well.
Yeah.
And Nongshim's Challengers roster right now, arguably some aspects of it much stronger than the LCK Nongshim roster. You bring the mid laner in, things look very different, and I wonder if we'll see a change-up coming in for summer.
Yeah, I think that there could certainly be some trips around. I think DRX is another roster that could possibly incorporate some of that, but it's now time for the POG, and I have a feeling there's going to be a happy Valdez as Peter is going to pick it up. It's his first one of the split, and he had a beautiful celebration at the end of that game as well. I mean, his Rakan, just amazing. Wolf, that was your vote around, and I had absolutely no arguments.
I mean, these are some of these critical moments, but we also skipped that he was able to get like 4 flashes in the early game. When he roamed topside, he got a flash away from Morgan. He got 2 flashes in the lane. Like, the guy was just making high impact plays on this Rakan the entire time. Looks like a comfort pick for him. But when this team is ahead and when this team is shot calling and the coordination is there, it's night and day different. And Peter was a huge part of this, and I think he and Callme together seem like they have some sort of pre-built-in synergy. Just didn't expect to see.
Yeah, it's just beautiful play. From Peter here today, 5 out of 11. A bunch of votes going over to Sylvie there as well, and media getting very confused about who to vote for. But in the end, it is actually Peter that locks that one down. So congratulations, and really heartwarming on the Nongshim side of things here, breaking the loss streak. And they still do have that rematch against T1, but it went 3 games last time.
Yeah, that was
give them a run for their money.
That was the inspirational Peter game as well on the Karma, where he played extremely well and punished the Twitch support from Keria. So opportunity for revenge, and that series way more exciting now after what we just watched.
Yeah, it absolutely is. I mean, don't go back and watch the VOD. Just look at it as a 2-1. Nongshim were able to claim a game over T1, and that makes it way more exciting than if you go back and actually watch that Twitch support game. Twitch support not necessarily working out so well here in the LCK. And now we get to have a conversation with Callme, who gets called up and then immediately thrown into an interview. I don't think we're ready just yet for that one, as, okay, never mind. We can jump straight into it. So here is Callme and Peter. Take it away, Jisun.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Jisun for the POG interview translation, and we are here joined by Callme and Peter from Nongshim Red Force. Congratulations on the win! You had your debut game of the LCK and won the POG and got the match win as well. How do you feel? Yeah, this was my first, appearance in the LCK, so it feels amazing to win the match and also win the POG. And Peter, finally you guys broke the losing streak and secure a win. Peter, how do you feel? Yeah, to start off, I want to say thank you to all the fans for waiting for us to get a win during the long losing streak. Thank you.
좋아하시는 것 같은데요. 네, 생각보다 연패가
Yeah, I mean, the losing streak was pretty long than we all expected. What kind of conversation did you guys have to overcome this slump? So during the losing streak, you know, our coaching staff kind of told us, like, let's say you guys are singing, okay? You don't have any fundamental skills, but you guys are trying to go for the stylish vibrations or like stylish stuff. You have to focus on the basic stuff and then move on to the stylish stuff. So we wanted to make sure that we actually start building our fundamental more solid. So tell us about this debut of the LCK. How come did it happen on the very last week of the LCK? I don't know much about the details, you know. I'm not the one deciding all the stuff, so I don't really have the answer for you. So how did you manage to build teamwork in such a short period of time? Well, yeah, so some of the early games in scrims was really tough. It didn't really work well, but us jungle, mid, and top, the top side of the map players were working so hard to build synergy. And so Bro decided to actually target ban one of your main champions. Well, before Syndra got nerfed, I did play Syndra a lot. I thought she was pretty strong. But after the nerf, she actually has a very high risk. So I was not even considering playing Syndra today. And Peter, game 2, he had Veigar mid and Darius top on the side of Nongshim. Din went for that Darius top one more time. I want to know about what happened behind this draft. Din, you know, in scrims and also in LCK, he really vocal about what picks he want to play and always the weird picks. And today it was Darius, so I was unsure about it, but still our coaching staff trusted him and we were able to get a great outcome. And Peter, your recon play was so on point. You had this incredible engage angle around the Drake team fight. So we have the replay prepared. Tell us about that team fight angle. How did you find the opening? So Sylvie had to be pushing forward, but he was not. So I was like so frustrated. So I was like, what am I supposed to do? Like my ult is running out. So and then I saw 2 enemy players just grouped up in the brush. So I just went in and it worked. So I'm not happy with my performance, to be honest, today. We're quite surprised to find out, but we all believe, Peter, you did a fantastic job today. And call me. I have a question about your ID. Why is it call me? When I was a academy player, there was actually a player in the team who used to call me. And there's a Korean song with a Call Me lyric. Do you know this? I got called up in the, challengers team, and that's how they actually called me in the team house. They were singing that song whenever they wanted to call me. Any call me dance maybe? Maybe next time. Who is your role model? Chobi, we have the same Korean name. He is my role model. I'm so excited to find out Chobi versus Call Me matchup in the future. I'm not like ready yet, I'm not sure if I can beat him right now, but maybe in the future I really want to have a face-off with Chobi and take him down.
마지막 질문 드리겠습니다. 이렇게
One last
연패를
question
끊어낸
before you
농심인데요.
go.
이제
Nongshim
정규 시즌
finally
마지막
broke
경기가
the
남아
losing
있습니다.
streak, and your final match
각오한
of the regular
말씀
season
듣고
will be
인터뷰
up against
마무리하겠습니다.
T1.
각오한
What is your
말씀
mindset for that series?
지금 LCK에서 제일 잘하는 팀이라
T1 is the best team in the
마지막
LCK
경기만큼
currently,
최선을
and that is going to be our final
보여드리도록
match of the spring
하겠습니다.
season, so we will do our best and give it our all.
각오한 말씀 부탁드릴게요.
DK전을 하면서
In that
이
DK
선수들이
series,
진짜 거리 조절도 잘하고
we
진짜
figured that
잘한다고
they're
느꼈거든요.
just so good at League. You know,
그런데
their
이제 그런
ranging,
DK를
the way
이긴
they
T1을 보고
position
와, 경이롭다라고 또
was
느꼈고
so good, and then we
그래가지고
found out T1 just
그날
beat
운도 좀
DK
따라줬으면
2-0, so we're like,
최선을 다해서
T1,
준비할
like how strong are they? So I hope we get lucky that day. We're gonna do our best, but I hope God is also on our side to get the win. Thank you so much for the interview, Peter and Call Me, and we will see you guys again in the upcoming T1 series later this week.
네, 승리한 농심 여러분들 진심으로 축하드리고요.
Congratulations on the win one more time, and we'll be looking forward to seeing you guys on Sunday for the T1 match. And we will now have Brion joining us to the season wrap-up interview. Please give it up for the Bro players.
네, 박수가 터져 나오고 있어요. 네,
A warm round of applause for all the Bro players who worked so hard for this season.
안녕하세요. 네.
Thank you very much for joining us for this interview.
네, 좋습니다. 먼저 모건 선수께 질문
Morgan.
드릴게요. 이번 스프링 탑을 묵묵히 지킨
You
모건
are the
선수인데요.
reliable top
저는
4
스프링 마무리
bro.
소감부터 들어볼게요.
And the season has come to an end. How do you look back on the spring season? I want to say thank you to all the fans who's been supporting us throughout the spring season. And we were on a very long losing streak, so I really wish that we could, end the losing streak today and have a great ending to the season. But it's a bummer that we were not able to make it happen, but we will come back stronger for the summer
네,
split.
이렇게 2년째 브리온에서 활약을 해주시고 계신데요.
Morgan,
많은
you
긍정과 생각이
you are
드실
in
것
Bro for
같은데
2 years
가장
now.
많이 드는 생각이 무엇인가요?
What is your kind of takeaway this
많이 드는
season?
생각은 일단 저희 인게임적인 상황에서
I
이런
think
상황에서
still
계속
our
아쉬움만 남는
in-game
아쉬움이 좀 많이
performance,
생겨나고
we're
그런
not
부분을 좀
that good, you know.
고치려고
We still need to work on it. There are a lot to be desired, so we are going to work hard for the summer split. Morgan, you have so many foreign fans, The Lord Morgan has taken over the globe. So any word for all the global fans?
저에 대한 얘기랑 민 같은 게 많아서
I know I have there's a lot of meme going around about me. I really love every piece of it. I want to say thank you for just loving me. Thank you so much.
질문 이어서 드릴게요. 이번 끝까지 최선을
Now,
다하는 스프링 시즌을
Umpty.
마쳤는데 총평 부탁드릴게요.
Your spring season has come to an end. How do you look back on the entire season? I mean, to be honest, I want to say there are so much things to be desired and could have been better. We worked so hard. However, still the outcome was not, that optimistic and ideal. But still, we have a summer split to play, so we will come back stronger in the next season.
근데 엄티 선수도 총 사령관이라는
And Umpty, the general Umpty has been leading the team the entire season. I'm pretty sure you had so much burden on your shoulder. How did you overcome this? I've never thought I have so much burden on my shoulder, I just wanted to focus on our play, just playing more games and watching more VODs. So I never cared about, being the captain of my team. I just wanted to perform better, and that's it. Any word for all of your teammates? This season was not easy. Practicing would have been really tough for you guys, but I know you guys have been sleeping less and working extra hours. And even though we lost our very final match of the season, I just want to say thank you for working so hard for us. And we have a lot of time to prepare for the summer split, so let's do our best. Fighting!
카리스 선수께 질문 드릴게요. 팀의 막내인 카리스
And I want to move on to Karis, the youngest player on the roster. Any message over to all the Hyungs on your team?
이번 시즌 좀 많이 제가
This
못한 것
season,
같은데
I was not playing my best, you know. I was definitely underperforming, so I feel so sorry for all my teammates. But still, I'm just so grateful that we were able to work together as a team. I want to make sure that we will play better this summer split, and we'll keep working hard for the summer season. Let's go.
네, 좋습니다. 네. 네, 카리스 선수의 진심이 느껴지는 그런 대답이었는데요.
And we are all going to be waiting for Bro to come back even stronger for the summer season.
그러면서 또 서머에 대한 그런 각오도
Then
들어보고 싶어요.
what would be your goal for the summer season?
제가 챔피언 풀적인 부분이나 개인
I want to
실력적인
improve my
부분에서 제가
champion
많이
pool,
부족하다
you know,
생각해서
and also my
이번
personal
시즌 때
performance. So
영상
during the
같은
off
거
season,
신경
I'm gonna play more solo queue. I'm gonna watch a lot of VODs and all the replays possible in order to showcase better performance in the summer season.
응원하도록 하겠습니다. 네.
We will be supporting the commander carries for the summer season as well.
네, 좋습니다.
We have so many Bro fans out here still sending them all the love.
더 스텝업이 된 것 같다는 평이
And Hannah,
계속해서 나오고 있어요.
this season you have stepped up so much, and everyone knows that you are one of the most hard-working player of the LCK.
또 어떤 점이 좋았는지 한 말씀
What is the
부탁드릴게요.
biggest takeaway this season?
성적이 좀 많이
Well,
안 나온 게 제일 아쉽고
you know, it's a bummer that the result is not showing well, you know.
성장했는지는 잘
The outcome is not that good. I'm not sure if I even stepped up because
못했던 시즌인 것 같아서
I think this is my worst season actually, considering my performance. So I think I gotta perform better in the summer season.
서머가 굉장히 기다려지는데요. 그리고 오늘 한 팬분의 나의 봄은
And there was a fan sign saying, you know, my entire spring was all about Bro.
팬분들에게도 한 말씀 해주신다면요.
Any message over to all the Bro leavers out there?
이렇게 응원 많이 해주시는데
You know, I'm so grateful for all the support, but I feel so sorry that we even lost the very last series, and I was so embarrassed with our performance and how the game went. So I just want to get a win as soon as possible in order to bring better memories for the fans.
네, 에포트 선수 많이 기다리셨죠? 질문 바로
effort.
드릴게요. 네, 최근 LCK 통산 2,500 어시스트가 나왔는데
Recently, you had the 2,500 assist of the entire career in the LCK. You know, this spring season, however, was not that easy for you. How do you look back on the spring split? You know, I am always like full of confidence, but my performance is not on point yet. But still, I believe in myself, and I will be able to play better in the future.
썸머 때는 당연히 뭐 스프링 때보단 물론이고 정말
I hope
엄청나게 2배, 3배 발전해서
we will,
오는
you know, become stronger
있습니다.
in the summer season.
네. 마지막으로 엄티 선수께 질문 드릴게요.
And lastly, Umti.
그리운 스프링처럼
Today,
뛰어올라.
Bro players actually walked out to the stage with a sign saying we will do better in the summer season. Any message for all the Bro fans and Bro leavers? So the Bro players and even the coaching staff, team staff prepared this little event for the fans in order to, you know, move forward to the summer split. I know the spring season was not easy for everyone. I'm so sorry, but next summer, I will make sure that no one will feel sorry after the season is completed. And this will be the end of the interview from the Bro players, and I'm going to pass it back to the space. Thank you.
Actually, a really beautiful interview with the Bro players. Umpty always full of words, and some of them a little bit harsh. Henna as well, very harsh on himself.
Yeah, I feel like Henna shouldn't be hard on himself.
No,
right?
he's played really well.
Yeah, I mean, I think everybody's hard on themselves right now because the result that you're looking at today, the 0-2 to Nongshim, is definitely not what you wanted, not what you expected. You wanted to finish on a strong note. Not going to be the case tonight, but it's only half of the year, right?
Yeah.
You still have another season left, and I think we saw some big improvements. So maybe they can get it together for summer season.
We'll see whether they can. Let's have a look at the standings here and have a look back at how things have been affected. Bro unable to catch up with the Kwangdong Freaks, and so we're going to be locked in at these positions. T-Rex also with that win already.
Yeah.
Nongshim could theoretically catch up to 9th place and I think tie.
And DRX can, if they upset KT Rolster on Sunday, actually pass Brion if they win with any score. So Brion could drop down to 9th place. So not the place you want to be in, but tomorrow we have some banger matches.
Baby. Yeah, our Saturday Showdown is going to be our second series of the night this time around. Liv Sandbox taking on HLE is actually another real hype banger, but the battle for second place, I think, is just that little bit more.
Yeah, skipping a whole round, and that Liv Sandbox versus Hanwha series is really important too. Prove yourself, see if you can actually look to
and
be the stronger
decides
team.
5th and 6th,
Yeah,
right? Yeah,
exactly. So, I mean, if you actually have a great performance, maybe you get to avoid that 3rd place pick that KT is probably going to pick up.
Exactly right. So many implications for tomorrow's matches, but for tonight, we are done. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow for that Saturday Showdown.
Standing on the edge of this big love, I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump. I never believed love could set me free. You break down the walls I build around me. It's a strange magic every time we touch. Yeah, I'm falling with you. I'll keep falling for you. You are my greatest weakness. You are my greatest. You are my greatest weakness. You are my standing on the edge of this big love. I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump.